There we go. That's the noise I want. Welcome. It is Thursday. I want to say Friday, but it feels like a Friday. Anybody else getting Friday energy today? It feels like Friday. It's actually Thursday. May 9th. 2024. Do I even know what time it is? God. It is time to get chat on screen. That's what time it is. It's one thing that I neglected to do. How are you doing, chat? Let's go over and take a look at you. We've got some drama that I have waited for a while to cover. It's almost Friday. It feels like Friday. It should be Friday. Do you feel like it should be Friday? I don't know. This is your Sunday. What is this? This is my Wednesday. This is my hump day, I guess. It's weird how that works. But, I guess you can hump any day. That's the lesson. That's the moral of the story is you can really hump any day. Like, any day, you know, is hump day if you think about it hard enough. Let's see. I just gotta feed Twidget the good stuff. So I'm trying to feed the YouTube address and the Twitch address. You know, I found out that this music, like the theme music, like the starting music, people either love it or hate it. And I'm just kind of like, I mean, there's not a lot of stuff that I can choose, right? I have to go with what doesn't get copyright claimed. We had the Weasel song before. Then the Weasel song got copyright claimed. It's casual hump day. Yeah, it's a good day for a casual hump. Okay, I guess that's gonna have to do. I'm so like, ugh. This Fallout, this being a gaming streamer and a political streamer is very difficult. Staying up way too late. But we're definitely making some progress in New Vegas. We flew a bunch of ghouls to the moon, which, you know, I'm like, ghouls are cool. I can chill with a ghoul. Anybody else? I miss the Weasel song, says Zara. You like half made the Weasel song. But yeah, I thought I was gonna start off with, like, look, I've got this new, oh god, what's going on here? That needs to go there. There we go. Yeah, we got the new opening screen. I just thought it would be funny to, like, do this thing where I go from, like, I go from this scene to, like, we need a better transition. Go from this scene to, like, this scene. It's like, that's pretty cool. What do you think, Shorts people? Do you like that? Only the Shorts people can see that. Oh my god, Chad, I'm splitting up my audience. Destiny is debating Gorka? Oh, for a second I thought you were gonna say Gokunaru. I would be here for that. Like, I don't think that necessarily Gokunaru would do a Destiny call-out video. But if he did, that would be cool. What's up, Derek? What's up, Charlie Martini? What's up, Schmegley? Omega Star. Teddy Cool. How is everyone doing? Good to have you here today. Good to have you here. We got a lot to cover. And for once it's drama. Are you glad that drama is back on the menu? I mean, look, there's a point to this, right? It's not completely, it's not like empty calorie drama. It's just less substantive than the issues of the world, I guess. Am I breaking you up? I mean, wait, am I? Oh, I'm not. Oh, shit. I hadn't even gone live yet. I mean, What do people think, right? Because it is like, look, as a streamer, it sucks, right? Because like your whole ego thing is about two things. How many subs do you have? Do we have more subs thanks to shorts? And how many concurrents do you have? And I have way less concurrents thanks to shorts, but not really, because if you add it up, it's like the same or more, right? It's the same. She is back on the menu. That's right, Timothy Jones. That's right. Destiny talking to Dr. K again today. He's gonna debate Gorka. Like Gorka, like, oh my god, I secretly love Gorka, but not really like, okay, I should say this the right way. I should say this the right way. I appreciate the epic cringe that is Sebastian Gorka. I like heavily appreciate his cringe. Like any chance to watch Gorka is a good chance. I will play the Persona games one day. Are you gonna start with Persona 1? I started with Persona 2. Or like, no, what did I start with? I think the first Persona game I played was 5, and then I played 2, and then I played a little bit of 3. But the only one I finished is like 2, because there's 2 games in 2, right? There's Innocent Sin, which I finished, and then there's Eternal Punishment, which I am still apparently receiving. One day, chat, one day we'll finish Eternal Punishment, but it's like a legit old school game. Like, you know, you talk about like, let's see, what era would Persona, like I'm talking about like Fallout 2 era, right? I think that the time that, you know, the era of video games that Persona 2 came out in is like concurrent with like Fallout 2 or Final Fantasy 7. But it's sprite based. It's not it's not polygon based. I don't know. People are telling me that I have to play through Final Fantasy 7, but I don't know if I can handle the polygons. T is back on the minion. Onions? Congratulations on the 3K subscribers. Yeah, I feel like we should. Well, I mean, maybe the premium stream will be the celebration for that, right? I just don't have a good time to celebrate it. It just kind of happens. And look, it's not as big of a deal because, like, right, here's the real deal. 1,000. Hitting 1,000 is a huge deal. Hitting 10,000 is a huge deal. And hitting 50,000, I guess, is kind of a huge deal. Would 5K be a huge deal? We will hit 5K this summer. If we can keep the stream going. If I can stay alive. I'm trying, chat. I'll do my best for you to stay alive. I'm a big fan of Noah, but I missed this drama. Yeah. I mean, been going on for a while, and you know, I was gonna cover it, and then I didn't cover it, and now it's kind of like relevant again thanks to Destiny. So thank you, Destiny. Persona games are awesome. Persona 2 Innocent Sin is a wee bit more complicated than the others. Revelations Persona might be difficult to play as it is PS1 unless you're talking PSP. I mean, look, I have heard, okay, that there's a special kind of pocket dimension that you can get, right? That you can run a cord through, like you can run your game capture through and connect to a PSP, a PS1 from the 90s, like, right? And that's the best way to do it, right? You got to use a pocket dimension through time and then run that cord through there. And then if you plug into somebody else's PSP while they're not playing it, but preferably when they're asleep, then you can play all the games that you want to using like a time loop. It's a time loophole, actually. Are there any FromSoft games like Elden or Dark Souls? Have I done those? I haven't. Wait, okay. The only Souls-like game I've done is like I feel like I played through the first level, and somebody's telling me it's not even the first level, but I played through part of Lies of P. Natalie Marie, thank you for the Prime sub. You've been subscribed for 17 months. That is quite a streak. And thanks for making my jellyfish, feeding the jellyfish. The jellyfish on Twitch so rarely gets fed these days, but Natalie's making sure that the jellyfish is still okay. So thank you so much. That's really sweet of you. I feel goofy in this, like, this little in-between thumbnails thing I'm in, but it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I've just been like, Biden is now 11 years old. 3D animations in Final Fantasy VII is kind of quirky, but it was lovely. You know who was what? Miabyte, right? Miabyte on Twitch was when so she came and dropped into my short stream one day, and so I went to check her out on Twitch, and she was actually playing through not the old Final Fantasy, but the reboot, the rehash, which is apparently completely different. So people are telling me that if I want to even play the new one, I've got to play the old one because the new one doesn't make sense. The new one is like doing stuff with the old plot that, like, if you don't know the plot for the old one, which I kind of do. Look, I know there's a guy named Cloud Strife. I know he's got a Buster Sword. I know that Tifa's a badass, right? And I know that Aerith, well, I won't say anything more in case that's spoilers for some people. But that's about all I know. It's Soldier. They're in Soldier. They're in SOLDIE. There's Shinra Corporation. There's Gaia. That's about all I know about Final Fantasy VII. I don't really like. I mean, I've obviously seen other people playing it. It's a very popular game. It's a very influential game. It's hard to avoid the lore of Final Fantasy VII, even if you want to. But I must admit that I have not played it. You can play Persona on, what is that, PSP? Oh, PS2 emulator. Wait, was it on PS2? I'm still streaming in the Fallout category. Thank you, Natalie Marie. Oh my god, that's a lifesaver there. I mean, it sucks that I was doing that. It sucks that I am that out of it, that I haven't changed the thing over, but it is so good that you noticed. Because we're not trying to debate anyone into thinking that they're going to get Fallout in the afternoon. You get politics in the afternoon. You get drama in the afternoon. You get commentary in the afternoon. That's what happens in the afternoon. And then at night you got how many channels even reach 3K subs? I don't know. I would not yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know. But I just know that everybody you know, is bigger than me, so we still got to grind. We still got to keep grinding. As a PSP emulator too. Yeah, what is it, like there's the what is it? The PPSSPP or something? I quit after the second level of what? Lies of P? Tim Pool in a loophole. In a time loophole. My god, Natalie, you saved my ass today. Need to get Elden Ring. It's on PS4. I think you're right. Bloodborne. I couldn't even get past the first level. I like the opening music. Okay, so some people like the opening music. I got some complaints. Somebody even like left the stream. No, wait, I don't think they actually did. I don't think, and I should probably, like, I just don't want them to think I'm making fun of them. I think it's funny because, like, it's like I could see how that music would be annoying. It goes hard, but it's like, what is it? It's like old school house or something. Somebody told me the exact kind of house that it was, and I'd never heard of it. And I think I know a lot about EDM, even like, you know, classic EDM. Is that a thing? Do you say classic EDM? Oh my god, there's gonna be classic EDM stations, chat. Politics and drama. Who doth awaken me from this slumber? Opening music is banger. So most people are liking the Dreamcast vibes. Nice. Mr. House. Do you think Mr. House is a DJ? Do you think like he, like, I don't know, maybe there's a Mr. Techno in Detroit. Do you think that's a thing? I would think though that Mr. House would be from Chicago if that was the case. But yeah, who do you think is the Mr. House of like YouTube political streamers? It's got to be Destiny, right? Is Destiny Mr. House? Or do you actually need to be an ANCAP to be Mr. House? House listens to Electro Swing. Dr. House? Oh yeah, you know, I watch the Vanguard a lot. They always have some cool stories that, and like for a while we were covering like the same stories, but now it seems like we cover different stuff now. So it's nice to see the stories that I'm not covering. Mr. House, is that from the TV show? That's from that's Dr. House. Mr. House is from a video game called Fallout New Vegas, and also from the new Fallout TV show. I need to get through the Final Fantasy games, but also need to play Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is also Square, right? The dude looks like an ANCAP. Yeah, he does. Well, I mean, he cut like from what I've so there was a video that was like, if you want to understand Mr. House, you got to understand. You better get ready to learn about Singapore, right? That was the that was like how it was described, right? So, yeah, very hardcore libertarian kind of shit. R.I.P. Akira Toriyama. Wait, Akira Toriyama worked with what was it? Akira Toriyama worked with Square on was it Chrono Cross? Wait, am I even thinking right, or is it like the artist that? Because Akira Toriyama is like the mangaka, and then like maybe it was the artist that did Dragon Ball, but can somebody check me on that? I need to replace infected mushrooms since they became super pro IDF. Oh my god. Just bought Sandstorm as a song for Beat Sabers. Wait, is that Darude? Yeah. Dragon Quest is Squaresoft. Squaresoft. House is totally an Ayn Rand kind of ANCAP. That's the thing about New Vegas is that like there's not really like so some games I've heard Mass Effect like there's kind of like a I mean like these are the good guys obviously, and if you want to go with the bad guys you can go with the bad guys too, but you know there's like a side that's like coded to be good and a side that's coded to be evil. Does this look too weird, chat? Is this going to be weird for shorts? Are shorts going to freak out on me and be like, what are you doing, why are you bouncing? I feel like shorts should like this. I feel like this should be like a thing that shorts is in favor of, because it's vertical. Look, I'm bouncing vertically, so right, that's good, right? Please do not say classic EDM. Wait, am I making people feel old? It's gonna become the new classic rock. Oh my god, that's so bad. I'm just like imagining like a classic rock station, but for like for EDM. He worked on Chrono Cross, Dragon Quest. He is best known for Dragon Ball and Dr. Slump. Dr. Slump is so weird. I've seen a little bit of Dr. Slump. And in fact, I think they had a character from Dr. Slump appear on Dragon Ball Super. Like she's like a robot and she's super strong. But I'm just gonna bounce, chat. I'm just gonna bounce. No, I mean if I'm bouncing, there should be music, right? There are no good guys involved except for the follower. Oh, the followers of the apocalypse, right? Can you side with them? Can they win? Because yeah, like the NCR is kind of like a lot of people like look at the NCR as being like, you know, the closest thing to like liberal, the closest thing to a kind of government that you would recognize, right? So some people kind of, um, I'm learning. Wait, what am I learning? Classic rock stations play stuff from my childhood now? Seriously? Wait, were you actually on? Did your voice actually show up? Oh, Trigger. Doesn't electronic music go way back to the like probably earlier than that, Natalie? I think there's a guy named Morton Subotnick who made electronic music with analog synths back in the 1960s, and in fact invented a whole new system of music, right? Tried to reimagine how music worked, right? It's not the pandiatonic system. It's like the Morton Subotnick system, and it's really weird stuff. Silver Apples of the Moon is the song that comes to mind. But yeah, in the 70s there was songs like Popcorn that was done like I think exclusively with an analog synth. What is an Illymation? Good question. Well, if that's the choice, if that's the question that we have, then maybe I should do a little bit more because like here's what I've got for you today. I've got Destiny and this is Turkey Tom from I don't think he's Turkish. I think he's a LARPer, is what he is. He wants to be Turkish. He's a wannabe Hazan. No, he's not even trying. He's just Turkey Tom. And you know, they're freaking out over Noah's video and how woke it is. Then you got this one. Oh, that's Noah as a kid. If you're wondering, like, that's Noah has decided to use his childhood pics as a Ransona in this video. There we go. That's a good thumbnail, don't you think? Like, I was wondering how to approach this. Like, right, I asked Vamps, how do we approach this? Because Think Before You Sleep isn't really known by his face or, you know, some kind of like, you know, there's not like a person avatar. But you know, he does have like a PFP. It's just it's a really weird PFP. I don't even know what that is. Is that the yin yang eclipsing the dark side of the moon? I don't even know what the fuck that shit is, right? But yeah, Noah Samson conceived him as the Eye of Sauron, coming after Illymation with all the incels down there. So I think that's a pretty good. But yeah, Illymation is an animator, a YouTuber that does animations, and you know, she's got like kind of a self-insert in a lot of the animations, like she does a cameo, I guess you could say. So what's up with Destiny and Dr. K? Is Destiny just kind of like defending this guy? Because like the whole issue is that like, okay, so here I'm going to show you Illymation. This is Illymation. And it looks like it, yeah, so 4 months ago, she did a video called Perks of Being a Fat Kid, right? And wow, so for like an animation channel, this is like pretty personal, right? I said she does like a cameo. I said she like, you know, kind of appears as a self-insert in her own videos. But I guess I didn't realize, you know, to the extent, I don't think I've ever seen an animation channel do this. Would be like if Papa Meat was always in Papa Meat animations, which he's not, so but yeah, she just does these cutesy little animations, right? That's what she does. I'll be honest, I haven't watched a lot of her videos. Harassed at Chick-fil-A? I always want to call them Chick-fil-A or Chica-fil-A. I don't know why. I always put the A in the wrong place. Chica-feel. Like, I don't know. Cussed out by a stranger? Middle school fashion. Oh my god. So yeah, like it seems like a lot of this stuff is like remembering childhood sort of stuff. And in this one in particular, the one that has caused all the controversy is this one.
Remember, I have never been satisfied with the way I looked. I hated how my calves were
It's kind of relatable though.
Too wide to fit into the boots that all the other girls had no problem wearing. I hated that squishy part under my chin that stuck out when I smiled on picture day. And I hated shopping for new clothes, even if my current ones no longer fit me. Honestly, especially if my current clothes no longer fit me.
Especially relatable.
Because, according to my childhood, that meant I was fat. And based on how I was treated as a kid for being fat, that 3-letter word brings back so many bad memories. I wasn't aware that being shaped differently than my peers was a bad thing until I started middle school. I was bullied by a group of girls, and one of the daily ways they messed with my head was by comparing my body to different animals, penguins being their favorite, and they would follow me around, waddling like penguins to mock me.
Seriously? Seriously?
about bullies and my advice on how to deal with them a while ago, but here's a little excerpt I didn't include back then. Okay, so I had gotten a Halloween costume, but when I opened the package, the costume was broken.
Wait, there's a dude that's obsessed with women doing fun trampoline workouts to EDM? Oh my god, that sounds like fun.
So I said
Oh,
that
shit.
in my Gmail status.
Sorry,
And
Shorts.
I got a message from the girl who was bullying me, who I'll just call Minnie. Minnie, the only reason your costume broke is because you so damn fat. Me, shut up and leave me alone. Minnie, oh, now you want me to leave you alone when you always harassing me? Me, you know I ain't any bigger than me. No idea what that means. Minnie, I know, but you way bigger than me. Me, will you shut up? Seriously. Yeah. Ooh, get her.
That's
Minnie,
actually a
why are
Gmail.
you dusting
Wait,
the
wait.
lawn now?
Wait.
Well, why are you?
Does anybody remember this? Like, there was chat on Gmail. I remember this. How long ago was this? 2009. Damn.
Me.
Anybody remember this?
That made no sense.
I remember chatting with people on freaking Gmail.
What you said before. None of this makes any sense. This is Minnie. Yeah, it really did stupid. Me. If you hate me, then why did you start chatting? That's a good point. Yeah, smart. Minnie. Cause now I'ma join the side you're on when you always cussin' at me.
What?
I know I'm smart. That's why I'ma be playing sports. What? Me. Yeah, you'll make a good bench warmer. Pew, 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 get her. I'm laughing about this now, but this really hurt me back then. The shame of being picked on for things you're already self-conscious about feels like lava is being poured all over you.
Like Minecraft lava.
And when you experience harassment like this for days, weeks, months on end with no support, it singes your confidence into ashes. Because the world makes it crystal clear that they resent your presence. They will be cruel to you for it. And if you don't like how you're being treated, that's your fault. That's your problem to fix. So you
That's a you problem.
better change how you look, and you better do it fast. Oh, come on. You should be grateful you even have curves. Ugh, that's another thing. Putting aside the suspicious peek in catcalling I experienced as a middle schooler, fat kids can attest to this. Picking out clothes was so stressful. A lot of the stuff we liked either didn't fit us or didn't come in our sizes, so
Okay, that zipper in the back is so fucking relatable. I have this super cute dress that, like, at one point I could, like, oh my god, you know, it's hard to zip up your own freaking it's hard to zip. You know, like, I mean, you're talking about like some range of motion shit for your shoulders that's like, I don't know if anybody else has this, but like I've really struggled to get range of motion. So you got to like reach all the way back here and go zip it up, right? And like at one point I could struggle to zip it up, but then like that was a very short amount of time, and I still have it. It's still very cute, and it still doesn't zip up and back.
we had to shop in the older women's clothing section to find something that would fit our bodies. So instead of dressing like a cool, trendy tween, we were more business casual. And aside from getting judged by your classmates for how you dressed, you were also getting judged by adults because of dress codes. And we knew those rules came down much harder on us. Sometimes it felt like they only applied to us. While a V-neck top on a skinny girl would be praised for being fashionable, the same V-neck top on me would lead to the school shirt of shame with a side of
Oh god, I know about this. Yeah, you get sent to the principal's office and they make you put on a sweatshirt. Because they're like, the boobs are showing
next time,
a little too
for
much.
the imagination. And so, the only clothes you're left with and conditioned to choose so you don't get in trouble or have to endure unwanted attention from creepy older men are things that hide your body and amplify the shame of even rolling up your sleeves. And listen, I love a good comfy cozy sweater, but not in the North Carolina 90% humidity summer heat. I deserve
Okay, that's rough. The Southeast is brutal.
to wear a tank top just like anyone else. So, what did I do as a young girl who wasn't confident in her body? I started dieting. At the age of 11, I looked over at whatever Weight Watching, Jennifer Craig, Fitnessing Pal, MLM, Facebook scam my parents were up to, and
Wait, Jennifer Craig? Was it called wasn't it called Jenny Craig? Or am I thinking of something else? What was Jenny Craig, chat? Is Jenny Craig a diet thing? I remember this being a thing, I just don't remember what it was. I went to school in Texas and nearly got thrown out of school because my hair touched my collar. Oh my God. I live here. It's a swamp. Yeah, and the bugs. Okay, the worst thing I will say about the Southeast, okay, is the tiny little gnats, right? They're like microscopic little bugs. They're smaller than a fruit fly. No, are they smaller than a fruit? I think they're smaller than a fruit fly. And look, they want to get into your eyes. They're most happy drinking your eye juice. Okay, that's what they want. They want your eye juice, and so they're trying to get into your eyes. So if you're out doing anything, you know, you're constantly like trying to wipe them away and get them out of your eyes. It's terrible. Those little.
I copied.
Like if you watch, you know, if you're in a place where there's like right, you'll see that they just like they circle around your head. If there's a group of people standing around each other, they will be circling over, like there will be a bunch of flies circling over one person's head, like right wherever there's people, the flies are, because they want to drink your eye juice.
Them. Now, was this diet recommended?
It's Jenny
by my
Craig.
doctor? Did I check in with a certified dietitian on a monthly basis? Did I consult with any healthcare professional for this restrictive, shame-based dieting I put myself through to lose enough weight in hopes the bullying would stop? Nope. Which unfortunately is really common for school kids. According to the National Library of Medicine, about 1/2 of teenage girls and 1/4 of teenage boys have tried dieting to change the shape of their body.
So chat, as we're watching this cute little video, let me remind you, right? This is the video that caused a controversy. This is the video that was accused, bouncing pleases my ADHD too, to do it or to watch it, or both. This is the video that was controversial, right? This is the video that Think Before You Sleep thought it was important to make a public service announcement that, hey, this is medical misinformation. This is really bad. People are going to see this video and they're going to not want to lose weight and they're going to die. Illymation is killing people. I'm stretching it a little bit, but that's basically what this got turned into.
And of those girls, more than 1 out of 3 were actually at a healthy weight to begin with. And these numbers are wild to me. Teenagers should be focused on getting good grades, hanging out with their friends, and seeing the Timothy Chalamet Willy Wonka.
Oh yeah.
Not counting calories. Why are kids so body conscious? Why are they getting bullied? Who is teaching them this? Well, we all are, whether we realize it or not. It's called diet culture. According to self.com, diet culture is an entire belief system that
oh my God.
associates food.
Yo, I gotta say though, self.com, you know what I know this website for? They had a really good calorie tracker that I used to use. So the magazine that she's citing, as far as talking about diet culture, which like I guess I'm glad they're talking about this, but like was like unironically the site that I used to count calories on.
Food with morality and thinness with goodness. And it's rooted in the...
Okay, so there's the problem, right? Let me just go back for a second, okay? I'm gonna hit that. Oh my God, that's a... No. What just happened? Let's try to switch back to that one. All right, I just want to emphasize this, right?
Self.com. Why are they getting bullied? Who is teaching them this? Well, we all are, whether we realize it or not. It's called diet culture. According to self.com, diet culture is an entire belief system that associates food with morality and thinness with goodness. And it's...
Okay, wait, sorry. Thinness with goodness, that's the key.
According to self.com, diet culture is an entire belief system that associates food with morality and thinness with goodness.
She looks nice versus she looks lazy, right? This is the problem right here. Applying fucking morality to food. It is an ice cream cone. It is not a thought experiment. God fucking damn it, right? And yet that's how we treat it. We really do. That's the problem, okay? So look, you can say to me, and you'll be telling the truth, that there's like, you know, a thermodynamic aspect to calories in, calories out, you know, that there's like a, you know, health effects from, you know, eating maybe even just a diet higher than calories. You can even say that like a lot of our, like, a lot of the food that is available, a lot of the food that is pushed on us is made to be ultra palatable, to get to you to eat more than you need, and it's like kind of packed with sugar, packed with fat, packed, it's high calorie, right? So that's all true, and that's all valid, and like, right, wanting to be healthy, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you start thinking there's a morality, that's fucked. That's highly fucked. It's not about morality. You're not bad for wanting delicious food. You're literally responding to your physiology, okay? And I mean, like, this goes back, right? One of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, right? Who was this probably applied to, though? Peasants, right? Who was being gluttonous? Kings and queens. But nobody talked about their gluttony. They're fucking sitting there in front of a giant, like, feast of just meat and stuff like that, while, the rest of everybody else is eating a little bit of bread, right? So, but you were a glutton if you were a king and you ate too much, but if you were a peasant and you ate too much, right? That's like, so yeah, I mean, like, this goes back a ways. This goes back a ways, and this is just, it's so silly. It's so silly to apply morality to, diet. But I mean, honestly, especially, like, I can remember the way that my parents did it was very, like, gender based. It was very gender based in terms of, like, you're a bad girl for eating too much food. But the guys, make sure to feed them extra. We want them to get big. We want them to get huge. We want them to be, giant monster men when they grow up, so they can. I don't know. It's just so weird. But no, I don't think that guys get off the hook either, right? There's obviously a lot of shame, on guys that are overweight as well, right? So, yeah, I mean, but this is the problem right here. Don't get it twisted, right? I am not saying that, you can't change your diet in a sustainable way in order to be happier, healthier. And yeah, if you want to, if you want to change your body composition, right, there's nothing wrong with that. Right? That's not what that's not what being anti-diet culture is about. It's not about, like, you can't try to be healthier, but honestly, if you want to do it, like, what's going to help you the most? Because if you're operating on this diet culture paradigm, if you're operating on this idea that, eating the green apple is good, eating the ice cream cone is bad, you're going to be responding out of fear. And when we respond out of fear, we make irrational decisions, right? Decisions like, I'm going to eat 400 calories a day. You can do that for a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, 3 months, maybe. But you can't do that forever. And that sets you up to be not like more healthy, but to be less healthy, right? So if what you want is to get on a diet that's going to overall maybe, increase your, muscle mass versus your fat mass in your body, right, you're going to be better off not acting out of fear, but acting, in a smart way, using your brain, realizing that a 400 calorie diet is not sustainable, right? That, what you only really have to cut out some calories to be making some progress. And if you want what you should want, which is a diet that you can eat for the rest of your life, rather than this idea of like, I am too fat, therefore I'm going to, go on this ridiculous diet that's unsustainable, and then once, like, my body looks the way that I think it should look, then I'm gonna go back, right? You're setting yourself up to actually be less healthy long term than you would by just accepting your body, which doesn't mean that you can't try to eat slightly better. It doesn't mean that you can't try to add some exercise to your routine. Doesn't mean that you can't try to concentrate on foods maybe that are more nutrient dense, and rather than calorie dense, because that's kind of like, I mean, if you want to think about food in terms of, I would like this categorizing food as good and bad is probably not super healthy, right? But thinking of it as more or less nutrient dense, right? By which I mean, how much nutrition are you getting in your food per calorie? Because in terms of what your body really needs, right, there's a lot more than calories that are needed, right? There are, vitamins, minerals, right? There's so many things that we get from food that we need from food that don't even have to do with macronutrients. So if you don't know, macronutrients are calories. Shut up. Oh my God. Macronutrients have calories. Macronutrients are things like fats, carbohydrates, and proteins, right? And fat has 9 calories per gram. Protein has 4 calories per gram. Carbohydrates have 4 calories per gram. If you're curious, alcohol has 7 calories per gram. Yeah, I guess I should throw that in there too. But there's more than macronutrients, and so much of this diet culture has us focusing on macronutrients. I have been sort of around gym culture because I'm a bit of a gym rat myself, and there's this philosophy called if it fits your macros, right? Which is basically like, I'm gonna put myself on this rigid set of like, this many carbs, this much protein, this many like they have like a ratio of macronutrients that they kind of like shoot for, right? And this kind of culture promotes the idea that like, yeah, you just like make it fit your macros, right? And it's like, I mean, I don't know, even from just like a health perspective, right? Let alone like that you eat for more than health. You eat for pleasure. You eat to socialize, right? There's more to it than just like looks maxing. There's more to eating than that. But even from that perspective, right? If it fits your macros, can justify some pretty nutrient sparse choices. So anyway, I'm not somebody who doesn't care about this stuff at all. That's what I'm trying to emphasize here. I'm not somebody who like just says, no, just fucking eat what you want and don't like pay attention to any of this. Right? No, if you want to, but I don't think that operating out of fear is a good idea. Because like I said, when you operate out of fear, you make bad decisions, and you set yourself up for a diet that's unsustainable. If you're operating out of this sense of like morality, that you're like a bad person for eating certain foods, then you kind of set yourself up for a really disordered way of eating. And you end up painting yourself into a corner where you don't feel like you can eat stuff that is normal. You end up skipping meals because what's available does not conform to the ideal of what you think like a healthy diet is. So yeah, being a little bit less operating less from a place of fear and more from a place of health, I think could be. Anyway, this is too long of a stun luck already.
And it's rooted in the very colonial belief that every individual has full control and responsibility over their health. No. That is woke propaganda. Everyone knows being fat is unhealthy, and
It is so weird that like wokeness is getting brought into this. That's woke. That's fucking woke.
Can lose weight by focusing on diet and exercise. Calories in, calories out. It is not that hard. Okay, well, I'm glad that works for your body, but here's how that went for me. At the end of 2022, I was nominated for a Streamy Award in the animation category. So I got to walk the Streamy's red carpet and
Protein is the president of macros. Look, you say that, but it's like that is. Here's the truth about protein, right? You had a zeitgeist, let's say, in the 1980s, where fat was demonized. Right, to the point where people weren't paying attention to, say, carbohydrates, even, things like sugars that they were putting in their body. So they would go for these like low-fat foods that were actually really unhealthy because they're full of sugar, right? And then you had in the 2010s and the 2006s, or the 2000 aughts, right? You had a demonization of carbohydrates, right? With all the keto sort of a obsession, right? And the truth of the matter, protein is the one that hasn't gotten shit on. But your body does have your body does have pathways for turning protein into fat anyway. And also, any protein that you eat that's over the amount of protein that you need, and the amount of protein you need is actually a lot less than most people get in the United States. There is a medical condition, I think it's called kwashiorkor, which is a lack of protein, right? And that is a real thing, right? But you only see it with associated with the lack of calories. So in other words, the people that are protein deficient are the people who are calorie deficient. In other words, if you're eating like a diet that's sufficient in, that's got enough calories, you're most likely, like in other words, protein is not something that, anybody is like that people are generally under eating, right? So yeah, but it hasn't been demonized the way that carbohydrates and fats have. And honestly, I don't think that we need to. I don't think we need to demonize any macronutrient. They're all important, right? If you don't eat any fat, you can't absorb fat soluble vitamins, right? A, D, E, and K. These are vitamins that only go into your body when you eat them with some degree of fat, right? So, demonizing fat doesn't make sense. Demonizing carbs doesn't make sense, especially if you want to do, physical activity, right? In terms of, replenishing your glycogen stores, right? So yeah, I mean, it's dietary reductivism is what we're at. And I'm saying this from, like a nutrition point of view, not even from, I think she's trying to talk more from like a mental health point of view in terms of not operating dietarily from a place of fear. But I'll even say this from like a nutrition point of view.
Attend the awards ceremony, which was a blast. But when all the photos came out, I felt that oh so familiar lava flow of shame consume me. I hated how wide my legs were when I posed. I hated that squishy part under my chin that stuck out when I smiled. And I felt awful knowing that I had to order that dress online because they didn't have my size in store. But most of all, I hated the way I looked because I knew I was the heaviest weight I had ever been in my entire life. In fact, I was 15% heavier than I was when I got bullied in middle school. But now, I have a YouTube channel. I have millions of eyes on me at all times, especially when I show my face and don't hide behind this cartoon character. And let me tell you, the things people say in that comment section about how you look can feel just like middle school. So, what did I do as a young woman who wasn't confident in—
One in chat if middle school was like when you think about like your time as a kid and like the toughest time socially, one in chat if that was middle school, right? I'm curious. 2 in chat if it was high school, and 3 in chat if it was something else. I feel like for me, it's kind of like a tie between like middle school and high school. Those were both tough for me, but maybe for different reasons.
her body?
But I feel like, yeah, there's something about middle school.
I started dieting. I found a gym, I found a personal trainer, and I got to work. And after a month of working out for 3 days a week, 45 minutes at a time, doing cardio, abs, arms, legs, as well as going to cycling and or yoga class once a week for an hour, I lost 0 pounds? How? I was doing everything right.
The truth of the matter is that people say, I mean, it's a phrase among bodybuilders that abs are built in the kitchen, not in the gym. And like in reality, it's both. In reality, like, you know, but in terms of, you know, what contributes to your overall, like, you know, weight loss or gain, it's mostly about what you eat rather than it's just that like the maximum amount of calories that you can burn even in like a super hyped up like HIIT workout or something, you know, where you get a little bit of post exercise like oxygen you know, utilization that contribute, you're sort of burning calories even after the workout, even in a hardcore workout, right, where you're driving yourself close to your max heart rate. You're just not going to burn that many calories from exercise. It's not going to happen, right? So yeah, I mean, look, but I love exercise. I need exercise. I need to get more exercise, right? I'm just grinding a little too hard on streaming these days, but I'm on a trampoline right now, and I do believe in exercise, but more for just how you feel, right? For you know, cardiovascular health, for you know, in terms of, you know, blood sugar issues. Like there's a lot of benefits to working out that don't have anything to do with losing weight necessarily. It's just like I've found that I'm more happy, more productive. Everything seems to work better when I'm working out. But yeah, it's not really a
great. Calories in, calories out, more greens, less takeout, gym membership, personal trainer. This made no sense. Unless maybe I just wasn't working hard enough. Maybe I wasn't serious enough. Maybe I just wasn't good enough. And I was too far gone to be fixed. But my personal trainer assured me that I was doing great. I might not have seen the scale move or felt like my clothes fit better, but from her perspective, she noticed an improvement in my posture. She saw my energy and endurance had increased too.
Probably your confidence.
Even the way I talked about life, I was noticeably less stressed. And although I did agree with her, my back wasn't hurting as much, I was getting better sleep, and my mood did recover faster when shit did hit the fan. I told her thank you for the reassurance, but I still didn't like how I looked, and I was scared I never would.
The other thing about like super intense workouts is that they tend to give us, there's a name for this, I can't think of it, it's like a fallacy of thinking that a lot of people have, right? Where you feel like, okay, I did a really hard workout, like you sort of start to entitle yourself to, you start to think of like, yeah, I need to, especially the whole metabolic window. I think that's the thing that really like screwed me up a lot, was that like, there's this idea that your metabolism kicks in super hard in terms of converting what you're eating into skeletal muscle, the muscle that moves your limbs and your body, right, as opposed to the smooth muscle, the muscle in your digestive tract, or the cardiac muscle, the muscle in your heart, right? These are all three different types of muscles. If you're, when you're talking about skeletal muscle, right, there's a theory that you're going to put on more lean mass if you get your calories and particularly your protein in like right after your workout. I don't think there's actually a lot of science to support that, but goddamn, does it feel good? And it becomes a kind of an for me, it just becomes an excuse to drink an absurdly large smoothie with extra protein powder.
But she assured me I just needed to keep at it and have faith in myself. And besides, it had only been a month. Surely soon I'd know. 2 months of diet and exercise, no change on the scale. And I had worked my way up to jogging a mile easily on the treadmill, doing crunches and sit-ups for a minute straight. I was even starting to match my personal trainer's strength, and we worked out side by side. And she told me to keep at it, don't look at the scale, just focus on how working out makes you feel, not how it makes you look. So I did, until, out of nowhere, I started getting fainting spells. 5 reps in, my head would get light, and the room would start spinning. My muscles would fail on me,
the leg press,
eyes would unfocus, and the dizziness would take over even when I was just walking on the treadmill as a warm-up. We thought it could be something with my heart, like maybe I had an irregular heartbeat. I mean, my mom does have an arrhythmia, so maybe I did too. So I saw a cardiologist and I got hooked.
Oh my god, I love that. I have the same sports bra. Yo, different color, but
up with all these wires to track my heart over a 24-hour period. But when the results came back, the doctor said I was perfectly healthy. In fact, my heart was doing amazing. But he understood I came here for answers, and these tests sadly couldn't explain my sudden setbacks at the gym. So my personal trainer and I scaled back the intensity of the workouts, and we did exercises that didn't require too much up and down. But then 3 months of diet and exercise, and still no change on the scale. It was so frustrating. My personal trainer asked if I was eating enough and drinking enough water, and I promised her I was. I left those unhealthy restrictive eating habits in middle school. I was even consulting a dietitian and following a very strict and honestly triggering meal plan, but I was still not losing any weight. So then we thought, okay, maybe it's my hormones? My uterus does have a history of growing life-threatening tumors for fun, so maybe something like that was happening again. So I saw an OBGYN, I got a ton of blood tests done, and they did an ultrasound of my thyroid, which is a butterfly-shaped gland everyone has in their neck that regulates your hormones. And we were all expecting the results.
Little bow tie thing.
Some imbalance or insulin resistance that could explain why my body was like this, but it all came back perfectly normal, perfectly healthy. So we continued the workouts, and I just had to hope for the best. But 4 months into diet and exercise, there was still no change on the scale, and it made me feel like such a failure. Come on, Illy. You need to be patient. Losing weight is a lifestyle change. You have to be serious and committed to it if you really want to lose weight. And you probably weren't losing weight because you weren't doing enough high intensity interval training. No.
Oh no, hit. Look, I love hit, but yeah. Like I can see where hit becomes an obsession.
Strength training if she wants to lose weight. No.
These are all schools of thought.
She needs to eat more protein to lose.
Oh no, more protein. That's almost never the answer. Like I said, most people, they eat more than enough. Like people, in the United States, if they're eating too little protein, it's almost always because they're eating too little calories.
Wait, actually, someone with her BMI should probably lose weight by... No.
They were going to suggest cryogenics, weren't they? They were going to have her sign up for a cryogenic. You know what cryogenic, like not cryogenics like where they freeze you, right? But there's like these, I think it's called cryogenics. Like, okay, so one way to increase your caloric expenditure is to make yourself cold, right? So they'll have these like cold chambers that you can walk into and theoretically, burn more fat. Well, it's almost like a reverse sauna or something, right? I bet that's what that devil was going to suggest.
You guys are missing the point. I'm sure there's some other workout routine I could do to lose weight. I know if I cut out some major food groups and restricted myself to a specific number of something every meal, I could lose weight. And I don't doubt the fact that there could be 1,000,001 tests and medical possibilities to explain why my body and so many others have such a difficult time losing weight. Maybe there's some diagnosis we overlooked. Maybe there's a different way I should be doing this. Or maybe, just maybe, this was proof that
maybe you should have been doing kickboxing the whole time. Oh shit, no.
I was doing was enough. Maybe this was proof that all my body really needed was a little more stretching, a little more strength, and a nice walk every now and then to make me feel better. And maybe, as weird as it may sound, maybe this was proof that my body and other people's bodies don't need to be less fat to be considered healthy.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing that people are, I think, a lot of times missing, right? There is an association with excess, adipose tissue, especially when it's deposited in the abdominal region, with a number of health problems, right? But the effect of being slightly overweight is massively exaggerated, right? Like the association with these kind of issues that come with like a higher fat to muscle body composition are more prominent at fairly high levels of obesity. It's not like people get this in their head that being overweight makes you unhealthy, and they don't recognize that actually being a little bit over, and the BMI is a fucked up thing too. If we're judging it by BMI, right? BMI was never intended to be applied to you as an individual. Applied to you as an individual, BMI doesn't mean anything. And I hate when it gets associated with health, your personal BMI. BMI can tell you something about a group of people, right? Because in a group of people, there's going to be bodybuilders that are, they're high BMI, but they have a higher muscle to fat ratio, and there's going to be people that are like skinny fat, and they're going to average out, right? So it works in populations. It works for doing studies like that. It's not, and it was never meant to be applied to individuals, right? So there is a little bit of sort of misperception that creeps in from studies that we've heard that associate obesity and being overweight with a plethora of health issues that aren't as associated as we think. And we also miss the fact that there are health issues associated with being underweight. that never get talked about. So we have a skewed sense, right? We know the general principle, right? There's, some bad things that can happen in your body, at certain stages of obesity, but we're not applying them correctly. We're making assumptions that they just track like a, that it's like a diagonal line when really it's kind of like a swoop. It's kind of a swoop. So yeah, that causes people to really, to not recognize that you can be healthy and have a BMI that, classifies you as overweight. In fact, there's a lot of people, that have, that are still healthy with fairly high BMIs. And there's people that are unhealthy, with lower BMIs, right? You're missing a lot of the picture in this oversimplification of the association of body composition with health.
Which I know sounds crazy. We've been told our entire lives that you can't be healthy if you're fat. Yet, here I am, at the heaviest I've ever been in my entire life, categorically overweight and well within middle school mocking range, but also the healthiest I've ever been, according to multiple doctors. Now, coming to this conclusion wasn't easy for me. I had a lot of unrealistic and frankly problematic ideas about health to unpack and reprioritize in my brain. But it was around this time I revisited a podcast I hadn't listened to in a while. The show is called Maintenance Phase, and it's hosted by Aubrey Gordon and Michael Hobbs. Each episode, they go over diet trends and fads, the history, the myths, the biases, and they offer their personal insight and humor on how to be kinder.
Hi, Cosmopolitics and chat. Sorry, I'm not, I kind of do this when we go into a segment, right? I stop paying attention to chat. I am trying to read you and stuff. I just I don't know. I've got a lot of thoughts about this. And, yeah. So a lot of people are saying, here that middle school was indeed the toughest time for you. For me, I don't know. High school was tough too, but for other reasons, I had some sort of academic challenges in getting through high school too. So UC love, or I don't want to single people out, but some people are saying that high school was harder, and I found them about equal. Sisyphean says middle school was absolutely worst. I agree, high protein stuff is too much, but as someone who naturally avoids meat, even adding beans, I found indeed protein was lacking in my diet. Okay, so here's the deal. If you're talking about going to a plant-based diet, this is something that I have a lot of experience with, being that I'm on a completely plant-based diet, and that I had a sister growing up who wanted to be a vegetarian, and I mocked her ruthlessly. And the truth of the matter is, the reason that I mocked her is I didn't want to eat animals either. But I thought that you had to, right? And when she went vegetarian or vegan or whatever, what she did was she took out the meat from her diet and she added nothing back in its place, right? Saren's pointing out that things like beans, things like tofu, even things like, nuts, can substitute in, place of something like meat, and maybe even be a little healthier, right? I found that a protein indeed was so something was lacking from your diet. Filling up on fat was keeping me unhappy. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You should find the diet that you feel best on, because there's also a qualitative aspect to how your diet works. I'm of the mind that humans can be healthy and happy at a variety of macronutrient ratios, and that concentrating on that is maybe missing the point. I do think that you need some fats and you need some carbs. And I do think that the healthier diets, contain
but now there are
some of everything. But in terms of having insufficient proteins for doing what your body does, because protein is oh my God, we got two for Thursday. Can we get 3 for Thursday? We got 2 in a row. Communist invading radicals. Can we get one more person to subscribe to make it 3 for Thursday? Oh my God, so close. But I hear what you're saying. And if your body's responding better to a higher level of protein, I'd say go with it. Just don't you don't want to go you don't want to be into that sort of musclehead gym bro mentality where they start to associate protein with, like we were talking about earlier, good food, bad food, almost there's an ethical aspect to it where you're like, yeah, protein, I'm good. Eating too much fat, I'm bad. But yeah, balancing is huge, and finding what your body performs best on. But yeah, going for, if you're talking about, I don't know if Saren, if you're talking about going on a plant-based diet, but I have seen people try to do that and really put themselves. My sister got sick. She got tired. She was pale, right? And the truth of the matter was that she didn't realize how many of her calories actually came from meat. And when she just took the meat out of her diet, she was just eating ridiculously low amount of proteins. That's one thing about plant-based foods, is that in general they are calorically sparse. I mean, this depends. There's coconut, avocado, maybe not so much calorically sparse, but and they tend to be nutrient dense, right, with certain exceptions. But yeah, it's definitely. And another thing is that could be associated with dropping your protein or dropping animal products is look at your iron, right? Now, I'm not telling you to go out and get iron supplements, all right? Do not do that. Do not do that, right? If go to your, if you think you've got a serious iron deficiency, go to your doctor, right? You might need to be on iron supplements, but if you're going to do that, you should do it under medical advice, right? Iron is a very complicated matter, and it's easy to get too much of it, and too much of it can be very harmful, right? There are powerful supplements for iron that some people get put on, but I would really encourage you to talk to your doctor about that rather than trying to do that on your own. For a less acute kind of iron deficiency. Some things like blackstrap molasses, or for somebody on a plant-based diet, can be a good source of that. But yeah, if you think you're low on iron, that can be a big deal. I would definitely encourage you to talk to a medical professional about that sort of thing. But that's something that's very much associated with animal-based protein, that you would probably, in most cases, be getting plenty of iron on a diet with some, animal foods in it, and might indeed be lacking that iron on a plant based diet. But yeah, if you don't know, get your blood tested. Talk to your doctor, right? It's always better to know than to not. Wish I could slow down my metabolism. University was great in a lot of ways, but personally, I was burned out academically from high school. Who is this creator? This is Illymation. We're watching Illymations. So now, this is a cute little animation. It's got a wholesome message. It's got a good point. Something that I don't think gets talked about nearly enough. But I want to tell you that this became a source of drama. This creator got accused of spreading medical misinformation, of making people less healthy, for just saying maybe stop associating the foods you eat with morality. Maybe stop thinking of yourself as a bad person for eating quote unquote bad food. And I think that's sound advice, both from a mental health perspective and from a wellness perspective, right? Because like I said, when we act out of fear, right? Fear of being judged, fear of being, not having an acceptable body, right? Then we tend to make bad decisions. We make bad decisions like, drastic, cuts in calories that are not sustainable in the long term, and that probably don't contribute, positively to our health long term, because the kind of yo-yo dieting mentality is actually shown to be quite harmful. Burnout is real still. Uni was the best period. Yeah, I like uni was definitely better than post-workout swole strut. That shit is good. That shit is really good. I love that. Eating after gym feels good. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know. You look, the metabolic window might be real. I don't have proof that it's not. I just know that the evidence that supports that isn't particularly strong either. And I probably just, inchworm is my nemesis. worked out because I'm addicted to brain chemicals. Yo, look, that might actually be good. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, Omega. And, like, obviously, I guess anything could be addictive in a negative sense. But if you find an exercise that you truly enjoy, that you kind of have to pull yourself away from, you're like, okay, I can't do this. I gotta cut this short, right? That might be that's what a lot of people are missing in terms of wellness. I think a lot of people put themselves through workout routines that they don't truly enjoy, and I think that for everybody, there's something out there that you might really that gives you joy, that sparks joy, right? If you can find that activity that sparks joy, that's a huge W. She's so cute. I need my oxytocin. Too relatable. Genetics are different like your face, generally similar at a basic level, significantly unique to you. Yeah, because when we're talking about proteins, right? Now I talked about skeletal muscle, right? And we all know that, like, protein is added to, okay, let me tell you how this works, right? You got your muscle, all right? There's my bicep, right? I'm going to do some work on that bicep. Oh, and I'm going to really work it. I'm going to push it, right? And I'm actually going to do some damage to the muscle fibers. There's fibers all up and down here. That's what makes my muscle work. That's what makes it contract with ATP, right? And when I damage my muscle and I'm eating sufficient protein, then I'm able to repair that muscle, and repairing it actually makes it stronger. The body is, kind of smart and realizes, like, this muscle got really damaged. Let's build it up. Let's build it up stronger. Let's build it up bigger. That's how you get your gains. That's like literally what, gains are. But there's other things that proteins do that are maybe even more important, right? In terms of the cell, the workhorse of the body, the things that do things, right, are proteins, right? They're able to do things by being a combination of, like, hydrophobic and hydrophilic. They do things in the cell. They get stuff done, right? So they're important for more than just your skeletal muscle. I do get the daily sleep attack when my calories get too low. Maybe that's because I'm not sleeping enough, possibly. Literally going through this right now, thyroid stuff, gyno stuff, and only maintaining weight. When people think anyone can lose weight or build their body to Arnold levels. Oh yeah, in terms of not understanding that our genetics are different. I almost want to find a medical issue that, like, nothing is wrong with. Yeah, that's relatable. That's relatable, because if you can find a medical issue, then you can be like, okay, that's what's going on. That's what, now you have an answer, right? Before you're just like, kind of like, I don't know what's going on. It's scary. It's really scary. Diet in a pill. What were those pills called? That was like, it was like a multi-level marketing thing. You'd see it in the mall. I can't remember what that stuff was called. There was like a whole series of, like, diet pills. Didn't hear her say fasting once. Are you talking about, yeah, fasting is an interesting subject, actually. Especially now that a lot of people do intermittent fasting, try to, like, reduce their window of calorie intake. And the last I checked, like, it's hard to parse out whether, there, what if anything, the benefit to that is. But a lot of people report that they're happier with a smaller eating window, I guess you call it. Like, intermittent fasting is the kind of thing that people do. They'll call it 12-12, means that, like, 12 hours you're eating, 12 hours you're not eating. That's not really that's more of like a normal eating window, but sometimes people will do like 16-8, or I think the tiniest window is the people that will do, like, what is it, like, it's 18-6 or 24, meaning that you're only eating for 4 hours a day. But I think we need more research before we really know what the effect of intermittent fasting is. Losing weight while you eat crunchy Cheetos and drinking soda on the couch, watching athletes on TV do stuff and saying, "Run, Pinhead. Try lose it all." A diet in a pill. Great that she can walk and run without messing up her knees. I need to lose. Oh God, yeah, no, knees are a huge issue for a lot of people. I don't want to give you medical advice, and I'm not actually giving you like exercise advice either, because I'm not your personal trainer. But I will tell you that most people tend to do maybe too much exercise. Oh my God, chat. This is getting nerdy. I'm trying not to nerd out too much. All right, but there's different planes of your body. Right? There's different planes. Like this is the sagittal plane. If I draw a line right down the middle of me, and you imagine a piece of glass, right? That comes and just cuts me in half, right? Right down the middle, right? That's the sagittal plane. So when I'm doing things like, let's say, an elliptical, let's say I'm running, let's say I'm on a Nordic track, right? That's all in the sagittal plane. And people do tend to maybe spend too much time doing exercise in that sagittal plane. We've got a variety of other planes, like I said, that piece of glass that goes right through me like this. We could also have a piece of glass that goes right through me like this, right? Or down here, you could have the frontal and the transverse planes, right? And a lot of what people are missing in their exercise regimen is actually like rotation. Right, there's too much sagittal movement in general, and there's too little rotation movement.
To yourself in the wake of diet culture. This isn't sponsored. I just love this podcast. I've been a Patreon supporter for a long time now, and I say this because they have really helped me reconsider what it means to be healthy, and I can't thank them enough for it. One thing I learned from them that has stuck with me is the idea of body neutrality. Body neutrality is the
not a plant-based diet, just need okay. So no, this is key, and I mean, like this is the point of her video essentially, is this body neutrality, right? So she's not saying like fat positivity. That's something that gets thrown around a lot, and obviously the anti-woke crowd like loves to make fun of that. But body positivity, I guess, is the term that gets used, and then like the anti-woke crowd will call it fat positivity, and insinuate that people that they're trying to just like push back against this societal imperative to hate your body. And it's not just for people that are overweight, it can be for people who are underweight. It can be a lot of different things about your body that society like teaches you to hate about. In fact, very, very few of us, get a free ride in terms of feeling like society approves of our body. The standards are like impossibly high. But so not plant-based, just never liked meat, just need to boost my protein a bit and I feel much better. Yeah. I mean, go with what your body's telling you. I'm just pushing back on the whole protein. Like I said, protein is the only macronutrient that hasn't been demonized. We've had in the 80s where they demonized fat to the exclusion of paying attention to their like sugar intake. We have like the 2000s and 2010s where people were the opposite. They thought, carbs were what's fucking you up. And, they kind of might have the phrase healthy fats gets applied to a lot of stuff that maybe is, objectively, not great for you in terms of a lot of different factors, right? So like there's ways to go, but the one thing that never gets demonized, I guess, is protein. So a lot of people sort of default to like, okay, some people say that carbs are bad, some people say that fats are bad, let me just eat protein all the time, and that's it's got its own problems. Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, Saren, thank you for talking about your experience, because it's everybody's experience is different. All in this together. Yeah. Here, let me.
the idea of taking a neutral stance on how we look. Not bullying ourselves for what we think we should change, but also not worshiping the parts of ourselves that do align with diet culture. This way of thinking challenges us to look in the mirror and say, yep, that's my body, and finally celebrate its existence for what it can do, not for how it looks. And when it comes to food, that same logic should apply. A carrot isn't an inherent good food, while chocolate is an inherent bad food. Food is just food, no matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, whatever is in it. Unless you have life-threatening allergies.
Okay, so notice that part, because this is going to come up. This is going to be a controversial scene, right? A carrot is not inherently a good food, just as a chocolate is not inherently a bad food.
Or
that's going to become controversial, unfortunately. That's like a lot of
dietary restrictions to follow. You should feel free to eat.
But you can see that she's giving that advice, right? And saying, you know, assuming that you don't have dietary restrictions for, you know, that you've gotten from, you know, a health professional, right? And you know, the kid in this picture is checking his blood sugar. It comes up green, and he's like, I can have some more.
Whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it. Oh, great. Now she's glorifying obesity. I'm not glorifying anything.
Ironically, that's exactly where Think Before You Sleep went with this.
My point is simple. Don't be a dick to fat people. And don't use, I just care about their health, as an excuse. Being fat doesn't automatically mean someone is less healthy or too lazy to.
And being mean to people over, you know, over being fat is not helpful, right? That it's so weird that they think that there's this thought out there that body shame is actually necessary. It's normal, it's natural, and it's necessary. And that like, if people don't get this pushback, that we're gonna, you know, that's what's causing, like, we got to higher, you know, adiposity levels in this culture without without reducing the shame that we put on people. So
look like you.
Blaming body positivity for you know, unhealthy eating habits is kind of ridiculous.
Or however you think they should look. You don't know these people. But what if they're not healthy? Even if you've stalked this person to somehow come to that conclusion, you're still not allowed to be a to them. Ugh. Okay.
What's funny is that in the United States, like, as far as countries go, we are a very individualism-based society on most levels. But I have a theory that there's certain things that we're not as individualistic as we think, right? Because that mentality of like, no, I gotta give fat people shit, right? Because it's good for them. That is not that is not respecting boundaries, right? That is a massive breach of boundaries.
Or stalk people. Bad devil's advocate.
Spray.
Now, maybe this all sounds stupid to you. Maybe you don't need body neutrality to mend your relationship with food or weight. But I do. 'Cause frankly, I'm sick of crying in dressing rooms. I'm sick of getting mad at myself for eating a French fry. I'm sick of seeing other girls.
Dusty, I relate to that, and I need to get my bike out and do some rides. I just, like, I don't know, Chad. It's tough being a YouTuber. I just don't have enough time to be like, I know a lot about you know, nutrition. I know a lot about exercise, and these are things that I enjoy. But I find myself just like deprioritizing that stuff way too much.
And wishing I looked like them. I'm sick of hating my body and feeling like a prisoner in my own skin, because that is what's truly unhealthy. No matter how skinny or fat you are, holding—
You did 16.8? Yeah, so this would be like, what, if you're, let's say you eat between like noon and 8 p.m., that would be 16.8, right? Or you eat between 10 and 6, or you eat between 8 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what a 16-10 split looks like that Kelsey's talking about.
Yourself to the expectations of diet culture is not healthy or sustainable. And I don't know about you, but I can't keep living like this. I don't want to be afraid or angry or sad about how my body looks. Mirrors were made to just show us our reflection, not to be a weapon of self-destruction. So when I look in the mirror and I start to pick on myself the same way those middle school girls did, I try to remind myself of what really matters. That my legs can sit me down next to the people I love, my arms can hold them and hug them, my face can squish exactly how it needs to so I can smile, and my body can be draped.
Now, chat, as you're watching this video, ask yourself, What kind of person sees this and gets pissed? What kind of person sees this and says, oh my gosh, medical misinformation, how dare, like what kind of person gets triggered by this, right?
In any clothing, and my silhouette can be any shape or size.
Because we're about to find out.
Throw away what all the mean girls and the media made me believe about myself based solely on how much I weigh.
Okay, so yeah, just to be really clear, I'm not recommending like low protein, right? I'm not recommending, I am actually not making dietary recommendations to you right now, right? I'm commentary streamer. I have knowledge about these things. I'm just giving my opinion. I guess what I'm trying to say, rather than telling people to reduce their protein intake, which I'm not making that argument, I'm saying that that there is like more. I guess I'm arguing against like higher protein equals healthier diet. That's what I'm pushing back on, right?
Then there was so much more to a person than how they looked. We knew that before anyone else did. So why should we forget that?
Okay, so now Natalie has sent me something.
Make sure you eat something today.
Since I'm on a trampoline.
Stay safe.
I think we should maybe watch this. This is like right-wingers getting triggered that... Or like... Okay, women will do anything other than traditional cardio, weight training, count calories, and stick to a program long enough to see results. What? This is just like a rebounder workout. What the fuck?
3.
Wait. Just a second. This is cardio. Like, fuck tradition. What does traditional cardio even mean? Being on a fucking treadmill, being on an exercise bike, being on a Nordic track, being on a freaking like a elliptical? Like what do people think traditional cardio is, right? This is cardio. And in fact, like, let's take a look at this. For some people, this is high intensity interval training. Yep. What is wrong with this workout? It looks like fun. There we go. You see, this shit right here can get your heart rate, I mean, depending on your body type, right? For some of you, you might just be in like sort of cardio range here. But for some of you, you're going to be, in high intensity range. And you're going to get that excessive post-exercise oxygen consumption that burns calories even after your workout. Like, okay, so to me, this looks like a workout that's geared for like multiple, people at multiple fitness levels, right? Like I said, for some people, this might be intense. For other people, this might just, be regular old cardio, but it's not. Wait, what is this? Video shows an example of rebounding a mini trampoline exercise that promotes several health benefits. One of those benefits is cardio. That's a wild thing to post.
Well, it's so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading
radicals invading the gym. Who knew? Okay, so yeah, thank you, Natalie. That is wild. That, like, I wonder what kind of pushback they got. It absolutely is cardio. What are you talking about? Read it slower next time. Wait, what would I miss? Women will do anything other than traditional cardio, weight training, count calories, and stick. But what makes you think that they're like, you're not even seeing what their approach to diet is? I don't know. The only thing I could think of, maybe fitness, broccoli farmer, jungle affiliate. The only thing I can think of is that maybe they're saying like this is an example of cardio. But yeah, they got community noted. Looks like Mario Brothers, IRL Mario Brothers training. So look, this I guess this person isn't anti bounce. I don't know. It's hard to tell what they're saying. Because they reacted to this person saying it absolutely is cardio. Sorry, it doesn't meet your boring standards. Sincerely, women who've done all the woman who's done all those things. I just wonder if there's like I don't want to, you know what I mean? Yeah, traditional cardio. Look, I don't know. If I was to say like what most people are you know, reading as traditional cardio, I would say it's sitting on some kind of machine in the gym, maybe monitoring your heart rate, maybe just monitoring your calories burned, because like, right, those machines, they will tell you theoretically how many calories that you've burned. Now, I want to tell you a little secret. They're lying to you. That's not how many calories you're burning. It's you know, an estimation at best, and often, you know, not a great estimation. And like, yeah, that kind of thing of like, I gotta do my time, I gotta burn, you know, I don't know, 200, 400, 500 calories in this workout. I don't know how. Also, if you're sitting like counting the calories, waiting until you reach a certain level, that kind of tells me that maybe you're not enjoying your workout. And these people, they look like, say what? Oh no, chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's music. I just demonetized myself. God damn it. I didn't even think of it. I didn't even think of it. Think before you watch a video, I guess. Overeating habits come from poverty. Shit's weird in your brain when you grow up with enough food. Used to hide and hoard food. They moved the goalpost on physical approval. It's annoying as fuck to hear someone older than me with a technically weaker body now, but genetically high metabolism, slim physique criticize. It looks like a fun workout. A lot of fitness people have trashy ableist politics. I've seen that, SM. I've seen that. I know what you're talking about. Is this the white girl summer? It could be. I am hoping that, I don't know. I'm probably demonetized, chat. It's probably a good time to mention that this stream often only functions on support from viewers like you. And whether that support comes in the form of a super chat, whether it comes in the form of you becoming a member or becoming a sub over on Twitch, whether it comes in the form of bits or it comes in the form of supporting the Patreon or you know, donating through the links down in the description below, it is all massively appreciated, especially on days like today where it looks like very likely my monetization may be in danger by my own, you know, enjoyment of the music that that was associated with that TikTok. And also that I also appreciate the thumbs, because I know some people can't afford to support me in any monetary way. But seriously, thumbs are massively appreciated. Thumbs are super. Oh my God, thumbs are crucial. It looks like fun, doesn't it? Yeah. Watching this hurts my knees. I mean, that's the thing, is everybody's different. So, you know, like the exercise that works for you, for somebody else might not work for you. I want to bounce. Higher protein doesn't equal health. I was just saying that it's possible for people. Well, in terms of the vegetarian that I'd be most worried about in terms of not getting enough protein is the vegetarian who used to be a meat eater and then switches their diet without really changing much else. Like my sister, she took the meat out. She didn't replace it with anything. That's probably not, and even if it's not like getting you to protein insufficiency levels, like, which is, it's a medical condition. It's called kwashiorkor. It's not seen in, you know, societies like the United States, except in the cases of people with eating disorders who are or you know, who are, you know, it's starvation is essentially where we see kwashiorkor. But yeah, I think that you could still maybe not get the optimum amount of protein and make yourself feel bad by switching from a meat diet to a plant-based diet without replacing those calories, and realizing that, you know, the calories that you're replacing are protein calories. And so probably best to replace those with some protein. Good for Gabby. Thank you for the super chat for Superwoman. The Sound Mafia is very harsh. Let me read some shorts a little bit. It's a goofy workout? Goofy workout?
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, welcome in, welcome in. Toxic dudes. Oh yeah, I forgot to do this. I'm supposed to farm your likes, chat. So if you're on shorts especially I gotta remind you that look, liking the stream is not as simple as it is in a normal YouTube video, right? It's not even as simple as it is in a short. The like button is actually, I'll show you in a second. Right after I do this poll of whether you've liked the stream yet. Okay, so if you're on shorts, right? They like I said, like normally, like, you know, if you're watching like a shorts video, you'd assume that it would be like right there, but it's not. There's no thumbs up, thumbs down right there where you'd expect it. It's actually right up here. It's actually right up here, 3 dots right there. You click those 3 dots and then it opens up something down here, and that's where you can like the stream. Now, if that doesn't work for you, some people have said that they hold down, they tap the screen and they hold it down, and that does a like as well. But yeah. Just my advice there as far as where to find the... Remember Prancercise? I don't know about Prancercise, Tawampus. Prancing around to work out. I mean, that sounds very festive. The dude talking about communists joining the gym needs to focus on his routine more. Are you talking about the... What was it called? There was like a discourse on this a while ago. Oh, that's really sweet of you, Gabby. No, seriously, take care of yourself in turn. I appreciate the support, but like I said, you know, times are tough. Some people can't support me monetarily. If you can't, you know, you can always hit that thumbs up, and that is awesome support as well. So anyway, this is the Noah Samson video, right? So I'm kind of skipping something, right? What I'm skipping is the Think Before You Sleep video. You see that symbol up here in the Eye of Sauron? That is Think Before You Sleep's PFP. It's kind of hard to do a thumbnail of Think Before You Sleep because he's not really associated with, you know, like a Ransona like Illymation, or actually like an animated Ransona like Illymation or anything else. So yeah, Noah Samson did this by making him the Eye of Sauron with this army of incels reaching out to come after Illymation. So let's see what this is all about. And again, this is
a random child throughout the video. That's me. That's me as a boy. It's my new little voiceover avatar thing. I'm trying that out. Hope it's not terrible.
What do you think about this, chat? What do you think about your childhood pictures as a Ransona?
Okay. On December 21st of last year, the storytime animation YouTuber Illymation released a video called Perks of Being the Fat Kid. 2 months later, the anti-woke YouTube channel Think Before You Sleep, hereafter referred to as Sean, hi Sean, responded to Illy's video in a video titled Fat Acceptance Cartoon. Right after Sean posted this response, the comment section on Illy's video went through some changes. It was flooded with hate comments, threats, insults, inflammatory accusations, also a lot of anti-Semitism, so that's kind of weird. When one of
rowing machines are great for your back, right? That's a great back exercise. People don't realize you got muscles on your back, right? And they're not as straightforward to work. You know how to work your bicep. Most of you know that's the kind of, you know, that's one way to work your bicep. You might know how to work your tricep as well, right? You know how to work your, you know how to do leg day, but not a lot of people recognize what kind of movements are going to support you know, working out your back muscles. And it's, you know, it's anything from like, you know, a rowing sort of movement to like a overhead pull. Wait, what the fuck is that called?
Her followers reached out on Tumblr to ask if she'd seen the video. Illy replied, and after expressing frustration about the harassment she was receiving, she ended the post by asking her followers to report the video. In response to this one Tumblr post, Sean made a whole new video. Woke YouTuber is trying to deplatform me, in which he accused Illy of leading a campaign of targeted harassment
campaign,
and mass flagging.
That's wild. That's wild, right? So just to like, it's so hypocritical, right? A targeted harassment campaign. Okay, so she posted this, what, on, did you see this total creep who did a takedown of your fat kid animation? It's this is somebody responding. That's a chatter, or I don't even know, that might be on Patreon or something. Okay, so yeah, this is what happened. He does the video.
Channel Think Before You Sleep, hereafter referred to as Sean, hi Sean, responded to Illy's video in a video titled Fat Acceptance Cartoon. Right after Sean...
Yeah, and this is what she gets. You want to talk about targeted fucking harassment? Right? And you know, we'll see what he accused her of.
Posted this
also, Gorilla God King, good to have you over on the Twitch side of things.
The comment section.
Yeah, seriously, chat, whichever platform you like best, right? I aim to please. As long as we can keep enough subs on Twitch, I will continue to dual stream to Twitch. Now, it does cost me a little bit of money to be able to keep that open, because I got to use a streaming software that I got to pay for monthly. But as long as the you know, as the subs and donations are paying for that, like, it makes sense for me to keep some presence on Twitch as well, even though, you know, it may be a dying platform. But you know, if you like Twitch better, then, you know, watch me on Twitch. If you like Shorts better, watch me on Shorts. If you like, you know, the regular old horizontal YouTube stream better, then watch me on the regular old YouTube stream.
Section on Illy's video went through some changes. It was flooded with hate comments.
It's just so weird that somebody that makes a video about a you know, makes a response video that causes somebody's channel comments, like, these are her comments, right? This is comments on her channel that have gone from, you know, being wholesome and supportive to this shit, right? And no, but she's doing targeted harassment to you. That's right, Sean.
Threats, insults, inflammatory accusations. Also a lot of anti-Semitism, so that's kind of weird. When one of her followers reached out on Tumblr to ask if she'd seen the video.
See, this is like, look. I know that there's some people out there. We went over, we talked about one of them yesterday, right? In terms of Kamal, that is courting an anti-woke audience. Like, don't be surprised when you see anti-Semitism in your anti-woke audience's comments, right? That is part of the coalition that you're... Oh my God, Gorilla God King, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the 200 biddies. Very much appreciated.
Illy replied, and after expressing frustration about the harassment she was receiving, she ended the post by asking her followers to report the video. In response to this one Tumblr post...
Okay, so this is where things kind of went, like, you know, sideways, right? I mean, I don't know. It's not great to get the anti-Semitic comments on your post or on your video, or, you know, like the fat shaming, you know, like the abusive, honestly, like, comments in on your post. But when she was like, wait, what did she post exactly?
Went through some changes. It was flooded with hate comments, threats, insults, inflammatory accusations, also a lot of anti-Semitic...
Life-destroying monster?
So that's kind of weird. When one of her followers reached out on Tumblr to ask if she'd seen...
Okay, this is Tumblr.
...the video, Illy replied...
Okay. Since his video went live, I've been getting hate comments bombed on my fat kid video, and other videos on my channel, as well as on Twitter and Insta. I submitted reports, but it takes a while for a human review at YouTube. I chatted with the help desk person today in the live chat help section, and she was very helpful. Unfortunately, I just have to sit tight. So it sounds to me like Illy is saying, I think this video might have violated community standards. Like, right there, YouTube has rules for, you know, what you can post and what you can't post. And yeah, videos that are directing targeted harassment at somebody is, you know, supposed to be against the rules. Now we I don't know, do we want to watch I don't know if we have time to watch the Think Before You Sleep video chat to really analyze, like, what exactly was said there. But this is, you can, oh my God, Autumn Leafs with the British Prime subscription. We got a British Prime subscription in the YouTube chat, or in the Twitch chat. Twitch coming back strong, and we got a hype train. So let me just let you know, if you haven't done a hype train before, if you haven't been around for a hype train, this is your chance to earn exclusive emotes, right? You got emotes just by being a sub to my channel. You got the weasels, you got all that stuff, you got Alf, right? But you can get extra special emotes, I think, for everybody. You're actually like earning emotes for everybody. If you drive that hype train to level 2, you get 3 emotes. If you drive it to level 3, you get 6 emotes. So it's that kind of thing. So, you know, if you're thinking about becoming a sub, donating, anything, like giving, you know, bits on Twitch, this is the time if you want it to pay off in terms of extra emotes.
And after expressing frustration about the harassment she was receiving, she ended the post by asking her followers to report the video. In response to this one Tumblr post, Sean made a whole new video, "Woke YouTuber is trying to deplatform me," in which he accused Illy of—
I gotta say, I don't know if I want to report him for cyberbullying, but I definitely will report him for crybullying. That's what he's doing. He's being a little bitch. Like, this is fucked up. This is, you fucking made a call out video on her that caused fucking, like, that like, you know, essentially ended up with a comment brigade on her. And now you're gonna be like, oh my God, she's trying to deplatform me. She's trying to deplatform me. I'm the victim. Oh my God, I feel so bad for you, Sean. What are you gonna do? Oh my God, Sean.
leading a campaign of targeted harassment.
What a fucking crybully.
Targeted harassment campaign
And mass flagging.
mass flagging campaign against me. Mass flagging campaign. Mass flag his channel. Mass flagging. Mass flagging.
Okay, so now listen, as far as the mass flagging things, I hear different stuff from YouTube as far as whether, you know, like a campaign like this actually works. I mean, I think there have been creators, you know, taken down by, you know, people with large audiences, you know, telling people to flag the videos. If the solution for this is for YouTube to get serious about moderation and stop trying to outsource it to, you know, AI, because that's generally what they do. A lot of these decisions, you know, when these decisions get made without a human eye on it to see, is this really a violation of community standards, or is this just like a massive, you know, campaign going on here? Omega Star with the 100 bits and driving that hype train further. You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, Twitch, if you want to earn those emotes. That can happen today. Yeah, YouTube needs to get its shit together, right? Because I'm not convinced. They say that mass flagging doesn't work, that nobody gets taken down, you know, without a human review. I'm not convinced that that's true.
Against him and his smaller channel.
Deplatform a smaller creator. Harass a much smaller creator.
In order to deplatform him.
Deplatform me. Deplatform me. To try and get me deplatformed.
And take away his source of income.
Look, is he a smaller creator? I mean, yeah, in terms of subs, sure. But he's not a small creator.
Take away my source of income.
The only evidence he has provided.
Take away. So here it is. And this is what I'm talking about, chat. We are weaponizing parasocial attachment, right? So, you know, parasociality is when you start to think of a content creator as your friend, right? And it's something that goes, it's not just like a online thing, right? Parasocial phenomenon have been observed, you know, as early as like the 50s, like I think was when the term was coined, right? But it's taking a relationship that is usually kind of, and it's different with streamers because it's less one way with us. We talk to chat, we interact with our communities, right? So it's more of a two-way thing with streamers. But in terms of YouTubers, yeah, it's kind of a one-way thing, right? And I've done this before, right? The example that I always give is like I'm talking to somebody about something, and I'm like, I've got a friend who says blah 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 blah. And then I think back to that and I'm like, it wasn't actually a friend who said that. It was a YouTuber that said that. It was a YouTuber that I watch a lot and I kind of think of as a friend without realizing it, right? That's parasociality. Now, am I a like, you know, a crazed stan? Am I dangerous? Am I, you know what I mean? No, I don't think so. But I sort of catch myself unconsciously, classifying my my viewing of oh my god, Omega Star with Omega Star with 200 bits. Let's see. I don't know. I think, does that give you some emotes to hit the level 1? Didn't mass flagging work on Onision? YouTube is lying. Well, here's the thing, right? I consider it mass flagging, like the serfs. There's a great example. Now, this is going way back, okay? So don't worry about their channel now. I'm not talking about anything recent. I'm talking about something from a long time ago. And I'm not even talking about the Serfs Times, which is, the channel that you commonly associate with the serfs. They have another channel that I think is just called the Serfs or something like that. And it got taken down. It got taken down by Nazis, I'm told. I'm not sure exactly who did it, right? But and that channel wasn't doing anything. It wasn't breaking terms of service, right? So that's mass flagging. Now, that was also a few years ago. Maybe things have changed with YouTube. Maybe they've made it harder for people to do that. But yeah, the serfs lost their channel for, I think, a few weeks, right? And luckily for Lance, he's really well connected and people were there for him. People were there to support him. And, they made enough noise on Twitter, and that's generally what does it. If you can make enough noise on Twitter, right? Well, when I got a copyright, not a copyright, but I got some kind of strike. Oh my God, it was a misinformation strike. I was covering somebody who was doing medical misinformation. And in doing so, I got hit with a strike. I don't think that was a mass flagging campaign. I think that was simply the moderation being outsourced to AI. Autumn Leaf says, I never use Twitch, but I hope these bits help. They do. Paid for by the Sam Cedar Army. Yo, Sam Cedar Army is here. Thank you for the bits. And like, oh yeah, we got the Princess Monocle putting all the emotes on display. This all can be yours for the small price of $5. Oh my gosh, and it's right around. You can also get out of the ad break with that $5 by subbing up, by weaseling up, by becoming a member of the Weasel Army, or possibly for free. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you're covered. You will no longer see those ads on my channel if you use the Prime to get yourself to sub to my channel, right? You will no longer see those ads, right? And it's 3 minutes of ads at a time, so it's kind of rough. You can also get out of it by paying $5 to get yourself weasels, to get yourself a sub, or possibly by being gifted a sub by somebody else. More likely to happen, though, if you're active in the chat.
For any of these accusations is that one Tumblr post. This new video from Sean brought Illy even more
targeted harassment,
which culminated in her receiving death threats, rape threats.
So yeah, I mean, here's where it really gets nasty, right? He invoked his source of income. This is kind of the nuke of parasociality, right? This is kind of this is kind of, I mean, like, it's not, maybe not the worst thing you could do, but when you weaponize your audience's parasocial attachment to you and imply that because of what this creator is doing, which is saying, I think that video might have violated community guidelines, that you're going to lose your channel and you're going to lose your source of income, then essentially you're saying you're really dropping a nuke there, right? And that's what Think Before You Sleep did.
Being doxxed. For her safety, she was forced to leave her home state, breaking the lease on her apartment, which cost her over $10,000 in legal fees. Sean, meanwhile, made out with a slightly better deal. 3 videos, 2.3 million views, 40,000 new subscribers, and a big stack of Google AdSense money. There's so much that I want to talk about.
So was there really a concern with Sean losing his income, or was Sean literally monetizing hate against this person? Hate which includes like anti-Semitic hate which, includes like, being abusive to Illy about her weight.
about from this situation. I want to talk about how Sean spends a good amount of his video insulting Illy's appearance under the guise of giving her tips on how to be more attractive.
She could easily be considered attractive by most people if she just stopped wearing those grandma glasses.
Oh my god, I love looks maxing advice from a fucking incel.
Picked better clothes, learned how to style her hair instead of always leaving it flat to her head with maximum forehead showing, and watched some makeup tutorials.
I want to talk about how he spent what must have been hours digging around her social media accounts to find photos of her eating junk food.
That is a concern troll right there.
And of her body at a time when she weighed less in order to accuse her of lying about her diet.
So now I have to do some investigating to find out what Alyssa's eating habits are. After scrolling down—
Do you? Do you need to do some investigation to find out what her eating habits are? What the fuck are you? Why? What? How is that your business? Does this not cross a line? Does this not cross a line? Scouring over somebody's social media presence to try to find out like what your eating habits are, so it can be like, actually, you know, like, so it's all like the idea being that if you're like, you know, that it's not great to make fun of somebody for being overweight, but if you can find a way to say that it's their fault that they're overweight, then you're actually helping. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm helping. Let me give you some advice, some unsolicited advice.
Tab. The only thing I was able to see her eating was ice cream. Strike one.
I want to talk about how he had to lie for a lot of these.
I mean, look, that's a grimace shake. Like, right? That's a meme. Come on.
It's like how the very next post on her community tab after the milkshake thing showed her holding a bag of wheat bread, or how the photo he used to insult her fashion sense by saying she dressed.
And again, what are we doing with this, like, you know, demonization of like, this is bad food, this is good food, this is bad food. Oh my God, I found her eating bad food, therefore it's okay to make fun of her weight. No.
This is like a homeless person.
And there's the ad break now.
Holy shit, that is bad. This girl has millions of followers, yet if you saw her out in public, you'd be afraid that she's about to pester you for spare change.
Was taken while she was hiking, and Sean knew that, but cropped out the identifying information so that his audience wouldn't.
I mean, there's so much wrong with that. There's so much wrong with that, right? First of all, like, what she wears is her fucking business, right? Even if she's not on a hike, even if she dresses like that to go to you know, school or whatever, right? That's on her. That's like, she's wearing, like, come on. And second of all, we gotta be like, we gotta shit on homeless people at every possible opportunity. Is that right? Is that what it takes to be an anti-woke channel? You gotta literally shit on everybody that you can at every opportunity, or else you're just not anti-woke enough. I feel like anti-wokeness has become its own, has become its own thing that is 10 times more annoying than you could ever say, you know, anything woke, you know, ever was, right? 10 times as smug too.
The less perceptive ones anyway, given that she's, you know, sitting on a log in dirt. I want to talk about all that, but I have to shelve those points for now because there's a more pressing issue at hand, which is that Sean's videos caused a doxing.
There we go. There's the title. Okay, so now this is why Noah's video has become a controversial. So I showed you that little Illymation thing, that wholesome little video of just like, hey, body neutrality, like love yourself for who you are, right? You know, do exercise or you know, eat well so you can feel good, but don't think of food as like, you know, the carrot is holy and the ice cream is profane, because, you know, that'll, you know, give you kind of a complex about food. That's not helpful, right? That wholesome video, that became controversial. That became a reason, you know, to shit on her and get all this hate for her. And then Noah Samson's video, Think Before You Dox, right? And if you don't know, there's a tradition on YouTube. It's called clickbait, and it gets a bad name sometimes. Like, okay, so I'll be totally real with you. There's a Hasanabi channel, right, that has a way of making titles and thumbnails that make it sound like they're talking about something new. They're talking about something that just happened, right? That you weren't aware of. But when you click on the video, it is like a 5-month-old clip from Hasanabi, right? I think negative clickbait is the kind of clickbait that you click on the video and after you watch it, you feel regret. You're like, oh, there wasn't anything new. I'm not learning anything here, right? Nothing new happened. And I got tricked into thinking it was by clickbait, right? So like, I don't hate that person because they did actually trigger Jordan Peterson. And I actually think that's kind of cool. They got Jordan Peterson, the Jordan Peterson responded to one of their videos, right? Which was kind of cool. So, you know, I mean, like, there's some positives to that channel. I'm not hating on that channel, but that is an example of clickbait in the negative sense. Now, clickbait in the normative sense is the idea that you're playing around with people's perceptions, right? That you maybe even you make a thumbnail and a title that the person clicking it is like, I'm not sure what this is going to be, but I sort of want to find out. That's just good YouTube. That's just getting higher, you know, that's just maxing your click through, right? And if the person doesn't watch the video and afterwards be like, yo, I got tricked. I thought the video was about this and it's actually about that. I'm not interested in that. I was interested in this. I wasted my time, right? Then it's not really clickbait. It's not just, it's playing with perceptions. And you know, this think before you dox, I guess you could read it as like, you know, the think before you sleep dox somebody, but you don't necessarily know that from the title. And so part of what you're clicking on this is to find out, did think before you sleep dox someone? You watch the video and you find out, no, it was fans. It was fans of think before you sleep that did it, right? I don't think that this kind of clickbait is problematic.
On the internet, things like doxing and harassment are often treated as natural law. Mean comments are inevitable. Even if you ask people not to, they'll still leave them. If people are going to take things too far, like doxing, then there's not much you can really...
What's weird about this, though, is that mean comments are really common, but they're more common when you have a situation like the second part of this drama, right? The first part of this drama was think before you sleep, criticizing Illymation, you know, saying you're giving bad health advice. You're telling people not to worry about their body weight. You're telling people to be like body neutral when really what they should be is they should be worried. If they're overweight, that's a sign of bad health. They need to fix that, right? So that's what, but normally that kind of video, even a takedown video, it's going to cause people to talk shit about Illymation in the comments of your video. It doesn't tend to have that big spread over effect into Illymation's video, right? The idea that people would watch your video, then click on a separate video, find the video from Illymation, go on, click on that, and then, and not just that, but go into her other videos too, and give hate there. That's actually not super common. That is an indication of the audience that we're dealing with. That is the indication, right? So YouTubers, if they're successful, are harnessing a deep emotion in you, right? And that, you know, it could be a positive emotion, but more often it's a negative emotion, because negative emotions, negativity is a lot easier to elicit than positivity, right? And I guess what I'm trying to say is that think before you sleep is kind of messing with some pretty dark stuff, like the things that they're using, and most anti-woke creators are, right? You are going to be hard pressed to do anti-woke content without harnessing some power of the, you know, so wait, wokeness is what? Being concerned about marginalized groups, roughly, right? Anti-wokeness is pushing back on that concern, and almost necessarily it's going to include some element of the prejudice against the groups in the first place. Most anti-woke creators will claim that the prejudice, the bias, the oppression that these groups face is actually overblown. Maybe racism, they will say, is more of a thing of the past, doesn't really happen that much. This person's just crying over nothing when it's really not that big of a deal, right? That's your general standard, like anti-woke content. If your people are watching your video and then going over to the other person's video to shit on them, right? And expressing, you know, fat phobia, you've kind of had your audience undermine your point. If your point was fat phobia is not that big of a deal, but being unhealthy because you're overweight is, right? You sort of undermined yourself right there. And also, I mean, you know, this is your fan base. This is what's feeding you. You know, he talks about, like, you know, he's going to lose his source of income. Your source of income is partially derived from bigoted assholes clicking on your video, right? Not because they think that they just think that, like, you know, fat phobia is overemphasized, is is not really a real thing, but because they're like literally fat phobic. Not because they think that anti-Semitism is overemphasized, but because they're literally anti-Semitic, right? And I don't know. I have to think that that's an interesting moment when you turn the fork around and you see what's actually on it. You see what's feeding you, right? Now, it depends on if you, the creator, if you think before you sleep, are you really coming from a place where you just think that that the concern for the treatment of marginalized groups is like overemphasized, that they're making a mountain out of a molehill? Or are you really just, are you really just a bigot, right? I can't answer that. I can't look into his heart and tell you what's inside there, right? But I can tell you what's in the hearts of a lot of his audience, and it's not good. It's not good, so.
Do to stop it. This seems to be Sean's perspective on the matter.
This comment brigading behavior appears to just be a fact of nature that creators can't control.
Why is he showing like Led Zeppelin album covers on his, like, no, I think he just finds, I think this is, what do you call that site? These are like stock photos, yeah.
So really, it's on YouTube to make an interface change that addresses this problem.
The only real exemption.
And it's kind of, honestly, chat, it's kind of amazing that, because if you ever watch this guy's videos, right, which I have, unfortunately. Let's see this again.
Directly asks their audience, docs or Irene directly. Fat culture and how being she tried to present. Sorry, it's
addresses this problem.
Okay. This is the mainstay of the visual aspect of his videos, right? Now, I'm not trying to shit on him. I'm not trying to be arrogant and say my videos are better. I'm bouncing on a trampoline. That's a lot more interesting than your stock photos, right? Obviously, you got a lot of subs. Obviously, a lot of people are connecting with your content here. But I got to say that I don't think that it's because you choose the best stock photos. Like, I have never seen stock photo. That's great. That perfectly describes what you're saying. There's a resonance there. You're making me feel something from this like a bleak landscape and, reflection of the modern day place. I don't know. I think that you got to where you got because you have successfully harnessed the power of hatred, right? And so in that respect, I think that Noah Samson's thumbnail on you as the Eye of Sauron, I think that's pretty right on. You're sending your evil army after this creator who said nothing more than like love yourself for who you are.
The only real exemption from this excuse seems to be when a creator directly asks their audience to harass or dox someone. If that doesn't happen though, then sorry, it's the internet. Now, while that may be the case in some situations, this is not one of them. Sean didn't ask anyone to dox or harass Illy. What he did do, though, is misrepresent and deceptively edit her video in order to conjure ideas which directly motivated the people who did. And when I say directly, I mean directly. We doxed Illy because she tried to get another popular content creator, Think Before You Sleep, taken down by YouTube, all because he made a video rightfully—
Wait, what is that actually from? Oh, that's from the harassment site. Oh shit. What the fuck? Wait, why is this transphobic thing in here?
And when I say directly, I mean directly. We doxed Illy because she tried to get another popular content creator, Think Before You Sleep, taken down by YouTube, all because he made a video rightfully criticizing her. She is also promoting fat culture and—
Look, here's the thing. You're probably never gonna hear like this creator that made a video about me is maybe in violation of community standards. You're never gonna hear those words come out of my mouth because I am aware of this phenomenon that is very easy for somebody to turn that around on me and say that I'm trying to get their channel taken down. Now, chat, I've had people come after my channel, that being first and foremost, being Vosh's sysadmin actually, made essentially like copyright complaints to YouTube over criticism that I did of White Leaf creators, right? So I've had somebody literally make 3 in a row complaints about me to YouTube. That I would say is trying to take my channel down, right? What Illy did, which, like I said, you know, I don't make statements like this for this very reason, because I see how easily this gets, you know, turned around on people. But Illy is questioning whether one video of his maybe violates community standards. I think that's a little different than actually filing, you know, stuff with YouTube. It's so wild how this got used as justification for doxing somebody, which...
And working out your body is useless and fatphobic. She also promotes that's an anti-trans slur, and woke culture.
Okay, so they're saying she's pro-trans. That's what they're I was wondering what this was about. Yeah, I think they're saying that she's pro-trans and woke culture. Oh, we can't have you promoting woke culture.
That was posted on the website that hosted Illy's doxing information. The actual doxing took place on a different website, and
what the fuck? That was like her mother, grandmother. That was like multiple members of her family. What the fuck is that? Like, usually doxing chat is just like somebody's name, somebody's location, maybe somebody's immediate family, but that was pretty extensive.
The very first post of the original doxing.
Why are you going after somebody's grandfather? What the fuck is that?
Thread shared these same motivations. We need to dox her because she promotes fat culture, she believes in woke bullshit, and when a based YouTuber like Think Before...
I don't understand people saying this shit unironically, even like anti-woke people, like, right? Like, usually they're not that on the nose about it. Believes in woke bullshit? Oh my god, does she believe in woke bullshit? Well, we gotta go. Clearly, she's got to be taken down a peg or two.
Before You Sleep called her out. She threw a fit and asked her fans to mass flag his channel to get it deleted. The people harassing her in the comments are motivated by these same ideas. Illy is woke, Illy wants to deplatform Sean, and Illy promotes obesity. These accusations are being repeated across the internet in videos with millions of collective views. They pervade the doxing threads, sprinkled between a sea of death threats, rape threats, and depictions of Illy.
She is Jewish and pro-fat acceptance. That's the wrap on Illymation. God.
Committing suicide. These ideas are
like that. Did you see how they didn't say anything else? That's like literally what they said. Promotes fat acceptance and is Jewish. Like, that in their mind makes her a bad person.
The reason they hate her, and all of them, every single one, was fabricated by Sean. How he did this is the topic of...
Okay, so here's the connection between Sean and what happened, right? Because you can make an argument that as a content creator, you don't have control. Chat, I don't have control over you, right? If you are, you know, if you see somebody that I've, you know, talked about in terms of content, and you're looking at their video and you decide to leave a mean comment, I can't like pull a string and make you like not leave that comment. I can tell you that I don't want you to ever harass anyone, especially, you know, if you think you're somehow doing it on my behalf, right? That's never something that I want you to do. I can make statements like that, but I can't control you. So there's an argument to be made that, you know, content creators not necessarily like 100% responsible for what every member of their audience does. But when you're weaponizing your sense of well-being to people who are parasocially attached to you, what do you expect to happen, right? When just criticizing another channel gets them, like, you know, fat phobic and anti-Semitic hate on their channel, what do you think is going to happen when you say, this bitch is trying to take away my income? I am not going to be able to eat. Your favorite creator who you love, the dude that you fucking live for, the dude that says all the things that you think, right? And I give it voice, is going to be no more thanks to this horrible, horrible woke person. What do you expect to happen? What do you expect to happen?
Today's video, so let's check it out. Alright, so the first one of these narratives that I want to look at today is the idea that Illy promotes obesity. One of the main concluding points of Sean's video is that Illy's advice is going to kill people by causing them to eat themselves into an early grave.
You know what's great about this advice? Because
there we go. Sorry. I'm trying not to laugh. Look, that's a valid form of content. If people click on the videos, if people watch the videos, if this guy's getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views on his videos, he's a more successful YouTuber than I am. So I'm not trying to I'm not trying to shit on him. I'm just like amazed. And it really does speak to how much of an emotional resonance that he has cultivated in his audience, right? I don't think that these fucking landscapes, I don't think that the stock footage is doing it. I think it's because he's found a way to tap into some really dark shit in his audience.
As you conflated being overweight with extreme obesity, so you could say that both are healthy, what's going to happen is that people who watch this video that are 300 pounds are going to say, see, Alyssa is fine with being overweight. I don't have to change either. And then they'll eat themselves into an early grave.
Note that it's not just it might happen. He said that it's going to happen. So it's sort of a direct accusation there, just so we're clear about that. Now, that's a pretty serious accusation, right? So how does he just...
I mean, yeah, you're right. As far as stock footage, it's good stock footage. I mean, I'm gonna even go as far as to say that I don't think it's from Pixabay. I think he pays for oh my god, what's that called? Envato? Is it Envato that like that gives you this it's expensive. It's like a monthly fee to have access to the best stock footage, stock video. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is a lot of people use stock footage, right? But this guy's just using, stock photos.
Well, right before it, he presents what he calls Illy's final piece of advice and uses that as evidence to argue that she is promoting obesity.
All right, let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
A carrot isn't an inherent good food, while chocolate is an inherent bad food. Food is just food. No matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, you should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without...
Okay, so we watched that and there was more to that. Do I need to find that scene? I mean, I think Noah will find... Noah's going to show this anyway. I'm sure this is the point that Noah wants to make. There's a cut there. There's a cut there, and it's not clear, it's not obvious, but he made a cut. He cut part of what she said out, right? She specifically mentioned dietary restrictions that, that your physician might prescribe as being a limited factor on the eat what you want, right? It's not a whole sale, just like, ice cream sundae, if that's what you want to be the mainstay, you want to eat that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, go fucking knock yourself out. Extra chocolate, extra nuts, extra whipped cream, extra everything. That's not what she's saying.
Beating yourself up about it.
I'm done. That was such terrible advice. I don't know how this video could be considered as anything other than enabling food addicts to not fix their health.
So Illy's quotes here.
So look, Noah Samson's second video is called Think Before You Lie, right? And maybe that's a little bit more closer, like, right? Because, his video, Think Before You Dox, right? The criticism of that is like, you're implying that Think Before You Sleep doxed Illy, when in actuality, it was toxic fans of his on a harassment site that, he maybe has no control over. How dare you? How dare you imply that he doxed her when clearly, he didn't, right? Think Before You Lie, right, is the missing piece, right? It's not that he doxed her. It's that he lied about her. He drummed up extra hatred, and granted, his audience is going to hate her regardless, right? I don't think he had to lie. I think that somebody just says the word like fat acceptance or body positivity or something like that, and I think that's enough to get his audience to hate them. But he has to kick it up a notch by literally cutting her video to make it look like she's giving advice to, people that, might be on a special diet because of something like diabetes, to just, no, don't ignore your doctor's advice. That's not what she's saying. That's not ever what she's saying, right? Think before you lie.
Food is just food, and you should eat whatever you want, were the most important pieces of evidence to Sean's conclusion. Accordingly, they were represented in a few other places. In the thumbnail of his video, for example, Illy is holding a sign that reads, "Eat what you want," to an audience of children, while her avatar holds a milkshake and is depicted as being unstable. These quotes seem to be the real sticking point for other creators that covered his video.
Food is just food.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Clearly there's a couple of dumbass arguments that are open to be criticized.
Well, actually, all food is the same. No, you fucking idiot. Of course all food's not the same.
Or she basically says there's no difference.
There's a nice stock image.
Eating a carrot.
Oh, it's Turkey Tom. It's Turkey Tom.
Pure gold. Did she actually say that? That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, the fat acceptance stuff is just gone way too far, I think.
You give up on yourself, your goals, and that food is food.
What you are proposing is very unhealthy and dangerous. What is your problem, you evil, life-destroying...
fat acceptance has gone too far, right? Not that fat hate, not that fat phobia has gone too far. No, fat acceptance has gone too far, because somehow we need fat hate. Somehow we need fat phobia. Somehow we need to encourage people to make dietary decisions from an emotional point of view. And like I told you, the end result of that is unsustainable diets, which don't even have the effect of really, you know, even like helping lose weight in the long run, right? Yo-yo dieting is not what you need.
Monster. You just ruined a bunch of young people's, especially girls' lives.
Oh my God, says the person trying to make sure, like, look, girls' lives have been getting ruined for ages and ages. The amount of pressure that is on women to conform to a certain like body type that is acceptable is what is ruining women's life. But no, blame Illymation. Anyway, I'm pausing too much.
Going to get people killed. Let's take a closer look at the evidence and find out.
I'm probably pausing too much.
Noticed in Sean's video is that there's a funny cut when he shows this clip. Right after the line, no matter how many calories, carbs, and sugars, the video skips just a bit. The s'more changes hands, the boy's blood sugar monitor, that's what this is, it just sort of appears on the chair. There's a break in continuity. So I went back to Illy's actual video and see if you can spot what he decided to cut from this sequence.
No matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, whatever is in it. Unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow, you
That's a pretty important caveat that she just gave. And he cut it right out.
should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it.
So immediately before she says that faded line.
You know, here's what's ironic, right? The same people that complain about wokeness will call anti-wokeness the red pill, right? They're the ones that are getting you out of the matrix. The matrix is when you think that the charges against Andrew Tate are real, right? But if you just disconnect your mind from reality and hold this huge cognitive bias, right? That the world is out to get Andrew Tate because he's speaking the truth. And even if you see something, you see him doing something fucked up, don't believe your lying eyes. That's the matrix. That's the matrix. That is the opposite of waking up, right? They're not fucking Neo out here. They are Cypher.
Eat whatever you want.
That's the irony of it, is being woke is taking the fucking actual red pill. And like, need I remind you that this is a film written by 2 trans women?
She added a caveat. She said, unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow. While this line is being delivered, you can also see on the screen that the boy, who has diabetes, is taking a reading of his blood sugar and then gets the green light, so he's good to go for having a s'more with his friends without throwing his blood sugar out of whack. This line, as well as the depiction on screen, is an acknowledgement that there are some exceptions to her statement, which would include, for example, a diabetic person's blood sugar imbalances, or, most importantly, for Sean's conclusion, the dietary restrictions recommended to morbidly obese people. He just cut that line right out. And this is important, right? Because this line directly refutes Sean's narrative that Illy is promoting obesity. This phrase, dietary restrictions, rules out the more extreme situations that Sean is referring to when he says that this will cause viewers to eat themselves into an early grave. There's another equally important misrepresentation of what Illy says here, which has to do with context and framing. If you know,
I will never stop eating yo-yos. No, I need an Oreo yo-yo.
Notice, Sean introduces the clip from Illy's video by calling it her advice.
Let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
Now, what does he mean by advice? Just general advice or something more specific? Well, seeing as his conclusion from this advice is that Illy might kill fat people by enabling them to overeat, it's safe to assume, I think, that when he says advice, what he actually means is nutritional advice. You know, advice for dieting and weight loss. That's what the conclusion implies. And so, when these lines, food is just food and carrots aren't good and chocolate isn't bad, are being presented as dieting advice, and yeah, you already know people were gonna have something to say about that, and say about that, they did.
S'mores are a diet food. Got it.
So 27 bars of chocolate is equal to a meal of broccoli, grilled tomato, mashed potatoes, and chicken. Nice to know.
I have diabetes type 3. Time to eat 4 trillion Oreos.
It's really funny, that last one, given that Illy specifically accounted for diabetic people, but Sean just didn't show it, so then there was a bunch of comments about diabetes, really good. The other alleged creators covering this video did the same thing.
Carrots are definitely healthier for you than a chocolate bar, so telling kids something otherwise is actually harmful.
What use is telling somebody a carrot is like more healthy than a chocolate bar? First of all, you are massively talking down to them, right? So you get extra smug points there, right? And second of all, that is not the fucking decision. That a carrot is a vegetable. A chocolate bar is a dessert. These two things, I know, like, forgive me for blowing your fucking mind, but these two things can have a place in a healthy diet. And there's never a situation where somebody's like going to the fridge and they're like, oh, gee, should I eat a carrot or a chocolate bar? They watch an Illymation. Let me look at Illymation. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll eat the chocolate bar. That doesn't happen. That's not happening. That's not real. Like, whose ass are they pulling this out of?
More calories, 1 pound of broccoli or half a cup of olive oil? Half a cup of olive.
Did one of your professional doctors tell you this? Was the nutritionist the one that told you that carrots and chocolates are the same? I can't believe a full-grown adult actually believes this dumb shit. Here's a fact. Chocolate is high in sugar and
Here's a fact. You can't fucking associate food with morality. That is warped thinking, right? If you want to talk about thermodynamics and calories in, calories out, fine, right? But nowhere in that like, you know, scientific analysis does it connect to, and therefore that's why chocolate is bad and only bad people, only gluttonous people eat this bad food.
saturated fat.
Yeah, they just go on like that for like 10 minutes. They sound like they're having a blast, honestly. There must be a floor to critical thinking that when you blow past it, everything just starts feeling like pure euphoria. This response here from both audiences and creators relies on Sean's framing of Illy's words, that they were intended as dieting advice. But the thing is, they weren't. Illy's video has some fairly straightforward themes. She talks about dealing with negative body image, about getting bullied, starting unhealthy eating habits, and frustrations over weight loss. Her video is a direct critique.
I mean, that is kind of based, crotchy, keeping chocolate bars in the fridge because it was melting in the summertime. My parents used to always keep chocolate in the freezer. Any thoughts on that? You know, the freezer chocolate, like it kind of tastes different. They would put nuts in there too, right? Which, I mean, actually kind of makes sense, you know, given that you don't want products with like a lot of fat going rancid, but I don't know. It ends up having a different taste, like a frozen pecan versus a unfrozen pecan.
Culture and its morality-based food logic.
Diet culture is an entire belief system that associates food with morality and thinness with goodness.
She relates her own experiences to the common occurrence of teenagers dieting despite already being at a healthy weight. Immediately before the good and bad foods clip, Illy introduces a concept called body neutrality, which advocates for removing the moral element from how we view our bodies. She then states that she is about to apply that concept to food. So given the actual content of her video and the direct link she'd just drawn from moral neutrality to food, when she finally actually says these lines, her intent could not be more clear. She's talking about morality. She's saying that eating carrots doesn't make you a good person, just like eating chocolate doesn't make you a bad person.
I used to only eat ice cream when it was cold out because then it wouldn't melt. Yeah, God, I mean, like in the summer.
By presenting only the tail end of this sequence and neglecting to accurately portray the central themes of her entire video, Sean has removed it from all context. The result is that he's framed her as both an idiot that can't do basic math about calories and more—
Yeah, for people who bitch about smugness, these people sure are smug.
Obviously, a dangerous person whose dieting advice will end up with people dead. Along with Sean's conclusion that Illy's advice is going to kill people, he also claims that because of this sequence, the message of her video is that she endorses drug abuse.
Stop writing criticism off as malicious concern trolling when the ending message of your video was effectively, if you can't stop doing drugs, then drugs aren't bad, and you should—
You are extrapolating, my friend. You are extrapolating massively. Like, right, this is some debate bro shit. Your argument could be used to justify a heroin addiction? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you were trying to say?
Take whatever drugs you want and as many drugs as you want.
This was yet another inflammatory statement that was mainlined into the beautiful working brains of the people harassing her.
Why did you just sell me drugs?
Next video, the perks of popping pills.
Should I be celebrated for my lifestyle choices? Gather round and cheer me on while I...
You might as well accuse her of endorsing, like, people, people chopping off their limbs, right? That's unhealthy too. Are you endorsing self-harm? I don't know.
I drink heavily 5 days a week. I'm an alcoholic. Accept me.
Here's a comment saying she compared coffee with...
Look, if you're willing to, like, jump off, on this, jump to this kind of conclusion, like, right, there's nothing that you can attach to her argument. There's no amount of maladaptive personal behavior that you cannot then accuse Illymation of justifying. This is wild.
And then here's another comment saying that she actually said that. The severity of these accusations is then compounded by his immediate reminder to viewers that her audience is probably full of children.
Keep in mind that Alyssa...
Also, I gotta know, okay, I very much doubt that you're watching this, Sean, but if you are, leave it in the comments. What does think before you sleep mean? I'm not asking in a mean way. I'm not making fun of your name or anything like that. I'm not trying to be snarky, smug, or any other behavior that you might ascribe to an SJW, a woke SJW, like myself. I just literally don't know, like, what is the reference? Is it a reference? Does it mean something? Like, what is sleep? What does think before you sleep? Any ideas, chat? What does this guy's YouTube channel name mean?
Are clearly targeted at children based on the style of animation and the references and jokes she makes.
The implication here is that...
Oh, wait, what? It's a play on wokeness, as in think before you go woke? Is that what it means? Is that literally what it means?
Directly harming or possibly killing children. If we hold him to all the assertions he's made here, that's what the video is telling us. And then we remember his inclusion of children in the thumbnail and his later speculations about her child audience.
Considering that in this post you stated that your market is children, do you really think this is being a...
Do you see how this is kind of like an extension of Chaya Rychek, right? Chaya Rychek is worried that a teacher that, is queer themselves, like, might cause students who are not queer to be like, oh, I want to be like my teacher, and therefore, like the sort of grooming allegations that get thrown against teachers by accounts like Libs of TikTok, right? It's sort of similar. It's like they're stretching that logic, and that logic is already stretched like taffy. Like that logic, if it was a rubber band, it would have snapped by now, right? It's ridiculous to be like, oh my gosh, you being queer in front of kids, you being, teachers, you're grooming the kids, or like, you talk about the fact that gay people exist, that trans people exist. You're somehow like, you're somehow forcing an identity on the kids, right? This is stretching that even further. You're promoting body acceptance when there could be kids watching. When there could be kids watching, there's a child right now going to the freezer to get a spoon and eat the whole thing of ice cream because you said that that's the same as a carrot.
A good role model.
And the results are that his viewers have heard his message loud and clear. She should not be telling children that it's okay to be unhealthy. 4,000 likes. Illy, you're feeding 14-year-old insecure children lies about health. As a soon-to-be doctor, yeah, I'm sure that's true. As a soon-to-be doctor,
hey, it could be true, and it's worrisome.
We're making everything worse for the next generation. Little content warning here for some bad stuff. I hate this lying Jewish blank with all my heart. She needs to die. The new video she made is promote.
Wait, is that how he self-identifies his channel? Yeah, his channel's called Think Before You Sleep. And Raven's saying that it's like a play on you should think before you go woke. It's like a wokeness thing. So I mean, this is kind of logic that we're dealing. Like, this guy's used to stretching. This is taffy pulling logic. That's what we got here. We got taffy pulling logic. You can stretch these things like beyond where they should reasonably go, and both in terms of his name of like, hey, you want to go woke? Well, why don't you think before you sleep? Because you're not really going woke. You're going to sleep, and you're going into the Matrix when you should go out of the Matrix with the red pill and Andrew Tate and I'm sorry, you're stretching it. You're stretching it.
childhood obesity. She is a cancer to this world and needs to be rotting 6 feet under the
Yo, that's rough.
doxing thread. They stated they were going to visit her in California. They said they wanted her dead.
Okay, so it's a play on think before you speak. It's anti-woke and it's a play on think before you. So being woke is really sleeping. Is that what we're getting? I don't know. This guy.
And at that point, they knew.
Look, the only excuse is if you made that channel name when you were like 14 years old. Okay. I'm not going to shit on a 14-year-old for, calling their channel that. That's sounds about par for the. I could have done something equally cringe at 14, but if you weren't 14 years old, you got no excuse.
He lived. Thankfully, Illy was able to move before anything violent happened. But if this person, for example, had taken action, Sean's video very well could have been what pushed them over the edge. Before we move on to the next section, I just want to play the part of Illy's video that comes right after the sequence we just watched, but that Sean decided to just leave out.
Oh, great. Now she's glorifying obesity. I'm not glorifying anything. My point is simple. Don't be.
Yeah, it's funny that she already inserted the viewpoint that she anticipated coming as a reaction to her video. It's funny that she already kind of handled his complaint.
To fat people. And don't use, I just care about their health, as an excuse. Being fat doesn't automatically mean.
How ironic when that, like these little, these are supposed to be devil's advocates. That's the idea of these little characters. They're devil's advocates, right? And how ironic that, like, he did, it's almost like he could have just gotten his video from her devil's advocates.
Someone is less healthy or too lazy to look like you, or however you think they should look. You don't know these people.
Those are the devil's advocate characters there, advocating for the thing Sean believes and says. It's an interesting little detail. All right, so before we continue, I need to pause real quick to talk about the sponsor of today's video, which is Ground News. So critical thinking is important. One aspect of being a critical thinking enjoyer is being willing to engage with the.
Yeah, chat. I need to get a sponsor for my channel to, Ground News is sponsoring a lot of channels that are in the politics/commentary zone of YouTube. I just don't know about this one. I'd have to do more research, but in the interest of doing an ethical react, I'm not gonna, especially since I don't really know much about Ground News, I'm not gonna shit on Noah's sponsor here, but I would honestly rather be selling coffee.
Deplatform him.
Deplatform me to try and get me deplatformed, deplatform a smaller creator.
This idea drove the second, more serious wave of harassment, which is what led to Illy's doxing. It was also another one of the explicitly cited motivations of the doxers. Other creators covering the story were very vocally opposed to this idea.
They tried to deplatform. Think before you sleep.
Getting deplatformed when you're an influencer is essentially like being fired.
God, I feel like there's some people in these commentary channels that should know about. That I would hope would know better.
Ever for deplatforming
sensitive society, yo.
I just don't get it.
Anybody know that channel? There's Turkey Tom again.
They want to deplatform people no matter what.
Don't send hate to him, by the way. Just make sure you harass and deplatform him. 14,000 likes. Just take away his income by completely taking away his channel. 2,000 likes. Is this the channel that's trying to get other channels deplatformed? 5.7 thousand.
This is why you will never hear, similar words come out of my mouth in terms of, speculating on somebody's violation of community standards. This is what it gets turned into, right? And I think that, if you look at what the community standards are, maybe there's a case there. And like saying that one video possibly violates community standards is a little different than, like I said, I've had somebody literally try to take my channel down, literally try to take away my source of income, that being White Nervosa, right? White Nervosa didn't make a video suggesting that maybe my, videos were in violation of this or that, and therefore should be, taken down. White Nervosa straight up, petitioned YouTube. That's trying to get as somebody who's had somebody, gun for their channel, I gotta say, this ain't it. This is not what she did is not the same.
likes. So is this what actually happened? Well, why don't we take a look at the evidence? As I mentioned in the intro, there's only one piece of evidence that Sean has presented for every accusation he's made here, and that's Illy's Tumblr post, specifically its last line, which reads, "If you or anyone else comes across this video, please report it for cyberbullying." Now, viewers that are paying attention right now may notice that this post doesn't say anything about deplatforming. This post asks her followers to report the video. Reporting and deplatforming are not the same thing. Just because a report can lead to a deplatforming does not make these terms interchangeable. To understand why that is, let's take a minute to walk through how the deplatforming process actually works. This part will be a bit dry, so I'll throw some visuals up on the screen now to keep things interesting for you guys. Enjoy. In order for a YouTube channel to be terminated, it has to receive 3 channel strikes. Channel strikes are usually issued when a video is reported, that report is reviewed, and the reviewers determine that the video has violated the YouTube community guidelines. I say usually because there's quite a few other things that can happen. If, for example, it's your channel's first time violating the guidelines, you'll most likely get let off with a warning. This warning can be dismissed after 90 days by taking a policy training. If a warning is issued, it can be appealed. An appeal is when you argue your case that the video has been flagged by mistake. If the appeal is granted, then the warning is removed and your eligibility for receiving a warning on your next violation will be reset. Sean has alluded to having his finger on the pulse of YouTube's community guidelines.
Speaking of YouTube rules, and as someone who regularly reads them,
so I wouldn't be surprised if he had a clean record and a warning available to him. I haven't seen him state otherwise. However, if he has violated the guidelines before, then receiving a guilty report would remove his video and give his channel a strike. There's a few other things to go over here though. Just like the warnings, channel strikes can also be appealed. Were he to
Yeah. So like, look, here's the deal. There is a almost like a prison yard code on YouTube, right? And it's because nobody wants their channel taken down. Nobody wants their channel taken down. So people tread lightly when it comes to anything that's like a call to, you know, to even, you know, strike a video that may be in community guidelines. But at the same time, I think there's also an understanding of certain videos. Like take the Sneeko video, right? Sneeko got deplatformed. And as many people as hate Nick is not green, I didn't really hear a lot of people saying that Nick is not green did something wrong in asking for, in you know, essentially spearheading a campaign to bring attention to, Sneeko did a video, if you don't know, the one I'm talking about is he's responding to Chad, and he's basically like saying that Chad needs some D, as in his D, and he mimics like, you know, what seems like SA, like he pantomimes, he acts out what seems like SA against like Chad, right? And yeah, that's way the fuck over the line. Like as many people as fucking, you know, are gonna, you know, like there's a lot of Nick is not green haters, but I never hear them talking about that as being over the line. So we do have a sense that some things cross the line. In some cases, like, you know, a violation of community guidelines is something that really doesn't belong on YouTube, but that it's weird how that kind of sits with it, you know, in opposition to this sort of, you know, this don't snitch mentality that a lot of YouTubers, including myself, just for a matter of like practical self-preservation, right? You'll never hear me say, you know, speculate on, you know, somebody's NCC takedown violating community guidelines just because I know how it can be turned around and weaponized against you. So chat, we're like 20 minutes. We're like 1/3 of the way through there. It is looking like though that we're gonna have to kind of make this a shorter day. And I want to give you all the content that I've implied, all the content that I've promised you. We watched The Perks of Being a Fat Kid by Illymation. We watched 20 minutes of Noah Samson, Think Before You Sleep. Now we're going to have to transition over to Destiny. And look, we can maybe come back to the Noah Samson if people want to, and if we can hit the sub goals, but we're kind of nowhere near there. So I'm not trying to speed run this, but I do want to make sure that I don't shortchange you on your daily dose of Destiny and your daily dose of Turkey Tom, because that's what we all need in our media diets, is some Destiny and some Tom Dark. So here we go.
Please report it for cyberbullying.
What other evidence do you need that is deplatforming other than her saying go report the video?
Yeah.
This post doesn't say anything about deplatforming. This post asks her followers to report the video.
Then he just lied.
That's still not deplatforming. That's step 1 to deplatforming. As I said before,
that's so.
I never.
Okay, so so if you don't know, okay, Oh, his second video. Yeah, Noah made a second video. That's Think Before You Lie, right? And so what's going on here, right? Destiny had Turkey Tom over to his house. If you don't know, these two kind of struck up a friendship during the Keffels drama, right? They were both talking about Keffels. One day they decided to have a conversation. It turns out they seem to get along pretty well. Destiny recently had Tom over to his house, over to the compound, in order to shoot a episode of his podcast that he does, his Bridges, with Turkey Tom, and it looks like Tom stayed around and did a little reaction to Noah Samson. I think they've probably both. Yeah, we saw some Turkey Tom talking about the video, talking about the Think Before You Sleep thing. So that's why these two are doing this reaction together.
Accuse you of doxing her. I never accuse you of calling for her doxing either. Think Before You Dox is a play on words about the fact that she got doxed and the fact that Sean's channel was a part
but
of it.
obviously if you see that fucking title, why can't
I don't
these...
understand how the
No shit. We're on YouTube. Tom, welcome to YouTube. Like, I know you've only been here for literally like twice as long as I have. I know you've only run your channel for like way longer. I know, like, right? But welcome to YouTube, right? Sometimes the titles and the thumbnails are there's a little bit of mystery left in there. Like the idea of that title is, did Think Before You Sleep dox Illy, and you watch the video and you find out no, in fact. So the only way that you could claim that this is like some kind of like, some kind of like, quasi slander type behavior on Noah's part is if you're assuming that people are like looking at the title of the video and making the assumption of like, oh, I guess Think Before You Sleep is a doxer. Don't need to watch the video. Don't need to take a look at that. Don't need to see what any of this stuff is about. I'm just going to assume by the title and thumbnail, right? I mean, look, that happens with headlines. There can be deceptive headlines. I think a news headline is kind of a bigger deal than it, but like, yeah, welcome to YouTube, Tom. Like, I know this shit is fucking brand new to you, but yeah, sometimes people play fast and loose with the titles and thumbnails. I'm sure you've never done anything like that, right?
These guys are the
anyway,
academic people in the world.
So sorry, no hate to Tom or anything like that. I'm just kind of surprised that somebody that's been on the platform as long as he has would react like that. That's all.
Who will give you a 27-page essay about what a microaggression is. Well, if you go up to a person and you say, your hair is curly today, they've got like 15 different academic papers that they can give you for why you're basically...
Destiny, are we doing a little anti-wokeness today? I feel like we're doing some anti-wokeness. Let's get your tea and snacks. We're gonna do some anti-wokeness.
Hitler, and you're engaging in colorism, and you're exclusionary, and you are and doing microaggressions, and there's a black tax on certain hair products, and it's like all these 50 million things. But then when it comes to like criticism of his behavior, it's like, well, did I actually say the actual word? You wanna know how stupid this guy is?
So stupid that he made a video against you and you're still pissed about it. Still fucking pissed at Noah Samson. Wow. Look, Vosh, like, he's done videos on Vosh. He's done videos on Xanderhall. I don't see them still like fucking coping about it years later. God, Destiny is so fucking thin-skinned. He's so fucking thin-skinned, right? Who said that? Wait. Turkey Tom is apolitical. I mean, Turkey Tom is not somebody that I would characterize as like overly political, but nothing's really apolitical. Let's be real, Jaden. But point taken, right? Yeah, Turkey Tom is not, I don't know, is not the quartering. All right. If that's your point, I'll agree with you on that. Playing around mostly. Okay. Oh my god, chat, it's hot today. It's really hot. Look, I'm going to do one more call to action. This is the last one of the stream. Remember, the stream only is able to come to you day after day, week after week, through the support of viewers like you. I appreciate all the support, whether it comes in the form of super chats, whether it comes in the form of getting yourself a membership, becoming a member of the Weasel Gang, getting yourself a sub, getting those like animated weasels by becoming a sub, or by giving the gift of weasels to someone else. I appreciate all of it, right? There's a lot of different ways that you can contribute to the stream, whether it's through Throne, the link in the description, whether it's through direct donations, links are in the description for that as well, whether it's through super chats or whether it's through getting a membership. All of it is appreciated, and even if all you have to give is your thumb, that's not nothing, okay? I know people look down on likes, right? It's just one like in a sea of many, but if we collect many likes, then it has power and it sends my video out to more people. So, you know, even just hitting like is something that I appreciate greatly, as well as wait, what am I missing here? Something happened. Oh my god, Sisyphean with the 5 gifted memberships. That's 5 people that are going to have a weasel now, thanks to Sisyphean. Thank you so much, Sisyphean. You give all your thumbs to NCC streams. I appreciate that. And again, just so in case you're on shorts, right? This is only applicable to the shorts, people watching on shorts, right? If you're looking how to like the stream, it's not there. It's not there, right? That's usually how shorts work. It's not there, right? There's a subscribe button down there, but there's no like button. Where's the like button, right? It's actually right up here. ... There's 3 little dots there. You press those dots, you'll open up a dialog below that'll pop up, and it'll give you the ability to like or dislike the stream. I appreciate all the feedback. So even if you're just letting me know that you don't like what I'm doing and I could do better, make sure to hit dislike then, you know, just give me some feedback. That's all I'm asking for. But that's how you do it. Again, it's right up here. Or if that doesn't work, just like try holding down your thumb. Try tapping the screen and holding down your thumb. And sometimes that will cause the stream to get liked. But yeah, thank you so much, Sisyphean. There are many weasel recipients now that are indebted to your generosity. All right, let's finish up with the Destiny and Noah thing. It's just weird how it can get hot in my room when it's not actually that hot outside. Here, I'm gonna open up the window. Maybe that'll make it, like, I don't want to have to cut the stream short if I don't have to, because there's a lot. Like I said, there's another video from Noah. We only got like 1/3 of the way through Noah's video. I do want to make sure that you get your Destiny, your daily dose of Destiny and Turkey Tom. So, you know, the Turkey Tom is just kind of like, I don't know, what do you call Tom? Tom's like the king of commentary. Is that right? He's like the preeminent commentary dude. So, and yeah, you know, like probably thinks of himself as apolitical. I would say that there's some anti-woke brainworms kind of baked into the whole Turkey Tom, shepherd's pie, if you will. But he's not aware of those, so.
We're going to go through the most pressing drama in the culture war right now. It involves a large anti-woke YouTuber and a large leftist YouTuber, one of which you have experience with. Big drama.
Experience with, one of which you have fucking, like, I don't know, cope for, I guess.
People have been waiting for you to watch this. So, I've been following this drama. Noah Samson and Think Before You Sleep.
Wow.
Have a long history of dating each other, of making videos responding to each other.
Give us some details. Who are both these people?
Think Before You Sleep is I wouldn't say right wing, but like an anti-woke YouTuber.
Yo. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, for being, he's apolitical. He's so apolitical that he can't even tell that Think Before You Sleep is like, you think there's maybe a little right wing edge to it? I wouldn't say right wing, but yeah. Look, apolitical is not a compliment, all right? If you're truly apolitical, it's just, you know, certain area of ignorance, right? Which is fine, right? I'm ignorant about a lot of stuff. Like if you ask me about Marvel comics or DC comics, right? I'm going to be ignorant of that. I'm not going to know like every reference to the Avengers. So I got some ignorance too. But yeah, apolitical is you know, you're essentially saying, hey, I'm just ignorant of that stuff. So if I'm saying right wing shit, please cut me a break because I'm not aware of it. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm not trying to be a chud. I just got those brainworms. Those delicious brainworms like RFK Jr. No, I don't. RFK Jr.'s got literal, had literal brainworms, but
going after people like Noah Samson, on stuff like fat acceptance or forced diversity, stuff like that.
Wow. Yo, I wonder what Tom thinks about the fact that being anti-Noah Samson, I was almost saying Noah Simpson, it kind of puts you on the same, it kind of puts you in the same like lane as Vosh. I wonder what he thinks about that, right? I don't think that Turkey Tom's necessarily a big Vosh defender, but you know, here you go. Let's.
Noah Samson is a leftist YouTuber, so he makes videos. I think he's made videos about you.
Indeed.
And he's made a bunch of videos about a bunch of different people.
So wait, Noah Samson is a leftist, but Think Before You Sleep is not really right wing. I wouldn't say right wing. What would you say then? How would you describe him?
I think he probably supportive of a lot of people on the left.
So it's not just that we're ignorant of politics, it's that we're like ignorant of a certain kind of politics. It's that we got a different barometer, right? We got a different Overton window for what is actually like right wing, which I guess you got to be carrying a tiki torch, right? And have a MAGA hat to be right wing. If you're missing those things, then you're not truly right wing. But being left wing, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know, caring about like caring about people. That's what makes you left wing.
I don't know, Hassan Pike or something, I would guess. But they have this drama because of a situation with another YouTuber.
You may notice a random child.
Who's not a political YouTuber, really. She just makes, I don't know, I'd say more silly, somewhat.
Okay, agreed. Illymation, not a political. Yeah. So now that's weird. That's weird because you get the feeling from at least, at the very least, Think Before You Sleep's community, if not Think Before You Sleep himself, that there is a certain amount of wokeness in the. You almost get the feeling that Illymation is being political. That's the criticism. I don't want this politics on my YouTube. Like this is woke.
I guess you could call it social commentary, but they're like just like little animated storytime videos or whatever. I think Jaden Animation's chat. And Think Before You Sleep made a video about her. Unfortunately, she ended up getting doxxed by a third-party site. And Noah Samson has now made this video as well as another follow-up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just happened. It just sort of happened. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't think we have to watch the entire thing.
Those third-party doxing sites, you know.
We probably just watch half of it.
Okay, all right, we got it. Hold on, wait, let me hear this.
Throughout the video, that's me as a boy. It's my new little voiceover app.
And also, but like, let's be real about who doxed Illymation, right? Because you're making it sound like there's like there's Think Before You Sleep and there's his community, right? And then there's Illymation, there's her community, and then this like third actor comes out of nowhere and is like looking at on this stuff and like, oh hey, let's dox this person, right? They said in the harassment site, one of the comments was Illymation is a or like Think Before You Sleep is a based YouTuber, right? These are fans. These are fans, right? They are on the hate site. They are also watching Think Before You Sleep videos. In other words, people on harassment sites like Think Before You Sleep. There we go.
Okay, you can hear it.
But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Thank you for invading into my chat today. We're trying to get 3 for Thursday, right, chat? I don't know why I have this preoccupation, but I kind of think that like we should get 1 sub at a time on like Wednesday, right? Wait, is it Wednesday? It's Thursday. Yeah. Wait, what fucking day is it? Yeah, it's Thursday. Oh my god, chat, I'm so screwed up. As far as time goes. Right? We should get 1 for Wednesday, 2 for Tuesday, 3 for Thursday, and I don't know, 6 for Saturday? 5 for Friday? But it never happens as far as the higher numbers, right? As far as actually I don't think we've gotten 3 for Thursday yet. We get 2 in a row though sometimes, so that's really cool. I just would like next time you hear that communist invading radicals, if you haven't subbed, like sub right after, because I want to get those like 2 in a row and then 3. If I can get 3 in a row, then I'll be like, yes, 3 for Thursday. But it doesn't really matter.
You're good?
Yep.
All right, are you ready?
You may notice a random child throughout the video. That's me as a boy. It's my new little voiceover avatar thing. I'm trying that out. Hope it's not terrible. Okay. On December 21st of last year, the storytime animation YouTuber Illymation released a video called Perks of Being the Fat Kid. 2 months later, the anti-woke YouTube channel Think Before You Sleep, hereafter referred to as Sean, hi Sean, responded to Illy's video in a video titled Fat Acceptance Cartoon. Right after Sean posted this response.
to your stream.
The comment section on Illy's video went through some changes. It was flooded with hate comments, threats, insults, inflammatory accusations, also a lot of anti-Semitism, so that's kind of weird. When one of her followers reached out on Tumblr to ask if she'd seen the video, Illy replied, and after expressing frustration about the harassment she was receiving, she ended the post by asking her followers to report the video.
No, Jaden, right wing is when you suck a millionaire's dick, right? It's when you glaze that shit right up. That's the only thing that's right wing. Or a tiki torch. If you go down on a tiki torch, I think that's also right wing. But it depends on how you do it, right? It depends on like if you're touching. Anyway, chat.
Response to this one Tumblr post,
it's all about ball handling, right? In that case,
Sean made a whole new video. Woke YouTuber is trying to deplatform me, in which he accused Illy of leading a campaign of targeted harassment.
By which, of course, I mean basketballs.
Campaign
and mass flagging.
Mass flagging campaign against me. Mass flagging campaign. Mass flag his channel. Mass flagging. Mass flagging
against him and his smaller channel.
Deplatform a smaller creator. Harass a much smaller creator.
In order to deplatform.
He's a small bean, chat. He's a small bean. Oh my god.
Deplatform me to try and get me deplatformed.
So this is the annoying part, right? Now I got to make a decision. What do you think, chat? One in chat, if you want me to fast forward us to the part where we stopped watching the Noah Samson video, right? Because they're watching the Noah Samson video. We're going to get a lot of repeats here. I am curious what Destiny and Tom have to say, but you know, it might be good to. I just don't want to. We'll get repetition if I watch the early part too much.
And take away his source of income.
Take away my source of income.
The only evidence he has provided for any of these accusations is that one Tumblr post. This new video from Sean brought Illy even more
targeted harassment,
which culminated in her receiving death threats, rape threats, and being doxxed. For her safety, she was forced to leave her home state, breaking the lease on her apartment, which cost her over $10,000 in legal fees. Sean, meanwhile, made out.
Can I just say a quick thing? When people are like forced to leave, like, really? Were you? Or did you get like one comment on Twitter DMs and you were like, I'm gonna move out of my apartment now?
I think this is always the thing that I'm perplexed about as somebody who like has been doing YouTube stuff and has like been doxxed. Generally, like nothing happens.
Yeah, but okay,
like
whatever.
Like generally nothing comes of it. Not to say that it's like a good thing to do to someone or like they shouldn't feel scared or whatever. But generally you're not. I don't know if you're forced to leave. You choose to leave. Oh, whoa.
Don't worry about what I'm opening in my monitor. Keep going.
Look, I know you're going to hate this, and I know you're going to think I'm super woke for saying this, but that's a fucking privileged point of view, right? Turkey Tom, yeah, he gets in a lot of shit. There's people that hate his guts. He's been doxxed, and nothing really came of it. Does that mean that, like, nobody's ever had a problem from having their fucking place of living identified? Does that mean that it couldn't be different for somebody else?
First, nothing needs to be bad. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think part of the reason he put that in there is kind of add to the narrative that Think Before You Sleep cost her, but we can keep watching.
Out with a slightly better deal. 3 videos, 2.3 million views, 40,000 new subscribers, made out in the lease threats, rape threats, and being doxxed. For her safety, she was forced to leave her home state, breaking the lease on her apartment, which cost her over $10,000 in legal fees. Sean, meanwhile, made out with.
What is $10,000 in legal fees? Do you have to pay a lawyer to break a lease also? That's bullshit. It's bullshit.
I don't know.
Bullshit.
I don't know what that means.
I do know. It's bullshit.
A slightly better deal. 3 videos.
Could it be the legal fees are related to?
No, it's bullshit.
Did somebody like try to come to her house or something?
I think actually it's bullshit.
40,000 new subscribers and a big stack of.
What do you mean?
I love how Destiny's like 90% vibe space these days. Is that why you got embarrassed in that cookies debate, Destiny? Was that a vibe space thing? You're like, yeah, those cookies could have been turned into rockets. They're going to extract the sugar in some kind of alchemical process known only to Palestinians, where by which you turn Oreos into rockets. He's fucking so vibe space these days. I don't know if you can even call him a debate bro anymore.
Like it's just a lie.
AdSense money. There's so much that I want to talk about.
I'm sorry, did I upset people with the with using the fellatio metaphor? I apologize. I'm not trying to put a pejorative to fellatio.
But from this situation, I want to talk about how Sean spends a good amount of his video insulting Illy's appearance under the guise of giving her
I didn't mean to drive people away.
Tips on how to be more attractive.
She could easily be considered attractive by most people if she just stopped wearing those grandma glasses, picked better clothes, learned how to by most people.
Okay, wait, just as a quick thing before we get into it. First of all, this cat is adorable. Wait, this woman is attractive.
I mean, that cat is really cute. But yeah, Illy's also cute. And like, look, there's nothing wrong with her. If she wants to use volumizer or a different hair care system or whatever, that's kind of like her business. That's sort of on her. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird, like how much in the incel community you get this desire to like control women. Well, you know what I would do with her? I would, you know, change the hair. Like, it's like, I'm sorry, she's not a video game, like, you know, character that you can like tweak like that. I'm sorry. That's on her, how she wants to look.
Am I crazy?
I'm good.
Yeah. Just cute, yeah.
Okay, yeah, jeez, but okay.
If she just stopped wearing those grandma glasses, picked better clothes,
This part
learned
of
how
his
to
video
style
was
her
like
hair
mad
instead of
cringe.
always leaving it flat to her head with maximum forehead showing, and watch some makeup to
Can we at least get, look, Destiny and Tom, okay? You said that, like, she's cute. There's nothing wrong with the way she looks. You know, I mean, she doesn't really need your approval either. But I mean, I'm glad that you're recognizing that that's kind of. But what you don't get is any pushback on this guy. I would anyway. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Let him go. Like, do we get any pushback here?
I want to talk about how he spent what must have been hours digging around her social
That cat looks like your cat, Nathaniel.
media accounts to find photos of her eating junk food and of her body at a time when she weighed less in order to accuse her of lying about her diet.
So
Yo, that's a big sword. That's a big sword, though.
now I have to do some investigating to find out what Alyssa's eating habits are. After scrolling down through her community tab, the only thing I was able to see her eating was
The grimace shake
ice cream.
in Fortnite.
Strike one.
I want to talk about how we had to lie for a lot of these insults, like how the very next post on her community tab after the milkshake thing showed her holding a bag of wheat bread, or how the photo he used to insult her fashion sense by saying she dresses like a homeless person.
Holy shit, that is bad. This girl has millions of followers, yet if you saw her out in public, you'd be afraid that she's about to pester you for spare change.
Was taken while she was hiking, and Sean knew that.
Just once, I want to see Destiny give Noah Samson some credit. That would be awesome.
Out the identifying information so that his audience wouldn't, the less perceptive ones anyway, given that she's
Okay, I have no
change.
stake in
Was
this game
taken
at all.
while
Okay, I don't know, because I don't know, but it is this guy. Why would you pick this picture? It's retarded.
Yeah,
I mean, he can admit that, like, that. Like, he's doing everything he can not to give Noah the credit. But he low-key agrees with Noah.
I agree completely.
Yeah.
She was
I think
hiking,
King
and
fucked
Sean
that up.
knew that, but
Yeah.
cropped out the identifying information so that his audience wouldn't, the less perceptive ones anyway, given that she's, you know, sitting on a log in dirt. I want to talk about all that, but I have to shelve those points for now because there's a more pressing issue at hand, which is that Sean's videos caused a doxing.
Okay, is that there's some Photoshop going on with Sean? Did we stretch his smile a little bit to make? Did we Jokerify? Did Noah Jokerify Sean in that? Is that a Photoshop? Like, that's not a natural smile, right? I don't know what's real anymore, chat. AI has like AI has essentially eaten my brain. What do you think? It kind of looks like the Germa picture, doesn't it? You know the one Germa picture, the sus picture of Germa? Shit was cringy in the 80s. Destiny is a liberal because his Twitter handle says so. Oh yeah. Do you know this, chat? Destiny's starting a media company. You know, like how, wait, who has a media company? Like Daily Wire, Mehdi Hassan's got Zateo, right? Destiny's gonna do a media company called like Omni Liberal Productions or something. So get ready. I bet you're excited about that. You J. Aubrey'd it.
On the internet, things like doxing and harassment are often treated as natural law. Mean comments are
Why is his head tilted that far back? I don't know.
Even if you ask people not to, they'll still leave them. If people are going to take things too far, like doxing, then there's not much you can really do to stop it. This seems to be Sean's perspective on the matter.
This comment brigading behavior appears to just be a fact of nature that creators can't control. So really, it's on YouTube to make an interface change that addresses this problem.
The only real exemption from this excuse seems to be when a creator directly asks their audience to harass or dox someone. If that doesn't happen though, then sorry, it's the internet. Now, while that may be the case in some situations, this is not one of them. Sean didn't ask anyone to dox or harass Illy. What he did do, though, is misrepresent and deceptively edit her video in order to
Okay, so there we go. So if you're wondering, did Noah Samsen imply that Think Before You Sleep doxed Illy? No. Noah Samsen very clearly said that that is not what happened. But what he did do was he lied about her to a community that without even, without even that follow-up video was already harassing her. He pushed it further. She's taking my income. Oh my God, what a bitch. We gotta...
Directly motivated the people who did. And when I say directly, I mean directly. We doxed Illy because she tried to get another popular content creator, Think Before You Sleep, taken down by YouTube, all because he made a video right...
God, I never even thought about is Noah's music licensed. Jeez.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, initially, the way that this timeline is presented is it sounds like he made a video about her, and because of the video that he made, people doxed her. But now it sounds like he's saying...
Wait a minute. That's not the impression. Chat, did anybody get that impression? We just watched that video. Like, and I don't know, like, what got left in, what got cut. I'm not paying super attention to whether Destiny's just, like, watching the whole Noah video here or not. But, no, it was really clear to me. Video 1, right? She's spreading... health misinformation, right? She's doing bad things, right? She's essentially, espousing things which could cause somebody to think that unhealthy, dietary patterns are actually healthy, right? And that's where they came back with the anti-Semitism, the fat phobia. They went not just to his channel to bitch about her, not just like slamming her in his video, but they went over to her video and did that, right? Second video, right after she, somebody brings that up on Tumblr and she's like, yeah, actually, I think that this maybe violates community standards. He comes back, she's trying to take my income. That's when she got doxxed. I don't think that was unclear. Am I wrong? Am I missing something? I believe Noah Samsen was inspired by Summer 2020 Sam Cedar to grow a mustache. I can't prove it, but I believe it to be true. You could be right. I can't disprove what you say, Autumn Leaves. I can't debunk it. No matter how hard I try. He just didn't pay attention, says UC Love. That's what I think. But I mean, I don't know.
That he made a video about her. She got...
Yeah, Sasha G, especially that it might be different for a woman streamer. Absolutely. Like, yeah, like, I mean, look, we haven't covered Man versus Bear yet, but I feel like that... Do we know about what Man versus Bear is? Right, it's like a thought experiment. A woman is in the woods and she sees either a man that she does not know or a bear that she does not know. Which one is more threatening, right? So in other words, things that like, and the reason that's a thought experiment is like a lot of guys are like, obviously the bear. Bears are big. Bears are carnivorous. They're actually omnivorous, but whatever. They have claws. They have teeth. They've eaten people. There was, but when we look at the actual incidence of bear encounters versus bear attacks, it's actually pretty low. I don't know. Statistically, I don't know how you'd parse it, but right. It's I think the reaction that that a lot of people are having, that it would be ridiculous for a woman to say, actually, the man is more concerning to me. The fact that is seen as ridiculous and misandrous and all this shit, that's kind of a red flag, right? That they're apart from any. Yeah. So Mono knows what I'm talking about. I never covered this. Vosh covered the, like, I tend to leave Vosh subjects alone. That was the first person I saw cover the Man versus Bear thing. So I was like, I'm not trying to copy Vash's content, but I do think it's an interesting thought experience. Bears are more rational, easier to reason with. I pick man, but as a man, it's easier. Yeah. And that's the whole thing, is there's a disconnect, right? If you don't know, if you're not, aware of what a lot of women's like lived experience is like, then you're going to react to the person answering, the bear is, man is the deadliest game. I saw Chud Logic getting performatively angry. He gets performatively angry about everything, including myself, right? He got mad at Lucy Haze, all right? That is, I gotta say, that's the best thing that Lucy Haze has ever done that I've seen. I haven't watched a lot of her content, but I loved when she was going after Chud Logic. And he was reacting to it. He got so mad. She was just fucking with him, and he got super pissed off.
I'm mad at the video and try to get it taken down, and then now people are doxing because of that. What's the real timeline?
That is basically the correct timeline, yes. But I think it's kind of silly to draw a through line and say that because
black bears are the ones you want to meet. You can spook them easily. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how this works. There's a thing where there's like one kind of bear that if a bear runs at you, there's one kind of bear that you like lay on the ground and you play dead, and then there's another kind of bear that you wanna stand up on your tippy toes, and if you have a hat or something, like swing it around, like make the bear think that you got something, like I don't know, you just try to make yourself as big as possible to scare there's one bear that you scare, and there's another bear that you play dead or play asleep, right? There's one bear that's concerned with you as an intrusion into its territory, in other words, right? And there's the black and the brown bear, right? And the other bear that might potentially, if it's hungry enough, see you as food, right? Bears beats in Battlestar Galactica. Chud got mad at me just for saying he wasn't my particular cup of tea. Oh my god, he needs to take stuff less seriously. That guy's so serious. Saw the video where the guy screamed at a grizzly. Make yourself big like a cat, like Cat from Wet Red Dwarf. Black bears can climb trees, brown bears cannot. Wait, did we F? Are we good? Anybody else having trouble seeing me? They found, James Somerton's new alt because he replied to that or something. Yeah, basically he's not. Oh yeah, speaking of Chud Logic, didn't he go ham on like all these woke people seem to pretend to be concerned, and yet they drove a gay man to unalive himself? There's no H Bomber guy has basically got a body count. They complain about the kiwi farms, and yet their own favorite creator, H Bomber guy, has just killed off a gay man. We're good.
Making his video, she got doxxed.
It sounds like the reason why she got doxxed is because she tried to take that video down.
According to these people, yes.
So it's her fault. That's what Destiny just said. Like she speculates on a video violating community standards. Like the video that gets her fucking harassed, right? She's like, is this cyberbullying? And that's crossing the line. That justifies.
Rightfully criticizing her, she is also promoting fat culture and how being fit and working out your body is useless and fat phobic. She also promotes that's an anti-trans slur, and woke.
Oh yeah, you're right. She would say H bomber guy.
Culture. That was posted on the website that hosted Illy's doxing information.
I always forget how to do a proper. What is Chud's accent? It's not just a British accent. It's like a certain kind of. It's like it's got a certain regionality to it, doesn't it?
The actual doxing took place on a different website, and the very first post of the original doxing thread.
Germ says my mom picked bear before the internet even existed. I've heard this thought experiment before. Okay, so maybe it's older than I realize.
Shared these same motivations. We need to dox her because she promotes fat culture, she believes in woke bullshit, and when a based YouTuber like Think Before You Sleep called her out, she threw a fit and asked her fans to mass flag his channel to get it deleted. The people harassing her in the comments are motivated by—
He's trying to get a timeline, but I feel like he missed something. I feel like I feel like they glossed over the
same idea.
Because there's two videos, right? There's the first video that Think Before You Sleep did. That's the one that got her all that harassment, the weird anti-Semitic stuff, right? So you know, it's you are like look, if I ever did a video, right, and the result of that was NCC fans going over into somebody else's like video and getting abusive, I would be given pause. I wouldn't be like, yeah, let's press the gas pedal. Let's press the gas pedal. Hey, you know what else? This Illymation person, they're trying to take away my income. They want to see me homeless. They want to see me destitute, right? I mean, like, what are you fucking doing? What do you think you're playing with? You already know that your content is based on negativity. Your content is based on anti-wokeness. Now, look, I could imagine that some anti-woke people are just like the people that are like, this such and such has gone too far. But a lot of anti-woke people, let's be honest, a lot of anti-woke people are anti-woke because they hate the groups that the woke want to protect, right? It's not really anti-wokeness. It's anti-blackness. It's anti-fat. You know, it's anti-whatever, right? It hides behind, it mixes in with that, right? So when you do anti-woke content, don't be surprised when you see anti-Semites mixed in with there, because being, you know, against anti-Semitism, I guess, is considered woke. But anyway, yeah, this is
Illy is woke, Illy wants to deplatform Sean, and Illy promotes obesity. These accusations,
just this unironic like anti-wokeness is pretty weird to me, because like I feel like most people like a lot of people sort of left the unironic like, oh my god, this shit is woke, you know, kind of shit back. Like that's 2017. That's old. That's anti-SJW shit. That shit is played out, right? You can still be anti, you know, whatever without this like unironic, it's wokeness. It's the like you can't even fucking explain what that means. You don't even know what it means. Your fucking whole viewpoint is contradictory.
are being repeated.
Stream quality is degrading. Thank you, Gaius fracking Baltar. Is anybody else having degrading stream quality issues? I am seeing that it looks like my KBPS are still good.
This is like one of the dumbest guys on YouTube. Oh god, okay.
Across the internet in videos with millions of collective views, they pervade the docs.
Are we still doing this? It's 2024 and we're like taking posts on 4chan and saying that like because
it's 2024 and we're still talking unironically about wokeness. What the fuck, Destiny?
He made the video and because these people don't like her for the same reasons he doesn't like her.
Yo, no, that's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. They saw the Illymation video too, right? That's what it was. They didn't watch the Think Before You Sleep video, even though they're saying he's a based YouTuber. Even though they seem to like this guy. No, I'm sure none of his audience is like just organically on the hate side, right? I'm sure you can do anti-woke content and not have anybody like that in your audience. And if somebody like that shows up, well, they're not with you. They're not with you. It's just incidental. They saw the Illymation video and they had the same reaction. That doesn't implicate you at all. That's what Destiny is saying.
It gets better than this, right? He's got like better material. He's getting to better material, I'm sure.
There'll be more interesting stuff. I don't know if it's better material.
Okay, we'll see.
But I mean, that is basically like the frustrating thing about the situation, which is that, and the comments from his channel seem to agree that because, in Noah's opinion, Think Before You Sleep misrepresented Illy, that she got doxxed.
Yeah, we're doing a bit of a meta reaction. Good identification there, Rimfire82. This is going a bit meta. But that's what happens when you get into a drama like this, right? We watched the Illymation video first, so if you want to see, you know, just me reacting to a video, you can take that track bar and go back to that. Then we watched Noah Samson reacting to Think Before You Sleep's video. So yeah, I guess that's a reaction to a technically a reaction to a reaction to a reaction. What is this? This is and you don't see it, right? It's not super clear. It's not like a Chud Logic stream where he's doing like a meta react, right? But like it's me on the outside reacting to Destiny and Turkey Tom. They are reacting to Noah Samson reacting to Think Before You Sleep, reacting to Illymation. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like a 5 level. That's like a lasagna. It's a react lasagna. You should be happy that I'm serving you this react lasagna. Although you might say that it's not a healthy food. You might say that it's a little too calorie dense. You might say that I'm being a little too neutral about food, but
and therefore he should be held accountable. And I actually
it's not even 4chan, it's Soy Jack. I don't even know what that is, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually talked to Noah about this in DMs, and he was.
Does he really not know what that is? Does Destiny really not know this? Because I've heard of it.
He was like, I don't understand how everybody thinks that
spaghetti's good too, Rimfire. I really like pasta just in general. President Sunday said Lonerbox is in his 40s. Oh, I don't think that's right, is it? We should probably cover the Lonerbox shit too, shouldn't we?
You know, I'm pro deplatforming when all I said is that, you know,
yeah, it's a React layer dip. Exactly, SM. Exactly. It's 6 degrees of Kevin. We're gonna sprinkle some Kevin Bacon all over that. So it's plant-based though. It's
basically like, here's, you know, basically this person who got her doxxed, and like, you know, I think YouTube should do what.
Wait, was it 6? Maybe it was 6. I don't know.
What he says, and I'm like, well, obviously, when you like draw a line like that, saying like, Think Before You Sleep makes a video that gets her harassed, and you know, YouTube can do whatever they want, and it's justified for Illy to want it taken down. Like, you're promoting deplatforming. Like, some of the arguments he makes in this are straight up retarded. Like, he's like, well, she just wanted that one video down. You know,
look, I gotta ask Tom, do you think that it was appropriate for people to be concerned about the video that Sneeko made about Chad? Do you think that was deplatforming? Was that bad? Are we really gonna go through with this like prison yard mentality of like, don't snitch, like basically with regardless of what kind of shit like gets made? Or have we maybe come a ways since the days of Leafy, right? Are we like, this is my question for you, Tom. Are you substantially different than Leafy is here? I would say so. I would say that you're not the same guy. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that you say, but I wouldn't compare you to Leafy as here. Right? Can we at least say that some shit goes too far, or can we not? Do we got to do this mentality of like, oh my god, I can't believe you would snitch him out for doing a video that violates that violates freaking community standards, and that's getting her fucking all this unwarranted hate by literally lying about her? Can we not have a problem with that? Is that me dry snitching? Am I a fucking snitch? Is that like where are we at, right? What year is it? Is it 2024 or is it 2014? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Internet does not get better. People get better, and sometimes those people are on the internet. That's one way to look at it.
YouTube is a 3-strike system, so it wasn't technically deplatforming.
So what happened to me was fucking deplatforming. When somebody makes 3 complaints about me to YouTube, right, that are unjustified, right? They said that I was in violation of copyright when I was reacting. The very essence of transformative content, the very like prototypical, the platonic ideal of transformative content is when you react to somebody's content in a way to criticize them. If we're gonna take that and say that is a violation of Xander Hall's content, no comment check, and we are gonna take down your channel if you're fucking white nervosa, that's deplatforming. It almost happened to me. Luckily, YouTube wasn't, just going on like vibes, wasn't just going on like, clicks or whatever. They actually looked at it and they said, I don't think this is a violation of copyright. Look, if you wanna take it to your lawyers, white nervosa, go be my guest, be my fucking guest, take it to the lawyers, right? But we're not gonna enforce this because this is transformative content and nothing else, right? I know what deplatforming feels like it because I've had somebody like the sysadmin for a huge creator try to do it to me. All right, so please don't gaslight me. Don't blow smoke up my ass and tell me that her like not wanting to get fucking harassed, wanting to get like these weird incel armies coming after her. Don't tell me that's fucking deplatforming. It sounds to me like self-preservation is what that is.
Down that one video.
Okay.
Like it's very
sprinkled between a sea of death threats, rape threats, and depictions of Illy committing suicide. These ideas are the reason they hate her, and all of them, every single one, was fabricated by Sean. How he did this is the topic of today's video, so let's check it out.
Wait, how does he have such good music if it's not copyright? I feel like I'm gonna get copyright struck for, not copyright, sorry. I feel like I'm gonna get demonetized for watching Noah's video because his music is just too on point.
Alright, so the first one of these narratives that I want to look at today is the idea that Illy promotes obesity. One of the main concluding points of Sean's video is that Illy's advice is going to kill people by causing them to eat themselves into an early grave.
You know what's great about this advice? Because you conflated being overweight with extreme obesity, so you could say that both are healthy, what's going to happen is that people who watch this video that are 300 pounds are going to say, see, Alyssa is fine with being overweight, I don't have to change either. And then they'll eat themselves into an early grave.
Can I just
The other thing about think before you sleep, and I only say this because he and his community are so toxic to other people. This guy is a cringe lord. This guy is an embarrassment. This guy is more soy than the creators that he criticizes. Right? I don't know. I like, I don't want to bully anybody, but there's something in his voice that just kind of sort of lends itself towards that, Chad. It's like, it's just.
Also do one quick thing, because I understand. I don't know what this content creator does if he literally like scrapes like the bottom of the fucking barrel for the bravest positions he can take, which is shitting on fat people, which is like.
Okay.
Like, you know, there is not a single fat person in the history of all of mankind who thinks they're healthy or doesn't think they're healthy and then watches a YouTube video.
Good point, Destiny.
I'm healthy. Like, if you're obese as fuck, you smell bad, you've got weird rashes, your joints ache, you can't run, you can't walk upstairs without like heaving and breathing, your doctor shit on.
So it's almost like Destiny's able to give some credit to Illymation, right? But just for whatever reason, and we know what reason it is, it's because Noah Sampson's criticized him a bunch of times. He can't give any credit to Noah. Or can he? I don't know. Let's give him a chance.
Your friend shit on you, like, you know it's bad. Like, there is this weird myth created online.
You don't think there are some delusional people out there?
Yeah, and there are some people that think they're Jesus and they jump off balconies. But the idea that this is like a measurable thing in society, like a lot of people like, oh yeah, like being fat is actually awesome.
I don't think it's like a super widespread thing.
It's a huge cope.
But so what is it? What you really have, Tom? Do you really have a concern about this? Right? Because even Destiny can see that this is bullshit.
No, they're coping. They're not like, I don't think there's a measurable group of people like actually deluding themselves into thinking this.
I mean, there's like big Facebook groups. So basically the way it is just on the internet, anyone can congregate around a retarded idea, right? So like every delusional.
It's weird. They bleeped the R slurs in the beginning of the video, but they like, I guess they realized they're not gonna, like, you only have to do like the first 5 minutes or something.
Person who has this idea is going to go online, and then it looks like there's a larger thing than there is.
Sure, but they'll like just cope about it.
Yeah.
But they're not like actually thinking like, oh yeah, like I think I am going to stay fat. Like, this is a great idea.
Yeah, the idea that this is a contributing to like, I don't know, like pathologies, right? That her doing this content is like increasing diabetes rate. That's the idea that you get from this fucking think before you sleep brain rot. Is that she's actually hurting people.
Like, they were probably always,
I don't know.
Maybe, but like when we say some of them, I mean, like, you can find people online that like to do anything. The people like this act like it's this huge social problem.
So again, Turkey Tom, apolitical commentary creator, he's not really interested in doing political content, but I gotta say that something about being in that space, I guess, makes you a little bit more tolerant towards bullshit like this. Like, yeah, maybe fat people do watch this content and it causes them to make unhealthy choices. Like, right? Maybe that's real. I don't think it's real. And it's just like, look, like I said, I don't think that he's making a political statement here. I just feel like the people that he's around, like, this shit is just so accepted. This weird pedantic paternalistic view of people that are overweight, right? I feel like it's kind of universal. Like, because we're always looking for somebody to bully. And look, if you want to bully Tipster about him, supporting Loli, go right ahead. That's fucked up. But too many times the shit that I hear about Tipster is like literally talking about his weight, right? What the fuck? That's such a fucking playground thing to like go at somebody about, especially with somebody like Tipster. Like, it's a target rich environment. There's a lot of shit that he says that's fucked up, and yet half of the time these jackasses are like concentrating on like, oh my god, Tipster's overweight. Yo, wow. I guess we gotta bully him. I guess we gotta bully him. No, come on.
A lot of people are going to be fat because of like YouTube videos talking about like fat. I just think it's like really cringe. I don't think it's a huge thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Note that it's not just it might happen. He said that it's going to happen. So it's sort of a direct accusation there, just so we're clear about that. Now, that's a pretty serious accusation, right? So how does he justify it? Well, right before it, he presents what he calls Illy's final piece of advice and uses that as evidence to argue that she is promoting obesity.
All right, let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
A carrot isn't an inherent good food, while chocolate is an inherent bad food. Food is just food. No matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, you should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it.
I'm done. That was such terrible advice. I don't know how this video could be considered as anything other than enabling food addicts to not fix their health.
So Illy's...
That's how we get to, like, you're supporting addiction. Like, the comments were literally, like, you know, talking about drug addiction and stuff, right?
Quotes here that food is just food and you should eat whatever you want were the most...
Have you watched her full video?
He's gonna play a clip here where he's like basically making the case that Think Before You Sleep took her out of context.
Okay, because technically...
Oh my god, it's not just out of context. Like, right, it's dishonest, I gotta say. I've seen out of context, I've been out of context before. This is something more. This is something a little bit more than just out of context.
She's saying is correct, but I mean, that could be construed in a stupid way. She could have said it dumbly, or she could have, but I don't know, we'll see.
Important pieces of evidence to Sean's conclusion. Accordingly, they were represented in a few other places. In the thumbnail of his video, for example, Illy is holding a sign that reads, "Eat what you want," to an audience of children, while her avatar holds a milkshake and is depicted as being unstable.
Winner H says, apart from his food takes, wait, are you talking about Think Before You Sleep, Winner? His ideas are bangers. Which ones? I haven't watched a lot of Think Before You Sleep, so I'm not super familiar with this content creator. Maybe you are, Winder H. Maybe you are.
These quotes seem to be the real sticking point for other creators that covered his video.
Food is just food.
What did you mean by that's a correct thing? Chocolate is not good for you.
No food is good or bad for you. Every food just does different things.
Okay, I'm like a little bit surprised. We're seeing some daylight between Destiny and Tom here.
Highly processed food.
Oh, you're talking about Destiny. Oh, okay.
Or food that's like really high in simple sugar.
Yeah, he's definitely got
to be a lot of.
Some of his bangers got him like when you see Destiny banger, like I'm thinking of the let's see what is his recent bangers that the Palestinians are extracting sugar from cookies to make rockets to fire at Israel. That was a banger. Let's see, what else does he have? Oh yeah, we want to donate to the protesters. Where can I give them some kerosene? That was a banger. And then if we want to go way back to like an OG Destiny banger, there was that banger that got him that lost him partner on Twitch, where he talked about mowing down dipshit protesters as a way to stop the inconvenience of the protests, which I'm sure is really annoying if you're trying to get around town and you have to take an alternate route to get your tendies home. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely got some bangers.
Calories with a really low micronutrient and bad macronutrient profile. But it's not technically bad for you. Like, let's say, for instance, you're working out, you're a big guy.
But look,
right?
to his credit, he's coming off as a lot more base than Tom. To his credit.
Calories a day. Let's say you hit all your macros and like 1,800 calories. You can eat 700 calories of candy bars if you want. Or
oh my god, he's literally, this is what I was talking about. If it fits your macro, so you can tell the kind of Jim Bros Destiny's been hanging out around.
Do you think that's what she's saying?
That's why I said I don't know, but I have to hear the rest of the video.
Because I feel like what she's saying is basically just a more, like, she's not like a scientific YouTuber. I feel like more what she's saying is just like, you don't have to think that much about it. Nobody really cares.
Winner H, she's justifying embargoes. He's justifying deprivation of Palestinians. Look, if we don't want stuff like, I'm assuming that you don't want stuff like October 7th to happen. Maybe the immiseration of the Palestinian people is something that Israel should avoid. I don't know. Like, look, I didn't come to this like, from a perspective like Steven did, even though in my childhood and my upbringing, like Israel was definitely portrayed as the good guy. Like my family, my culture, everybody thinks about this. Like, I mean, there was like, there was both you know, sort of halo effect on Israel and a devil horn effect on Palestine, right? And I got over that. I informed myself. I looked into it, and I found that actually it's not like that at all. He started out from the same place that I did. Look, we both went to Catholic. You know, we both went to the Catholic high schools, right? You know, but he was just so stuck on, like, here's the deal. I know that Israel's the good guys in this situation. I just got to prove it. I just got to look up enough stuff. Like, let me find some stuff to debunk Norm. How did that work out for him? How did that work out for him? How did getting like multiple cow pies to the face in that debate with Lex Friedman work out for him, right? I don't think that, I feel like this is just he's a cautionary tale is what he is, right? In inductive logic, right? Inductive logic, the difference between that and deductive logic is inductive logic, you start out with what you believe, and then you're just looking for the premises, you're looking for the justification, you're looking for the logic to prove that's right. With deductive logic, you start with a more open mind, and you actually are willing to change your pre-existing conceptions. That's somewhere where I feel like Destiny you know, falls down, right? And I'm saying this as somebody who was, you know, a fan of his early debates. I mean, I was a much different person then. I was a very naive person, and I was just, you know, happy to see somebody dunking on the alt-right. But I just feel like he's kind of gone downhill ever since then, right? And his obsession with like being contrarian to any philosophy that he feels is shitting on him, like, right? So Hassan, you know, he perceives Hassan as shitting on him, and his views like change overnight, right? You can find clips of Destiny making the exact opposite arguments. If you want to, you can make a argument between Destiny from, like, I don't know, 2020, 2019 era to maybe a little earlier than that even, to Destiny now, and you can have him debate himself, because he's flipped to own Hassan. And it's just like, I don't know, I hate to see him go out like that. I mean, he's one of the earliest streamers to kind of veer into politics. And in a lot of ways, I am living in the world that Destiny, and to a lesser extent, Vosh created, sort of dealing with the realities that came from their influence. But I just feel like there's this huge fall off that's happened, right? You know, I've talked to Destiny before, and I really thought that you could reach him. I thought I could reach him. I took him at his word when he said that, you know, he was open to changing his mind, and it's just not true. He fucking played the piano rather than listening to what I had to say, rather than getting another perspective on cancel culture other than the one that centers himself as the ultimate victim. Like, right, I'm going to lose my sponsorship. I'm going to get demonetized. Oh, woe is me. Demon Mom is going to fucking come after me. Dude, you fucking chased her off the internet. What are you talking about? And I'm not saying this is somebody who likes Demon Mama, but Demon Mama hates my guts. She's got a fucking clip where she flips me off. She gives me one of these, right? I'm not predisposed to defend her. I got a lot of criticisms for her too. But Jesus Christ, this guy has just massively fallen off from you know, whatever he was, which was, you know, at best a warmed over progressive you know, point of view in the first place, right? But yeah, no, he changes. No, I'm not talking about change his position. I'm talking about flipped his positions. I'm talking about he gets in a conflict with Hassan, and then he decides, oh shit, like all the shit that I used to say, all the shit that I believed in before, that was wrong. That was wrong. He's literally doing the same thing as we talked about Kamal the other day, right? Kamal, the streamer that went after FD Signifier. In terms of Kamal's, you know, starts off his videos doing criticism of Fresh and Fit, right? You know, criticism of the Red Pill, and then he does some anti-woke stuff, and that shit really pops off for him, right? Destiny does some anti-Hassan shit, and that shit really pops off for him. And so he flips, because he doesn't really care about anything at all. It's a game for him. That's the problem with Destiny. He's still playing StarCraft. He's still doing macro and micro just on the debate stage, right? It's all a fucking game. He doesn't believe anything. He doesn't stand for anything. He's an empty fucking gaming chair. And I hate to say that the emperor is naked, but that motherfucker is naked, okay? There's no dressing that up.
There's like, you shouldn't worry that much about your appearance. Stuff
I would have to hear the rest of the video.
Okay.
But I mean, like, it's kind of right. Like my assumption would be that, like,
we can say chocolate is not.
Did he change his mind though? Black Wolf, that's what I'm asking. Did he change his mind? Do you think he changed his mind? Do you think he really believes this stuff now? Or do you think he's just advocating for something different? Do you think he really there's some chance, Black Wolf, like I hope I'm not going to blow your mind here, but there's some chance that Destiny doesn't actually care about these political issues. That he cares about himself as a content creator. He cares about finding a lane. He cares about growing. He cares about being able to sling his fucking e-peen around, right? That has been a source of embarrassment ever since Hassan's grew much longer than his, right? That's what he's about. And that's a sad thing. That's a sad thing for somebody that I used to have a little bit of respect for. A little bit of respect.
And it can.
It's not good for you. It's bad for you. You can still eat it as long as you're eating a lot of other things.
Oh my god.
Like, it's just like sugar and fucking.
Look, chat, you're making me not pay attention to Turkey Tom and his great takes on food.
Your body needs glucose to survive.
Look, actually, Destiny's kind of low key. Like in this argument with Turkey Tom, Destiny's kind of based here. All right, I can acknowledge when he's when he's got a point.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but you don't need. Yeah, but you don't need chocolate to survive. You don't need Coca-Cola. You can get that stuff from other food.
Well, it depends. You could need it. Let's say you hit all your micros and macros in 1,000 calories.
I mean, okay, sort of like with a limit, with a caveat. I'm not a if fixture macros type person, right? I still think that you can think about things like nutrient density, but I also think that, like, I don't know, eating a square of chocolate is not the end of the world.
Might need 500 calories of simple sugars to survive, right? Isn't that what people when people eat like potatoes and shit? What is that? Just like carbs and starch, or like people eat bread? It's just like carbs and.
I mean,
Black Wolf. I don't even think it's since 2016. I think it's more recent, right? I think it's more recent. Like, go look for those clips on. I think they're on Twitter.
Bread isn't particularly good for you either.
Well, it's
okay to eat.
It's not that it's good or bad for you. It's just that different food offers different things. Like, if you need 300 calories to hit your
I'll give him credit when credit is due, okay?
Goal at the end of the day, and you just eat like a bar of chocolate. It's not that big of a deal, right?
But can we generally say
I'm not a hater. I'm just, maybe like a former fan that's been kind of disabused of my naivety about him. I think I was naive in my view of him as force for good.
Like, chocolate is bad for you, and you'd probably be better off like eating something healthier to get that 300 calories.
I mean, I think you can, but I think the problem is that it just depends on your approach to food. Like, if you're trying to tell somebody to diet, the honest thing should probably be to stay away from like super processed foods and like simple sugars.
I mean, that's not bad advice.
Like, maximize for those two things, they'll probably be okay. But if you're like trying to go through like, well, this is good for you and this is bad for you and this is good, it's not really technically correct. And then two, it leads to like a weird thing of like food analysis, I think. But also
and when you catch yourself like characterizing food with a morality, characterizing, like, I don't know, I feel like that should be a wake-up call. Like, if you see yourself doing that, like, I'm bad for eating this, right? No, you're not. No, you're not. All right? And I don't think that acting out of fear of society's judgment is the way that you're going to make the best decisions about your diet. Because remember, what we're shooting for is a diet that's sustainable. Not a diet that you can do for like 3 months and then lose, like, I don't know, lose 30 pounds, like in a really unhealthy way, and then just revert back as soon as you can fit your outfit that you couldn't fit before. You revert back to. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for permanent change. We're looking for a sustainable diet, right? That's what works. What doesn't work is these like temporary fixes, right? And these things that people kind of recourse to when they're coming from an emotional point of view, an emotional place of like, oh God, society fucking thinks I'm ugly. I'm fat. I'm ugly. Nobody would want to be with me. I got to do something, and I got to do something fast. And then you get on board with some fucked up diet that's not, healthy for you, that you're doing out of fear, rather than, choosing a diet what's the diet that works? The diet that you can stick with. The diet that you can fucking stick with. And where are you going to make the decision to adopt such a diet? Not from a place of being afraid of being, judged and ostracized because of your weight, because of your looks, from a place of acceptance. From a place of like, hey, look, this is how I look now, and I accept it. I love myself. I don't have to judge myself, right? And I'm not going to judge myself if I want a cookie. I'm not going to judge myself if I want a chocolate, right? That doesn't make me a bad person. That should be like the simplest thing to say. That should be the simplest thing in the world. And yet it's not. It's so pervasive, right? Anyway.
See your full video. Like, I don't know. It's like, it could be right, it could be wrong. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, we're gonna see more of it. I gotta get some water real quick.
Okay, be careful, babe. What's the difference between a processed food and a super processed food? My understanding is the more you process a food, generally the easier it is to digest, and the more like.
Wispit says, I just joined. What did Illymation do? Something serious? No, Illymation didn't do anything wrong, in my estimation. Okay, now you can have your own point of view, and you're free to express that in the chat. But I don't think that Illymation made a video that was just like, hey, maybe don't think of food choices as having a moral value, right? Eating a green apple makes you a good person. Eating a ice cream makes you a bad person, right? Maybe that's not healthy. Maybe that's not good. Maybe that's not right. That was what Illymation was saying. She got all this pushback from this creator called Think Before You Sleep. And that's what caused, I think, Noah Samson jumped in. There's like allegations that she... So she got a hit piece done on her by Think Before You Sleep. She got essentially harassment from this hit piece, right? And then said, I don't know, does this seem like cyberbullying? Like, is this according to, community standards? And made a post like that on Tumblr, I think. And so, he said, she's trying to get me deplatformed. When really she just wanted, like, she didn't want this video lying about her, like causing a million incels to come into her comments and, call her fat and say weird anti-Semitic shit about her, right? And it's gotten it's blown up. It's blown up from there, right? These accusations of like, and she got doxxed, right? He didn't get deplatformed. She got doxxed, right? And he's trying to weaponize his fans with the idea she's taking away my way of life, my income. Like, I won't be able to make shitty videos for you incels anymore. They're like, holy shit, this bitch has got to go. And so she gets doxxed.
Fibers and everything are removed from the food, meaning that the satiation is incredibly low. I don't know if you would say the bio or the caloric availability is generally very high. And you just like, and then I think it also tends to strip away other nutrients as well. So like the more processed something is, the quicker, the easier it is to digest, the quicker you're hungry.
This is basic bitch shit, but it's good advice.
For the next meal, and then the less like micronutrient fulfilling it is. I think as a general rule of thumb, I think that's
yeah, it's a good rule of thumb. Yeah, it's a good heuristic.
True for like process, like the more you process food. Insulin spikes as well. I don't think insulin spikes matter much as long as you're not diabetic. I tried to look that up, but I don't think that's technically true. I don't think insulin spikes matter or sugar spikes matter. As long as you're not diabetic, it doesn't, like, your body can handle, you eat sugar, make insulin, you hide the sugar, like, it's fine.
Yeah, so the particular pathology of diabetes is somewhat of a controversial. It's a matter of inquiry right now. People are looking at it, and it's essentially a problem with your body not being able to store sugar that's in your blood. That there's a the receptors that signal that storage of sugar are gummed up, and there's a lot of theories as to why that happens. But yeah, in general, things like spikes in glucose, right? Like we don't know for sure. Like a lot of times people will think that because a high glycemic load is dangerous to people with blood sugar issues, that like maybe that's what causes diabetes, and it's actually not that simple. we don't know entirely what causes diabetes. Destiny forgetting that spikes can lead to resistance. See, I'm not sure if we know that. It's actually like, I mean, there's a lot going on when we're talking about, you know, the blood sugar. And so that's why I'm trying to, like, I've got my own ideas as far as the particular pathology, but I don't feel like there's enough science to really like plant my flag on what those are.
As a rule of thumb, if you're trying to avoid food, like probably staying away from candy bars and shit is probably okay.
I think that's the majority of what he's saying.
Yeah, sure, but that I would just have to see like, I would need to see her video to know better.
He's gonna make the case that, well, I don't want to spoil it. We'll keep watching.
Okay.
People shouldn't be dying for profit. I agree, but I don't think he's advocating. Who's advocating for that? Yeah, I mean, in terms of like dying for profit, right? There is a formula that food producers, particularly people that make processed food, have come up with, right? That is like a, you know, you add, you add fat, you add sugar, you add salt, and people, this produces like a highly palatable food, and people will tend to overeat this kind of food more than maybe they would other foods. And the reason that they do this is because they're competing, right? This is capitalism, right? This is them hacking, like, how do I sell the most possible of my snack food products, right? And if you're not, you know, appealing to, you know, health, oftentimes you're just trying to make the most palatable food that you possibly can. And that dynamic of adding those things together, it, you know, tends to be harmful.
The stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Clearly, there's a couple of.
Oh yeah, exactly, Sarah.
Criticized.
Well, actually, all food.
It's not settled science, but it's not an answer that can be Wikipedia'd by him.
Same. No, you fucking idiot. Of course, all food's not the same.
Remember, she basically says there's no difference between eating a carrot and a cookie or whatever. Pure gold. Did she actually say that? That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, the fat acceptance stuff is just gone way too far, I think.
You give up on yourself, your goals, and that food is food.
What you are proposing is very unhealthy and dangerous. What is your problem, you evil, life-destroying monster? You just ruined a bunch of young people's, especially girls' lives.
retarded.
So did she really say this? Is she really going to get people killed? Let's take a closer look at the evidence and find out. So one thing I noticed in Sean's video is that there's a funny cut when he shows this clip. Right after the line, no matter how many calories, carbs, and sugars, the video skips just a bit. The s'more changes hands, the boy's blood sugar monitor, that's what this is, it just sort of appears on the chair. Boom.
So I don't know if I said this before. You don't need to spend 13 seconds explaining like that there's a cut. Like just say there's a weird cut. You don't need to go like the blood sugar monitor and this happens.
To be fair to Noah, if he didn't like methodically go through this, he'd get debate broed on it, right? Maybe not by you, but by somebody.
Like just say it's so slow. Why do you talk so slow too? It's fucking no. I make video.
God, what are you, Femios? Like we got some dead air here. What the fuck, Noah? Why is there so much dead air? You sound like Keffels.
This is such a fucking pet peeve. It's like unwatchable.
Okay.
I went back to Illy's actual video and see if you can spot what he decided to cut.
To be fair though, I laughed. I laughed at that takedown of Chud Logic. I thought that was hilarious.
From this sequence.
No matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, whatever is in it. Unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow, you should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it.
So immediately before she says that fated line, eat whatever you want, she added a caveat. She said, unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow. While this line is being delivered, you can also see on the screen that the boy who has diabetes is taking a reading of his blood sugar and then gets the green light, so he's good to go for having a s'more with his friends without throwing his blood sugar out of whack. This line, as well as the depiction on screen, is an acknowledgement that
this line doesn't fundamentally change the thing Before You Sleep was talking about. He wasn't talking about
it does
having diabetes or having a peanut allergy. He's talking about obesity and getting fat.
I have to watch her video. Okay, I don't want to. I'm gonna kill myself.
This is funny because like if you know the background of this, the reason that Turkey Tom is there with Destiny is because Destiny brought him on his podcast. His podcast is called Bridges. Why is it called Bridges? Because Destiny has been accused of burning bridges with a variety of different creators, right? And the Bridges podcast is maybe, I guess, supposed to be like a chance for him to build some bridges. And here he's building a bridge with Turkey Tom. And like I don't think that their friendship is over. I don't think Destiny's gonna, like, you know what I mean? I don't think this is a bridge burn here or anything like that. It's just funny that, you know, like I think that they might have thought that they would agree on more. I would have assumed that they would agree on more on this subject. It is, you know, but yeah, credit to Destiny.
Okay. Here's a big issue that people run into when they go to do diets. There's two big issues, okay? One is that people think like calories in, calories out.
Yeah, Kai Siniko, but you can't both sides genocide, right? And that's happening right now in one direction, right? Rather than like being like, oh, I don't know, for the river to the sea, is that a dog whistle that they want to push like Israeli Jews into the sea? Is that what's going on here? Versus like the actual fucking genocide that's going on in real time that the United States is paying for, that the United States is Biden has just now like started to say like, hey, maybe those 2,000-pound bombs, maybe we won't give you those to you anymore, after we just gave Israel a whole bunch more aid. You know, passed a bill giving Israel way more aid, right? That's a concern, right? That's why it's just not time to be both sidesing it like Destiny's doing.
Which, while absolutely true, is meaningless in practice.
Oh my God.
The second
thing
is
we can't get away from that subject, can we?
People view diets as like punishments. And when
oh my God, wow.
You run into this weird cycle of, you look at healthy food as this thing that you have to like suffer and endure. And if you like have a breakdown in will, you feel like shit and you eat a candy bar and it like destroys.
I gotta admit, this is a little surprising take from Steven.
And sometimes you'll just quit because you're like, F me, I can't do it, right? I think that when you have that's why I'm saying that like when you look at food is just food. It's got a variety of different macros available, and that's it. Some stuff has like a lot of carbs, no micronutrient value, and doesn't leave you like very filled. If you're trying to lose weight, you should probably avoid those foods. But if you start labeling foods as like,
yeah, concentrated calories of any kind, right? You're getting the macronutrients without the micronutrients. That's generally not the best idea.
Good and bad and good and bad. You like moralize your eating habits, and then you just start to.
But we're talking about if that's all that you eat. When you're talking about like a fucking s'more at the end of a day camping, I don't think that's, you know, and especially, you know, if you've gotten you know, advice from your doctor, like the kid in the video, if you've gotten the blood sugar reader from your doctor and the doctor says this is how you should go forward, check your blood sugar, and if it's between this and this ranges, you can have, you know, you can have like this kind of food, right? Like if you're following your doctor's advice, that's essentially, that's what she's advocating in the video. That's the subtext.
Like shit, and it fucks your brain up. And I'm generally more in favor of like have a realistic view of food. And when you're trying to do like healthy diets, you can make a healthy diet that tastes like really good and is fun to eat, and you don't feel like shit when you do it. Whereas if you're viewing foods like you're moralizing them, I think that's a really damaging way to approach a diet.
I mean,
but I don't know what her full video is, and I don't know what his full video is, so I might agree or disagree with either one. I just haven't seen their whole thing, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't we just click on her video and just watch that part of it?
You could do that. You
You want to? Okay.
Yeah. Let's do it.
2.5 million subs. Holy shit.
So we look for the
she's
scene, basically.
Oh my God. Oh, sorry.
The other thing that surprised me about Illymation's videos is like, I don't actually see that many videos on there. Like she's gotten up to 2.5 million subs with like less videos than I've got.
Okay, I want to do redefining healthy.
Is that the same campfire scene, or is this even the video? Oh, this is it.
It's coming. Okay, we're gonna watch from here. Okay.
Okay.
Kai, do you really want to parse on whether it's like genocide or ethnic cleansing? Is that really like a productive like discussion to have here, or is maybe the better discussion to stop funding the Israeli war machine before it kills more innocent people? I don't know. I've got priorities. I hope you do too.
We're watching it all, Tom. Welcome to the research stream. This is what I do on stream, okay? We're gonna get the full context for the video so that I can understand this video.
All right, we'll get the full context. All right, Jesus.
What did I do as a young girl who wasn't confident?
Wait. Contextiny. We're getting contextiny. I'm surprised.
Started dieting.
Hey, don't. You're doing it. Don't do this. Don't do this to me, chat. Don't make me soy the fuck out, okay? Don't make me soy out. Don't put me in a spot where I ever have to defend Noah Samson, one of the worst human beings in the.
He doesn't want. He doesn't want to give Noah any credit. That's funny.
Okay. What she's saying is that, and this is something.
He's one of the worst persons on the planet because he criticizes me.
As you get older, and maybe, I don't know if she'll go through this in the video, okay? But when you're a girl, when you're in class, when you're in school, there are certain things that are trendy, there are certain things that are cool, but different people, it's true for men as well, but when you're a woman, different people have to dress in different ways, especially depending on, not just like distribution of the body, but especially depending on your boobs, okay? If you got huge ass boobs, there are certain outfits that if you wear them, people are going to look at you and call you a slut. There was actually some drama.
Wait, does he think this is soying the fuck out? Does he think this is soying the fuck out?
On Twitter, that I think...
Yo, Anonymous with the 5 community subs on Twitch of all places. What the fuck? Out of nowhere. 5 new members for the Weasel Gang. A knowing look. You just got weaseled. Oh my god, it's gonna be like a little while. Wait, oh god, Kingfisher Games, you just got a weaseled. Freedom Envy, Freedom Evie, you just got weaseled. Run, you just got weaseled. And yo, did somebody just give Mayabyte just got a gift sub. Friend of the VOD, Mayabyte, who you should all go check out if you haven't already. Very based Twitch gaming creator. When I was watching Mayabyte last time, she was playing Final Fantasy the reboot. I think her mainstay though is Fallout 76. So if you like my Fallout content and you want to see what multiplayer looks like, you can check that out on Mayabyte's channel.
Lauren Southern, I think Brittany Venti, and I think a couple.
And thank you, Anonymous.
On Twitter, where people are like, "Oh, this is like a good conservative dress, and this woman looks like a slut." And the only difference is one woman just had bigger boobs, right? Now, if you're in grade school or middle school or high school as a girl, you might not have learned these things yet. But as you get older, you realize, like, okay, well, like I have like no boobs, or my boobs, I've got like 32 B's. I'm this itty bitty girl, and like my tits don't show, and I can like go braless. Whereas for other women, depending on empathstony, is that what we're dealing with here? Even if you wear a sports bra, people are going to call you a slut just because
this is a rare destiny.
They can see your boobs bounce. This is just something that women have to deal with, and you learn it growing up, and sometimes it's annoying, sometimes it's not. But don't spam question marks just because you're a guy. You have no fucking idea what it's like to have to deal with like boob sizes and shit. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay.
I'm just surprised at how much he's not going along with when I see Destiny and Turkey Tom doing a reaction to Noah Samson, I'm assuming they're going to agree on everything. I'm just surprised. Yeah, it's a little. He's beating the expectations, but yeah, he knows it all. I mean, let's.
I don't care. I hate all these people. All right, keep going. Okay. Oh God.
Yo, he's like, it's painful. It's painful. Communist invading radicals. Can we get 3 for Thursday? We got 1. We got 1 communist invading radical. Okay. Look, I can't always get what I want. I can't always. Look, I have this weird thing where I'm like, we should get like 1 for Wednesday. We should get 2 for Tuesday. Sometimes we do get 2 for Tuesday, but I haven't got the 3 for Thursday, and I definitely haven't got the 5 for Friday or the 6 for Saturday. Or the 7 for Sunday. Oh my god, 7 subs in a row. That would be sick. Someday, chat. One can hope. Anyway. I appreciate all the support, chat. I honestly do.
The irritating thing is that I bet if I watch who's the retard guy?
Yo, what? Destiny, you were winning my audience over. You were, not really, but like, you're surprising people,
doesn't sleep or whatever.
It's a very low bar. Who is he talking about? Autumn Leafs with the 100 bits. This is for all the folks on YouTube Shorts. We see you and you are valid. Yo, you just got a hype train. That's 2 hype trains today. So if you don't know what the hype train is, right? That happens on Twitch. It's a Twitch thing. If you are considering becoming a member, becoming part of the Weasel Gang, if you're considering donating memberships to anybody else, or you're considering dropping bits or anything like this, basically this is your chance. You got 4 minutes and 30 seconds to earn extra emotes, right? So you get all my emotes for weaseling up, for becoming a sub, but you can earn extra emotes from Twitch in case those emotes aren't enough for you. There's more emotes, and every level you push this forward, that's 3 extra emotes. So limited time run. If you wanna make that hype train go choo choo, You got 4 minutes to do that. Soul Life with the 100 bits. With the 100, and you're bringing up blue hair. We never get to see blue hair. But there she is behind the, of course behind, like, should I move this? Should I move the alerts, the Twitch alerts? YouTube alerts, where are the Twitch alerts? They're way down here. I'm gonna move them in front of the image just to make sure that you can see blue hair. Anyway, I don't know if anybody knows, but I used to have blue hair.
His name?
Think before you sleep.
Think before you sleep. My guess is...
Wait, that's what he called him? That's what he's calling Think Before You Sleep, the R-slur guy? What's going on, Destiny?
Probably good criticisms you can make in this video. He didn't make any of them because he's like anti-soy rager, okay?
I'm surprised. I must say, I'm a little bit surprised.
So dieting to change the shape of your body isn't necessarily a bad thing, and being in a...
But why did he call him the R-slur guy? I don't get what's that? What's that the reference to?
Healthy BMI doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a healthy weight. Like, I think my BMI is squarely in the healthy zone right now, and I've got like visceral fat that I can lose. Tom over here, who's shredded, okay?
Is he?
He just came back from some DXM scans. I think
Is he? DEXA scans, Destiny. It's a DEXA scan.
Was a 9.5% body.
That's impressive.
Fat.
That's impressive.
Might be a little bit 9.5% body fat.
That's impressive.
Tom over here might be a little bit high on the BMI thing, but since he's a shredded, okay, Greek.
Okay, so we're talking about BMI, and I said before, right? BMI is a useful thing, right? I'm not anti-BMI, but BMI needs to be used for what it's good for, and what it's good for is studying populations. It's not good for looking at individuals. Tom, as Destiny's pointing out, because he's shredded, because he's got a high proportion of skeletal muscle on his body, actually is probably on the high range. BMI would tell you that Tom is overweight. Do you see why it's not a useful metric for individuals? Bodybuilders in general will have high BMIs, right? So it's not for that. So yeah, I don't know. I hate that it ever got like utilized for individuals. It's supposed to be for studies, right? If you study populations with BMI, for every shredded guy like Tom, you've got somebody that's maybe skinny fat, right? That they are not they're not their weight is low proportional to their height, but they're maybe have a higher level of adiposity to skeletal muscle. These biddies are dedicated to say F you Soul Life's boss, who is MAGA. Everyone throw up your middle fingers for Soul Life's boss. Yeah, everybody do the Demon Mama. This is the Demon Mama. This is what Demon Mama said to me. Now we're saying this to Soul Life's MAGA boss. God, I'm sorry that you got a MAGA boss. That's gotta be MAGA bosses. That's gotta be the worst. I hate how people act like BMI is an individual. I know, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Runners have low BMIs. Yeah. So in other words, like, right, if you're using it to study a population, for everybody that's shredded like Tom and has a high BMI, you're gonna get somebody who's got a low BMI, a low weight per their height, but that might be carrying a little extra adiposity. So Tom and the skinny fat person, they average out. That's why it can be used for populations. But if you're using it to judge your own, like, am I overweight? You're going to consult your BMI? No, that's not. A DEXA scan is probably a better, way of objectively measuring, your body composition. But I will put the caveat in there that DEXA scans are, hype train success level 2. You reached level 2. Damn. Killing it today, chat. Level 2, it's complete at level 2, 67%. So the hype train is coming in for a landing. Thank you everybody for your generous subs, your generous bits. Thank you for spreading the weasels. It means a lot to me. It gives me confidence. It helps me. Whoa, you just earned so many emotes. What the fuck? I think you got 6 emotes. I think you grabbed 6 emotes there. Good job, Twitch chat. We're expanding the universe of emotes. So yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah, surprisingly, Destiny has the right take on BMI. It's not an individual metric. It's a metric for for groups, for cohorts, for studying groups of people, right? Because they, they'll even out. But when you use it on a person, you're going to tell Tom, you're going to tell Turkey Tom that he's overweight. And, you're going to tell somebody else that they're underweight when really that doesn't that doesn't reflect on their body composition, which when you're asking that question, right, you're inquiring about body composition. And DEXA scan is what gives you an objective measurement of your body scan. However, they're very expensive, right? They're very expensive. So most people can't get a desk, that's not going to be, unless you got a lot of extra money, which you should be contributing to hype trains instead of DEXA scans. No, just kidding. Right. You can also, there's an immersion method, a dunk tank, they call it, right? Where you can you can more or less measure your body adiposity. It's not as precise as the DEXA scan, but it is maybe a little bit more affordable if you're interested in that.
Odd sculpted body, he might not need to lose as much weight. Okay,
true,
so
Chad.
just because you're in the healthy BMI range isn't really indicative of whether or not you need to lose weight or not. BMI is a really good guesstimate, especially in population levels. Yeah, okay, but you don't. Yeah, that's just kill me. Yes, kill me. Kill me. Yes.
Oh God.
Yeah, kill me.
What the fuck is Destiny on about? RIP. Sorry for derailing the stream, but RFK's brainworms, yo. The worst thing about that brain, I'm not trying to laugh at that, all right, the brainworms are a real thing. People get, I think it's trichinosis that we're talking about. But the way that he described that, right, the thing that gets me about RFK's brainworms is that's a piece of your medical history you don't necessarily need to divulge, right? People thinking that there's something wrong with your brain is generally not going to help you get votes for president. That's true for Biden. That's true for Trump. That's also true for RFK. And the way that he described it is a worm ate a part of my brain and then died. That's how RFK Jr. described that. It's like you're making it sound like your brain was so rotten that the worm was ate some of it, and you're making it sound like your brain killed the worm, RFK. I don't know if you're I don't know. He's just not doing himself any favors. But again, this is not trying to now I hate vaccines. Is it because he ate raw pork? I don't know. I didn't hear him say that. Rebecca Watson did a great breakdown, fact check on RFK statements, and it's short, but it's incredible. I don't know, chat. What do you think? One in chat if you want me to talk about diet and exercise stuff more. I don't think it necessarily fits with my content, but it's something I'm greatly interested in, and probably need to look at my own diet and exercise regimen.
Noah Samson will never hurt you again.
Thank you.
Yo, what just happened? Did he just do a rear naked choke on my dude? Did we just get rear? Is he gonna sleep Destiny?
Population levels. Yeah, okay, but
see, does he got it? He's
kill me.
I haven't seen that technique before. I mean, Destiny's sitting down, right? So normally you do a rear naked choke on somebody who's standing up, but I guess
kill me. Yes, I don't have.
Oh, there we go. There, he's got it. He's got it locked in. Now you just got to press your head up against Destiny's head to make sure that Destiny can't. Although honestly, he's probably not in danger of a headbutt here. So I think he could sleep Destiny from here.
This video. Yeah, kill me.
Noah Samson will never hurt you again.
God, he does kind of have some muscles.
Oh, I'm so alive. I'm so miserable. Okay.
I didn't actually know that. I honestly, I've never seen never seen the guy flex.
Okay. All right.
Okay, but
what? Yeah. But I'm saying that's a criticism you can make right here, right? Just because people are trying to diet to change shape of your body isn't necessarily bad. Now, ideally, you're dieting for health, but you can also diet for a body change shape as well, or to make other. There's nothing wrong with that fact. That's not wrong in itself. We need more data to supplement that. For instance, I'm willing to bet that you could probably find scary numbers on number of teenage girls, especially girls that have had an eating disorder.
That's high. Yeah.
Now this is scarier. Researchers learned that 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Additional studies indicate that 10 out of every 100 young women will struggle with an eating disorder. This is.
Wait, I got a question from chat. Did you did I study sports science? A little bit.
more scary and harder.
Rewind? Wait, what do I need to rewind? What do you want me to rewind? You want to see the, Wait, did Destiny say Soul Life? Is that right? Did Destiny actually say the word Soul Life? The Wi-Fi killed the worm. That's right. I'm sorry, Soul Life. Or are you saying rewind the chat to read Soul Life's joke? Because that was funny. Soul Life says, watch Rebecca Watson. She got very homoerotic. I mean, that's not as surprising as you might think. Destiny said Soul Life? Seriously? What, in what context?
What? Yeah. But I'm saying that's a criticism you can make right here, right? Just because people are trying to diet to change shape of your body isn't necessarily bad. Now, ideally, you're dieting for health, but you can also diet for a body change shape as well, or to make other. There's nothing wrong with that fact. That's not wrong in itself. We need more data to supplement that. For instance, I'm willing to bet that you could probably find scary numbers on number of teenage girls, especially girls that have had an eating disorder.
That's high. Yeah.
Now this is scarier. Researchers learned that 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Additional studies indicate that 10 out of every 100 young women will struggle with an eating disorder. This is more scary and harder to defend, right?
Yeah.
That's better than this, in my opinion. But okay. Okay, so there we go. I got one criticism so far, okay?
The purging stuff is scary, bro. I remember in high school, it was like a huge thing.
Yes, and it destroys your teeth and your esophagus, and vomiting is... The reason why it feels so good after you vomit is because your body floods the fuck out of you with endorphins, because it's a very hard process on your body. Your whole...
Yeah, that's why it's so... Like, people look at, like, eating disorders, and they're like, just don't have an eating disorder, Fivehead, right? And it's like, no, there's literally stuff in your... like, there's literally... and you know, endorphins, I think it's is it serotonin? I'm trying to remember that like sort of reinforces that behavior. It's tougher to quit than you think. Also, you got to realize like how pervasive this thought process is, that, you know, it sort of predisposes people to these eating disorders in the first place.
Digestive tract is working backwards. It's like pulling my out of your mom's ass when she really...
Excuse me?
Only wants it to go one way.
Excuse me?
It's hard.
Thank you.
Teenagers should be focused on getting good grades, hanging out with their friends, and seeing the Timothée Chalamet Willy Wonka movie, not counting calories. Why are kids...
Look, okay. This is dumb. I agree, generally, but...
I agree, but Willy Wonka promotes bad eating habits. You cannot live in a world made of candy and subsist purely from chocolate rivers and candy flowers and edible wallpaper. That is not healthy. That is leading to obesity.
You shouldn't be like, you can just do whatever you want.
You shouldn't be like Willy Wonka.
And just be unhealthy.
True.
That's retarded.
No, yes. Well,
kids and
even more than that, that's really bad, because starting bad dieting habits when you're a kid, you will never escape them. If you fuck your body up, I'm sorry, I'm sounding really extreme.
No, go, yell.
Shut up. You know this if you are obese or overweight. If you mess your body up as a kid, I don't mean mess your body up also. What I really mean is when you create really poor eating habits as a child.
Okay, now what are we talking about? What are we talking about here, right? Like, what age of kids? Because when I was a kid, do you know what determined my diet? My mom and my dad. Do you know what determined my eating patterns? My mom and my dad. Occasionally, I would stay the night at somebody else's house and I would get to try the sugary cereals that other kids eat. But my mom and my dad were, you know, that was like, I don't know what he thinks. Like, is he like trying to say that Illymation, like kids are gonna, it's a cartoon. Kids like cartoons, kids like animated stuff. They're gonna see this and they're gonna be like, oh shit, I can eat all the popcorn I want because Illymation says so.
The number that I read, I always recite this and I need to find the source again, but I read something that like only 2% of people that hit the obese BMI thing ever make it back to normal BMI. 2%. It's really hard to start with really bad eating habits as a kid and then to make it back when you're an...
Wait, I thought we weren't applying a BMI to individuals. What?
Especially because everything is working against you, okay? When you're a kid, you are super active. I'm not lying. This sounds like an over-exaggeration. It wouldn't surprise me if I was burning 3,000 to 4,000 calories a day working 12-hour shifts at the casino. When you are on your feet moving constantly...
You are overestimating. You are overestimating.
Constantly moving all fucking day at a job or whatever, and then you immediately go from that to I'm sitting at my computer for 15 hours a day working.
Look, if you're on your bike doing deliveries, maybe we can talk about 3,000 calories, but that's
expenditure is plummeting. So you're working out less, you're moving less, your body is aging, so you start to consume less calories, and then you get bigger and bigger. It's just, that's a death cycle. You never want to be stuck. You never want to be stuck in that death spiral of being obese, getting older. And also keep in mind this too, people don't understand where
getting older fucking sucks. I do not recommend it. Try to avoid that.
Comes from. Generally, obesity isn't you're 100 pounds and then next year you're 200.
But no, I think what he's trying to say is that your resting metabolic rate goes down as you get older.
Pounds and you're obese. Usually it's like you're 19, you weigh 120, you're 20, you weigh like 124, 21, you're like 126, 22, 23, 24. You gain like, 3 to 5 pounds a year. It's never like a big deal. But then all of a sudden you're like 28, 29, 30 years and you look good at 125 and now you're like 155 or 160. And you haven't like exploded in weight, but you just gain like 25, 30 pounds. And to really truly lose weight, you're looking at about, this is cap your mind right here. Your cap on weight loss is about 6 pounds a month. Anybody that tells you different is lying 1,000,000%. Know that. Anybody that tells you will lose more than 6 pounds a month is lying to you.
Look, you probably can, but it's not in a healthy way.
Always. They're always lying. Drill that into your head. A lot of people are right to tell each other I'm wrong on that. You're only losing 6 pounds of fat a month. When you start dieting, you can lose a lot of weight immediately.
Wait, did you say 6 pounds of fat? Okay, that might actually be, I don't know. Like,
because your diet is getting cleaned up. You're not
generally when you lose weight, you're losing fat and lean tissue.
Consuming as much sodium, your water levels drop. But you know what? This is every person's new journey to dieting. As you start dieting, you lose about 4 pounds in like 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 1 week, and you feel really good.
And like half of it's water.
The next week you lose about 1 pound. The next week you gain a pound. The next week your weight doesn't change. And all of a sudden the diet you were doing doesn't work at all. And then the next week you might gain another half pound because your body is equalizing at like levels of sodium and shit in your body. Because usually when you start dieting, you go from eating a ton of french fries to a ton of like fruit and fucking salad and everything is equalizing. I'm just saying that you're losing about 6 pounds of fat a month if you're hardcore dieting. A pound of fat is about 3,500 calories. Average daily diet is about 2,000 calories is your consumption. If you cut 500 calories a day, it's 30.
You can if you do fasting in a healthy way, hit the gym 3 to 4 times a week. I've done it.
500 calories a week. It's about a pound of fat a week. Anybody that says they lose more than that is lying to you. A lot of people lie, okay? They lie about their numbers. They lie about their weight. They lie about their dieting. Just as a heads up, don't trust any fitness influencer. Don't trust anything else. Okay, I'm just
well, no, like the more fantastic the claim from a fitness influencer, the maybe less you should trust them. That's true. And in general, you want to change your lifestyle, right? Permanently. Right. And that's a lot of people don't like to hear that. A lot of people like to think that, like, look, I let shit get out of control, gain some weight. So what I want to do is get myself back to that weight that I'm comfortable with, that I like myself with. And then I'm going to like not let it get out of control. But in other words, I'm not going to change my diet and lifestyle. Right. Not going to change the lifestyle permanently, just going to quote unquote keep it under control, not have as many binging, I don't know, incidents or something like that. And it's just like that's not sustainable. You got to change like what you're doing and sort of change it, permanently, but also change it somewhat minimally, right? Rather than do some diet that just you cannot stay on. If you got a diet that you can't stay on, it's a recipe to. Bro time, yeah, we got some bro time here. So sad Illymation is being attacked by incels, fatphobic misogynists. Not surprising, considering when you search body positivity, all you get is fatphobic content diarrhea. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Dave. It's sad.
Say shit like, oh yeah, like I lost like about 20 pounds last month. No, you didn't lose. What did you do? Amputate your fucking leg, motherfucker? You did not lose 20 pounds last month, okay?
Can you lose 20 pounds if you just like straight up don't eat like for
like you can literally you can just do that. Let's say you consume 2,000 calories a day, and in 30 days, let's say you don't eat anything. You don't eat a single piece of food. You can lose 17 pounds in 1 month if you drink only water.
Okay.
If you starve yourself for a month, yes. But realistically, nobody's doing this.
Okay, so let's say
this is starvation.
Okay, so let's say you have 17 pounds of starvation plus, let's say like 5 pounds of water weight you can lose. Okay.
Well, yeah, but we're not counting the water weight because the water will equalize.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, also, like, Wunderbar, are you talking about like intermittent fasting or something?
Yeah. Just don't do this. Also, now this is a little bit
because I mean, like, I gotta hard disagree if you're saying like I would not advocate like fasting as a way to lose weight. There is some thought that fasting medically supervised can be therapeutic for certain conditions, but that's in a medical setting, and a lot of people can't really afford like right a lot of people are not going to be able to afford medical supervision while fasting.
More tenuous, or I'm not as confident on this, but I know they did a lot of studies, or they did two for The Biggest Losers. Do you know that show?
Is that the one like the people who lose the most weight?
UC Love says it's between 1% and 3% loss a month.
Yeah, if you crash diet, there is a
of your total weight
chance, at least. I'm saying there's a chance because there's only the n equals 10 or 15 from that study. There is a chance that your body will have permanent metabolic adaptations, and that is incredibly scary. So be careful for crash dieting as well.
The ancient Greek word diet means lifestyle.
What are those permanent metabolic adaptations?
They're unbelievable. Biggest Loser study, adaptation. Listen, if you've ever done any dieting or whatever, these are the scariest charts you will ever see in your entire life, okay? It is wild. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Hold on.
I think he's talking about the way that your basal or resting metabolic rate adjusts to things like starvation diets, right? In other words, when you massively restrict your calories, your body tends to do some adaptation to be able to use calories more efficiently, meaning that you burn less calories per activity, and that you it's essentially your body adjusts to minimize calories burned. I think is what he's talking about. This stuff is pretty contentious, not very well understood. We know that there is a change in metabolic rates that's associated with drastic cutting of calories, but I don't think the science is like super clear on it.
Okay. I think this might be it, okay? So here's your average age, okay? Plus or minus 10. So your average age is 35 years old.
But yeah, in general, like Biggest Loser style diets, right? Those kind of like high force interventions that they're doing on the Biggest Loser, those kind of wild extreme diets, like in general, it's not helpful. Not helpful. You could probably do it with a tapeworm, but again, very unhealthy. Yeah, we'll have to ask RFK about the parasite angle.
Okay. Your average weight in kilograms is about 150 kilograms, which I think is like 310 or something.
Yeah,
pounds.
It's 300 pounds.
Yeah. Okay. About 300 pounds. Okay.
Oh my God, chat. I don't.
Metabolic rate.
I gotta
This
be
is the
real.
calories that
I gotta be real. I don't trust. Like I'm not accusing anybody of misinformation, right? But Destiny is stun locking on something and looking up like whatever the fuck a Google search will yield. I don't think that this is very unsettled science, and I just don't feel comfortable like letting Destiny go off on this, right? And I don't have a lot of pushback just because from what I've seen, there's not a lot of consensus. This is a very controversial topic.
Shit a little bit, but you need to still have things that you like to eat. You need to like be having a relative
controversial in terms of the research
mixed in diet. You can't just be eating like chicken breasts like with no seasoning and absolutely
yeah, because that shit will get miserable after a week or two. Yeah,
well, it gets miserable after like a day for me. Like that was how I like.
I've never done the chicken breast stuff. I had a roommate who was a bodybuilder that I think like every Sunday he would cook. I don't know. It had to be like 20 chicken breasts or something.
I initially failed my first cut because I was like, I'm going to eat 1,300 calories a day and I'm going to be fine. And then after 2 days of that, I was like, I'm going crazy. And I like pigged out a bunch of ice cream.
Yeah, and like cheat meals can like destroy a week's worth of diet. Like you can put away easily. Okay, there we go.
All right, let's.
Kids so body conscious. Why are they getting bullied? Who is teaching them this?
Why is the left arm so much smaller? Because I ferociously beat your mom with my right.
True.
My bad. Wait, is it that much smaller? Welcome. We just need to do a comparison. Bring up the camera again. It's not that much smaller. There is a difference, but hold on. I need to actually know. Is this real? Hold on.
Wait, shit.
Even.
I wonder if he knows that.
I would say you've got like 34-inch arms here, like 28-inch arms.
That's
there,
not true.
I would say.
That's not true.
Maybe you're like flexing the right one more.
Hold on. No, that's.
Oh, this is so funny. He doesn't know he's behind the chat.
True.
How much do those inserts cost? Is that synthol? Is that what they call it?
It's your mom all. It's raping all.
Okay.
It's NRT.
Yes, true.
When are you gonna get biceps like that, Destiny? We tried to get you to go to the gym. Did that work out?
Yeah, we did. We went to the gym. It was in our documentary, remember?
We went once.
Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed it.
And? Are you still going?
Yeah, every day. I just came from the gym. Remember we passed each other by on the way up from the gym.
Oh, yeah, my
Full
bad.
control and responsibility over their health. No,
finally squatted
that is woke crap.
380.
380. Yeah, 389. I bring the quarter-pound plates with me. This idea that like you're in full control of your weight and full control of blah, 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 independent of all your environment is stupid, but it's also stupid to go the other way and say you're a total slave to your environment and nothing can ever be changed to, but we'll see which way she goes in this. Good luck.
In the very colonial belief that every individual has full control and responsibility over their health.
Also, anytime somebody, I don't want to say it here because I'm trying to critically analyze their video, but anytime somebody's like colonial or imperialist or whatever, there should always be huge red flags.
He's got to let you know that he's not that soy.
I had to order that dress online because they didn't have my size in store.
Before we also go too far into here, okay, she probably was.
It's just funny how much, like, I mean, this is vibes-based content, right? I gotta be real. Right? Instead of actually looking at the claim and asking, is there an aspect of racism? Is there an aspect of colonialism? It's just like, no, that's fucking Arsler. That's fucking Arsler. Oh my God, that's so soy. I can't believe you didn't even say that. Oh my God, this has nothing to do with that. Oh holy shit. You're trying to see race over, like, I don't know, it's vibes. It's fucking vibes.
It's bad, and that's not good, and we'll get into that. But also, if you're women will know this more than men, but it's equally true for both sexes. It's almost anybody can look good if you're like very aware of what you're.
Chat, I'm just getting like, this is starting to piss me off a little bit, right? This is like he's stun locking, like, as somebody who stun locks a lot, right? I don't have any room to criticize Destiny, but I just, like, in my head somewhere, I'm just like, talk about the allegation. Like, come on, Destiny, get off the stun lock. Let's get to the let's actually talk about this Noah Samson video.
Supposed to wear. I don't know if anybody has videos of it, but like there was some fat dude whose TikTok we were going through. Like if you know how to rock a certain, no, I shouldn't say know how to rock a certain outfit. Different outfits will look good on different people, even if you're fat, even if you're skinny, if you got huge tits, even if you have no
fucking stun lock. Can we see the video?
Better outfit, I promise. Wait, hello? Wait, what just happened?
Yoga.
Did you stop streaming or something?
Oh, me. She copyright protected the video.
She did.
Oh shit! Wait, he's watching. Is he watching a? We didn't watch this one, right? Oh, he got pulled down off of YouTube. Chad, I'm kind of lucky that didn't happen to me.
Did?
Yeah. So we can't.
All right, so we definitely can't go over 6 hours today. I don't think we're gonna do it anyway because it's fucking hot as hell here. But, yeah, he got his stream taken down. She is a bigger creator, and whenever you're reacting to bigger creators' videos, there's a chance that this can happen.
I only usually look at this when I'm playing music because usually it's really rare that YouTubers do this. Oh, but she probably did it so that she doesn't get bullied.
Oh my.
No. I mean, I think that, like, I don't know.
So we just have to wait. Just wait it out.
A lot of times, I assume that it's not even the creator that's doing it. I assume that it is the content manager.
Yeah, it'll be like
OBS or something?
I'm in it.
Or even like a company, right?
Yeah, no, it'll come back.
Okay. That fucking blows. No.
Like I feel like especially if you're trying to look slim, is like under boobie look.
I have no
is that
idea
a
what's
good?
going on there.
Yeah, I don't even think this is a body issue thing. I think it's like I legit think with like a different outfit, I don't think anybody would know. I don't think anybody would have even made any comments. I think it's the outfit more than anything else, but whatever.
I agree. I also I'm very perplexed by people that have like huge audiences and get really upset still by comment sections.
Sure.
Like, have you not been desensitized to that by now? Well, I guess we are in like super, I don't know, relatively toxic communities, but
Relatively.
Height, which would also give us a little bit more indication what she's talking about. When she's like,
Okay, I can't tell this.
also, if you're like 4 months in,
What is he doing?
your shit, then you're doing something.
What is he doing?
Right? Just yeah.
What the fuck is he? What is he writing in his little notepad? Like, what is he doing? This is why, like, this, I don't know why, but for some reason this like convinces Destiny fans that, because he does this notepad shit. Like, this is like Vosh's Vosh does the blah, 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 what's the program, like the MS Paint. Vosh does the MS Paint streams, right? And his viewers feel like they're getting something special. They feel like he's extra smart because he has to, and Destiny does his text pad streams, and people think that they're watching the smart streamer. Anyway,
care if you gain weight.
Yeah, that's
if you
probably
eat,
dumb. Yeah,
which is dumb.
Yeah.
So like this
Right.
line does not meaningfully change it. So Think Before You Sleep did not take her out of context in a meaningful way.
You shouldn't have cut the line. I don't know why he did that, but you're right. Yeah, it doesn't
probably
really
just to make
change
it
it.
more entertaining.
I guess.
I don't know. Easier to
Recommended
watch.
to morbidly obese people. He just cut that line right out. And this is important, right? Because this line directly refutes Sean's narrative that Illy is promoting obesity. This phrase, dietary restrictions, rules out the more extreme situations that Sean is referring to when he says that this will cause viewers
anyway, chat, sorry for the derail. I know that was really boring.
to eat themselves in.
The sleep dipshit is a dipshit, but like this statement is also meaningless. Like dietary restrictions, if you're saying dietary restrictions include diets like to lose weight, then you're literally saying you can eat anything as long as you don't eat what you're not supposed to eat, which is a meaningless statement.
To an early grave.
The fuck?
There's another equally important misrepresentation of what Illy says here, which has to do with context and framing. If you notice, Sean introduces the clip from Illy's video by calling it her advice.
Let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
Now, what does he mean by advice? Just general advice or something more specific? Well, seeing as his conclusion from this advice is that Illy might kill fat people by enabling them to overeat, it's safe to assume, I think, that when he says advice, what he actually means is nutritional advice. You know, advice for dieting and weight loss. That's what the conclusion implies. And so, when these lines, food is just food and carrots aren't good and chocolate isn't bad, are being presented as dieting advice, and yeah, you already know people were gonna have something to say about that, and say about that, they did.
S'mores are a diet food. Got it.
So 27 bars of chocolate is equal to a meal of broccoli, grilled tomato, mashed potatoes, and chicken. Nice to know.
I have diabetes type 3. Time to eat 4 trillion Oreos.
It's really funny, that last one, given that Illy specifically accounted for diabetic people, but Sean just didn't show it, so then there was a bunch of comments about diabetes related.
yeah, but
the other alleged creators covering this video
These
did the
comments
same.
aren't because of what Sean said, and at least in the clips we've seen.
Sure, maybe. Yeah.
Like,
same thing.
Carrots are definitely healthier for you than a chocolate bar, so telling kids something otherwise is actually harmful.
What has more calories? 1 pound of broccoli or half a cup of olive oil? Half a cup of olive.
Did one of you a professional doctor?
Like this is like retards fighting retards. Who the fuck is eating a pound of broccoli? It's just retards fighting retards. Anything having to do with diet and nutrition is fucking idiots.
Tell you this was the nutritionist the one that told you that carrots and chocolates are the same? I can't believe a full-grown adult actually believes this dumb shit. Here's a fact: chocolate is high in sugar and saturated fat.
Yeah, they just go on like that for like 10 minutes. They sound like they're having a blast, honestly. There must be a floor to critical thinking that when you blow past it, everything just starts feeling like pure euphoria. This response here from both audiences and creators relies on Sean's framing of Illy's words, that they were intended as dieting advice. But the thing is, they weren't. Illy's video has some fairly straightforward themes. She talks about dealing with negative body image, about getting bullied, starting unhealthy eating habits, and frustrations over weight loss. Her video is a direct critique of diet culture.
So to be clear, unless I forgot, I don't think she talked at all about starting unhealthy eating habits. She just said that she went on a diet when she was gymming. I don't think she said anything about it personally. She had that one picture of like some people diet too much or whatever, but I didn't remember.
I don't think she didn't really talk about anorexia.
I don't think she said anything about unhealthy eating habits. So Sam, what's his dipshit's name?
Chat, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's hot where they are too, but it's just like this is dragging on. This is dragging on. I'm halfway tempted to switch off of this video and to go to like there's to go to Noah's second video, right? There's 2 videos that Noah did. The first one's Think Before You Docs. That's what Destiny and Tom are reacting to here. We watched the first part of that, and then we're just kind of looking at their react. I don't know. This is really falling off. It's falling off a cliff here. One in chat if you want to switch to Noah's video.
Out of the shit and out of
Noah's second video.
Nowhere, but okay.
culture and its morality-based food logic.
Diet culture is an entire belief system that associates food with morality and thinness with goodness.
She relates her own experiences to the common occurrence of teenagers dieting despite already being at a healthy weight. Immediately before the good and bad foods clip, Illy introduces a concept called body neutrality, which advocates for removing the moral element from how we view our bodies. She then states that she is about to apply that concept to food. So given the actual content of her video and the direct link she'd just drawn from moral neutrality to food, when she finally actually says these lines, her intent could not be more clear. She's talking about morality. She's saying that eating carrots doesn't make you a good person, just like eating chocolate doesn't make you a bad person. By presenting only the tail end of this sequence and neglecting to accurately portray the central themes of her entire video, Sean—
Yeah, exactly, MSC.
Okay, this is just fucking brain.
We got 1 vote for Noah Sampson.
The way that people view, like,
2 votes, 3 votes,
forms of the human
4
body
votes,
and remove all normativity from that. That's impossible. When people are carving, marble statues or drawing paintings, or we've got the Olympics, like, to some way, or in some way, like, your body can be honorific, or like you can celebrate, like, a person's body that's gone through a certain amount of training that looks a certain way.
Is that how you use that word?
The idea that you would always be able to divorce—
I don't usually use that word, Chad, unless I'm talking about, like, whether to call somebody kun or chan or san, right? That's where I think of honorifics, as we're talking about, like, Japanese, like, honorifics.
Each other is ridiculous. That will never, ever, 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 ever happen. If you're super fat, people are always probably going to normatively load that a little bit bad, because even on a purely, like, naturalistic sense, your body you would view it as, like, performing suboptimally, right? It's not good. Like, it should be better. And even when you say good or bad here, like, whether we're talking descriptively or normatively is almost impossible to separate, right? Because people, like, it would kind of be like saying, it's the equivalent to saying, like, we need to stop viewing sickness as being morally bad. And it's like, maybe in, like, an ultra technical sense it's true, but, like,
yeah, it's kind of sounding like Bronze Age pervert.
Nobody's going to view it that way. Like, being sick and having the flu and having disease is always going to be seen as almost like a normatively negative, bad thing, not just like a status of the body. So the advocating for the separation of these two things is probably never going to happen, but
it from all context. The result is that he's framed her as both an idiot that can't do basic math about calories, and more seriously, a dangerous person whose dieting advice will end up with people dead. Along with Sean's conclusion that Illy's advice is going to kill people, he also claims that because of this sequence, the message of her video is that she endorses drug abuse.
Stop writing.
Yeah, this is the original sin, right? If we're talking about, like, where this fucking drama went off the rails, I think it's here. When you start accusing her of, like, harming public health. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's like, this is misinformation that's going to harm public health. People are going to see this stuff and they're going to be like, oh, I guess I can eat whatever, I'm going to eat the unhealthy thing. I was about to eat the healthy thing, but thanks to Illymation, I now know that I can eat whatever I want. No, like, it's so pedantic. It's so paternalistic, right? And it's so fucking over the top, because he's just looking for something to, like, bitch about. He's looking for some way to be like, this person is not only an annoying woke SJW, but they're also, like, hurting people. They're giving kids bad advice. Now kids are gonna, like, the average, like, obesity is gonna increase by like 30% in kids because of Illymation.
Criticism off as malicious concern trolling, when the ending message of your video was effectively, if you can't stop doing drugs, then drugs aren't bad, and you should take whatever drugs you want. And
this is what I'm talking about. Now he's talking about drug addiction. Right? He, like, connects, like, food addiction to drug addiction, and food can be kind of like a drug. So I guess she's advocating for drug addiction. That's where we're at, right? He's got to take it too far. He's been trained. He's been cultivated. As much as he's cultivated an audience of anti-woke shitlords, he's been cultivated by that same audience, right? And he's learned that this is what gets a reaction from them. He's learned how to fucking whip them up into a fury, and that's what he does. He whips them up into a fury. They go over to her video. They say all kinds of unhinged shit, and then she's like, hey, YouTube, can you maybe do something about this, like, this fucking asshole, this fucking incel is cyberbullying me. Can you do it? Like, is this okay? I don't think this is okay. I don't feel like this is okay. And then this turns into her, oh, she's trying to take his income away. Yo, he needs to fucking take his foot off the gas. Fucking dude has no chill. That's the problem. Think Before You Sleep has no fucking chill, right? It's not that deep. She's not going to take away your income. God damn.
Drugs as you want.
This was yet another inflammatory statement that was mainlined into the beautiful working brains of the people harassing her.
Why did you just sell me drugs?
Next video, the perks of popping pills.
Should I be celebrated for my lifestyle choices? Gather round and cheer me on while I drink.
That is wild. That is wild.
Here's a comment saying she compared coffee with fentanyl, and then here's another comment saying that she actually said that. The severity of these accusations is then compounded by his immediate reminder to viewers that her audience is probably full of children.
Keep in mind that Alyssa's videos are clearly—
Look, I'm noticing Noah point out a lot of deception, like a lot of mischaracterization of what she's saying, right? And that's his argument. That's the argument. He lied about her. She got doxxed. I don't see Destiny and Tom pushing back on that.
At children based on the style of animation and the references and jokes she makes.
The implication here is that Illy's video may end up directly harming or possibly killing children. If we hold him to all the assertions he's made here, that's what the video is telling us. And then we remember his inclusion of children in the thumbnail and his later speculations about her child audience.
Considering that in this post you stated that your market is children, do you really think this is being a good role model?
And the results are that his viewers have heard his message loud and clear. She should not.
Also, listen.
Yeah, Trideca says, I don't think we should encourage people to gain more weight, obviously, but I see so much fat shaming on the internet that I don't see how. Yeah, Illy's not. Yeah, exactly. Illy's not doing that. Illy's not, like, you know, encouraging. Like, she's just being accused of all kinds of unhinged shit that has nothing to do with her video. Nothing to do with her video. Illy was doxxed and forced to move because of these douchebags. It's actually, yeah, I know, right? Right? No one.
I know for this whole dipshit, the soy guy of his video,
soy guy.
How hard he went on her, maybe it was uncalled for. I don't know. I haven't seen anything so far to suggest that. But keep in mind that this like attack the children thing, like Samson and all.
Wait. Who's the soy guy? Is the soy guy think before you sleep?
Use the same shit too, right? You remember like the friend world stuff and the Pepe the Frog.
What? Is Destiny about to go Alec Gunter? Destiny, I advise you. I highly advise you, stay away from lyrics. Make no comments about lyrics.
And shit, where they're like, you target children with Nazi like cartoons and stuff, and you guys like everybody does this shit. So everybody like children are like used by fucking everybody. It's like the debate pedophilia. You try to bring a child out and then use them for whatever political goal you're trying to push. Like everybody does this shit. Everybody does this. All these other lefties use the same shit too, right? Video, I don't know how hard he went on her, maybe it was uncalled for. I don't know. I haven't seen anything so far to suggest that. But keep in mind that this like attack the children thing, like Samson and all these other lefties use the same shit too, right? You remember like the friend world stuff and the
I actually don't know what he's referring to. So we went over this, right? This was actually the impetus of the epic drama between Alec Gunter and card posting before Alec Gunter decided to take a break. Probably a pretty good decision on his part, right? Take a break from content. But the friend world is a, you know, like it's a way of speaking in like a cutesy way that's associated with like Pepe's, especially Peepos, and it is used by alt-right people. An example would be DePape. What's his name? What's his first? I can't remember. The guy that attacked Nancy Pelosi's husband, right, was a friend. Was like, right? It's like a subset of Groypers or something, right? And they sort of, yeah, peep. The chat saying friend, they're saying peep. Like, right? It's like an internet thing. Now, does that mean that everybody that talks in like baby talk online is like a fucking Nazi? No, right? That wasn't even the point of card posting's video. But right, Alec Gunter jumped onto it and he's like, friend, I've never heard of this. This isn't a real thing. This guy's seeing dog whistles where there are none. That's not a dog whistle. That's perfectly fine. And while he's scrolling through like reams and reams of like Clown World memes and shit like that, shit that you should know if you're a leftist content creator, that is actually a dog whistle. Yeah, Clown World Honkler 100% is a dog whistle, right? But you know, it's I don't know what Destiny's talking about. Was there a Noah Samson thing where he talked about Friend World? Does anybody remember this? I'm drawing blank for once. What is he talking about, says Jules? I'm not sure. Anybody remember this? Like I feel it feels like he's relating it to Noah Samson. Somebody's pointing up. I don't remember this. I don't know. I'm not sure what Destiny's talking about.
Pepe the Frog and shit, where they're like, you target children with Nazi like cartoons and stuff, and you guys like everybody does this shit. So everybody like children are like used by fucking everybody. It's like the debate pedophilia. You try to bring a child out and then use them for whatever political goal you're trying to push. Like everybody does.
I mean, Friend World, they literally are talking like kids, but I don't know. I've never heard anybody insinuate that it's a way to that it's on purpose to like radicalize kids or something.
This shit.
Not be telling children that
But yeah, if you want to talk about radicalizing kids, 4chan, there you go.
it's okay to be unhealthy. 4,000 likes. Illy, you're feeding 14-year-old insecure children lies about health. As a soon-to-be doctor, yeah, I'm sure that's true. As a soon-to-be doctor, you are making everything worse for the next generation. Little content warning here for some bad stuff. I hate this lying Jewish blank with all my heart. She needs to die. The new video she made is promoting childhood obesity. She is a cancer to this world and needs to be rotting 6 feet under the ground. This comment is from the doxing
I don't
thread.
understand why even show these comments as if they have anything to do with
yeah, they're dumb.
before you sleep.
Yeah.
I love this idea. Nothing to do whatsoever. You know, these are completely different people, right? They watch the Illymation video by themselves. Just like you will be watching the top of the hour ad break by yourself if you don't have a sub. Now, if you don't have a sub, there's ways that you can take care of that. Possibly even a couple of ways that you can take care of that with no cost to yourself, right? If you have Twitch, if you have Prime, you got a free sub to give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see ads in my chat. You can pay $5 if you've got $5. I don't want you paying money that you don't have, you know, to make your Twitch experience an ad-free experience. But that is one way to get out of the ad break, or possibly through the generous gift of somebody who's giving gift or community subs, right? Although I got to be honest, that is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
They're dumb.
They're just crazy comments. He didn't even say anything about her being Jewish. Her being Jewish has nothing to do with the video.
Yeah.
They stated they were going to visit her in California. They said they wanted
her being Jewish was apparently a very interesting subject to his fans, as evidenced by not just like what's going on these harassment sites, but as evidenced by what's going on in the comments, right? That's what I'm saying. When you do this anti-woke shit, you can't help it. You can't, there's nothing that you can do that's going to filter. If your content is just like resonating with that anti-woke crowd, there's going to be a non-zero number of them that aren't just anti-woke, they're anti-whatever, you know, identities that they think that wokeness is protecting, you know, i.e. anti-Semitic, i.e. anti-LGBT, you know, that you're going to get that. You're going to deal with that. That's part of the deal. That's part of the deal. That's why I said that it's a big problem that the dude's got no chill. He's all gas and no brakes, and that is not the community to do that with. You will hurt people driving your community like that, right? If what you're doing is anti-woke content and you're making people really mad about the wokeness, you're going to get those people in your audience. And that's why you got to kind of pull back a little bit and be like, instead of being like, yo, she's trying to take my livelihood from me. She's going to make me poor. I'm going to be on the streets being like with a sign that says, we'll code HTML for food, right? When you do that, when you weaponize your well-being to your audience, right? Full of anti-woke, you know, people who like, yeah, you know, some of them are going to be, you know, straight up bigots, then you shouldn't be surprised when you see anti-Semitic, like, you know, like shit come out of the end of that like machine. That's not actually surprising. That is to be expected.
Her dead, and at that point they knew where she lived. Thankfully, Illy was able to move before anything violent happened. But if
okay,
this
so
person,
can we pause this here?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is the likelihood that something was going to come from these comments?
Almost nothing.
Like 0.00.
Oh my God, I love that you're willing to play with her life like that. Look, play with your own life, Tom. If you want to be like, people dox me, people threaten me, but I'm not really worried. Fine. Whatever. You know, you think you like, but don't play around with somebody else's life.
0.000.
Unless she received like specific death threats, I would say probably nothing. It's probably nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Had taken action. Sean's video very well could have been what pushed them over the edge. Before we move on to the next section, I just want to play the part of Illy's.
The thing about it is that Destiny, your haters and Tom's haters are not like foaming at the mouth anti-Semites. Do you think that do you really want to base like, you know, your prognosis of whether she's in real danger or not on your experience coming from a completely different identity? Do you really want to do that? Do you really think that's a valid basis of comparison? Or a sign that says I lost my platform and Patreon to the woke. That's a sign that it'll get money. Yeah, that you'll get
video that comes right after the sequence we just watched, but that Sean decided to just leave out.
Oh great, now she's glorifying obesity. I'm not glorifying anything. My point is simple. Don't be a to fat people. And don't use, oh, I just care about their health, as an excuse. Being fat doesn't automatically mean someone is less healthy or too lazy to look like you or however you think they should look. You don't know these people.
Those are the devil's advocate characters there, advocating for the thing Sean.
Well, that's true. What she's saying there, her video didn't really address that. There are good arguments to be made there. Like, for instance, like people that tell fat people that, you know, oh, you're healthy at every size, like that's dumb and you're contributing to the harm of fat people. But people who also just bully the out of fat people are also contributing to harm. Like, bullying people doesn't make them not fat. If that was true, there would be no fat people. So like bullying somebody to get them to not be fat has about as much chance of working as bullying somebody to make them grow taller. Like,
the health at every size thing is like the point. I think they're missing the point. What I'm trying to say, you know, when I say stuff like that, is that the health threat posed by you know, being overweight is exaggerated. People have in their mind a lot more grave threat than what actually exists, right? Yeah, there are, you know, health threats associated with that. There are health you know, dangers associated with, you know, obesity at certain levels, but people make the assumption that threat starts at a much lower level of overweightness than it actually does. And they also forget that there's also a health threat to being underweight. There's a correlation between being underweight and you know, all kinds of pathologies that just, it doesn't get recognized. They make this assumption like, you know, skinny, healthy, overweight, unhealthy, and it doesn't quite work like that.
typically, like, people's minds just don't work that way. Otherwise, everybody would be a fucking bodybuilder. LeMayo, not at all. Individuals respond differently. What a worthless fucking statement. Like, when you write something like that, I'm curious, do you hook like a flexible tube directly from your asshole up into your nose so that every time you fart, you like get high off your own fucking gas? Like, why do you bother like typing stuff like that? Individuals respond differently. Individuals respond differently. Like, can I walk around like feeding your whole family member, like every family member bleach one at a time until,
like, what's your problem with that? That it's like a, are you saying it's a platitude, or are you saying it's not true?
I'm one that responds positively.
Because I kind of think it is true. Like, what's his complaint? He's going after a chatter, I think. I don't know.
To it, like, yeah, people respond differently to things, but we can generalize human behavior.
Wait, did I get votes for? I think I got enough votes to say that we can switch up the right. But people voted for this, right? Right. People voted for me to switch videos, right?
This video is a follow-up to my previous one.
Is anybody upset that I'm switching away from Destiny? This is Noah's second video, so yeah, this is his follow-up to Think Before You Dox. Maybe his response to the criticism that he was implying that Think Before You Sleep doxed Illymation. Obviously, from watching the video, it's very clear that he didn't. The only argument that you could make is that if somebody took the video's title as a headline and, you know, based their, you know, went hard on, you know, him for doxing without like watching the video, that they might come away with the wrong, the wrong understanding. But I really feel like that's on them.
Think Before You Dox. Sean, aka Think Before You Sleep, has responded to it with some claims on Twitter and
not upset. We're okay with this. We're okay with this.
And I'm gonna cut right to the chase here. Sean is doing some suspicious activities right now with all of these claims. Almost immediately after its release.
Wait, Abner wants me to keep watching. Any other votes for me to keep watching?
Sean began misrepresenting my video's arguments with straw mans and also just lying in strange, obvious ways. So today we'll be going through these claims one by one. He is apparently working on a response video. However, I have a feeling that if I don't correct these false claims now, then we're going to end up with a feature-length film of him just trying to argue with me over things I never said. I don't feel like wasting everyone's time having to put you through that, so let's just nip this one in the bud.
Okay, anybody else accidentally say nip it in the butt instead of nip it in the bud? Like, I used to think it was nip it in the butt, which is kind of weird. If you visually imagine this.
Says. Sean's first claims about my video came in a Twitter thread from April 29th, which is the day after my video's release. Let's start there.
I guess I'll have to talk about it here because I can't say it on YouTube right now. A few minutes ago I opened up YouTube to a message saying that my first video on Illymation has been removed for cyberbullying. I have been accused of harassing someone or using slurs to talk about someone's intrinsic traits. I didn't do that. Anyone who watched the video can see I didn't do that, so I have appealed the video. But it's YouTube, so even though I didn't break the rules, we'll see what happens. Curiously, this occurred shortly after Noah Samson released a video on me yesterday that was so bad faith that I can't believe he actually hit the upload button.
Again, I feel like he's weaponizing his audience.
This video, multiple times, accuses me of doxing Illymation and encouraging doxing. He basically says I doxed Alyssa in his video title, and his claims in the video get so ridiculous that at 14—
He doesn't. Think before you dox, right? Like, if you said, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of, like, something somebody could do with my name, right? If somebody's making fun of my name, right, I can't make the claim that they're, like, claiming that I'm doing that thing, can I? I'm trying to think of an example of how this would work. I don't know.
Minutes he literally accuses me of trying to get Alyssa killed, simply because I made a video saying, I don't like your video, and colluding with your followers to mass flag my channel is messed up.
Alright, so let's just go through these one by one. Sean claims that
Yeah, it's not disliking the video, it's lying about what she's saying. It's spreading, you know.
Accused him of doxing Illymation. Sean, come on, man. You know that's not true. I never accused you of doxing her. I never accused you of calling for her doxing either. I actually very clearly stated the opposite, that you both did not ask anyone to dox her. Sean didn't ask anyone to dox or harass Illy, and that I don't think you made your video with the intent of her getting doxed. Do I think that Sean made his video with the intent of Illy getting doxed? No, I don't. Sean here also claims that my video's title is basically a doxing accusation. Maybe I don't have to explain this one, but just in case. Think Before You Dox is a play on words about the fact that she got doxed and the fact that Sean's channel was a part of that process. This title does not specify action or intent. These claims are perplexing, but it seems like they've already started to catch on. Commenters and creators alike are repeating this around the web, saying that I accused him of doxing.
CJ says keep playing it, they might kiss.
That is one of the most irresponsible and dishonest and malicious things that you can do, is accuse somebody of doxing.
Oh, Roblox.
Crazy f***ing psychopaths in their audience took things way too far and doxed somebody because they don't want—
Okay, this person is at least admitting that this is somebody in Think Before You Sleep's audience, right? Which seems obvious to me, right? What is a more logical explanation, right? Somebody on one of the hate sites watched Illymation's video and got really pissed off spontaneously, organically, without seeing Think Before You Sleep's video, or that somebody on one of these hate sites also watches Think Before You Sleep. That's not much of a stretch. That's a pretty— I don't know, right? It's weird, but at least this person making the video is admitting that this is somebody from their audience, right? They're
showing proof or giving timestamps to evidence this claim because they can't, because those don't exist, because this didn't happen. The drama content Human Centipede is back.
Wait, No Comment tricks you by dyeing dogs to look like pandas?
Action, and for it, I am no match, I fear. Next, Sean claims that I accused him of encouraging doxing. He repeats this claim later in the thread. I never use the word encourage to describe Sean's actions, and this isn't just a semantic distinction, I don't think. Encouragement, to me, implies intent, and if that encouragement is coming from Sean himself, as his claim denotes, then it also implies a direct engagement with the audience on that point. He didn't do that, though. He didn't allude to harassment at any point, let alone ask for it directly. And I never said he did. Now, do I think that his videos fostered an environment that motivated viewers to harass her? Absolutely. That was sort of my video's whole argument. I supported this argument by going over the 3 ideas that Sean fabricated, showing how he used those fabricated ideas to make inflammatory accusations.
Look, I mean, like bringing a video from somebody like that's perceived as woke in front of your audience, if you're like doing anti-woke YouTube, that is going to get some level of hate at them. But when you not only do that, but you also misportray what they're saying to make it sound more inflammatory, to this audience than it actually is, then yeah, I think you have some responsibility, some culpability in that.
Both of which were then cited directly by the doxers as their motivations.
Monope says, I'm certainly not working on an expose video with this title.
Doxing. Him creating those circumstances doesn't mean that he directly encouraged the doxing himself. The fact that he didn't, that he caused it without encouraging it directly, is an important part of this whole situation, I think. If he had directly encouraged it, then he'd be banned, and we wouldn't be talking about this right now. We'd be gaming. Now, if you disagree with me with those examples or that line of thinking, that's fine. However, if you want to argue against those claims, then first we need to be on the same page about what they actually are. If we can't agree upon reality, then any further debate is going to be a complete waste of time. In this same paragraph, Sean claims that I accused him of trying to get Alyssa killed. He made a similar claim on Tom Dark's live stream on May 2nd.
After basically accusing me of attempted murder, I can't assume that
Oh, Tom brought him on.
use any sort of good faith argumentation there.
So where is he getting this idea?
I didn't realize that Tom and Sean knew each other.
Well, in his tweet, he references a sequence from the 14-minute mark of my video. The start of this clip is me reading a post from the doxing thread, and then I go on to my conclusion. I hate this lying Jewish blank with all my heart. She needs to die. The new video she made is promoting childhood obesity. She is a cancer to this world and needs to be rotted.
Yeah, we gotta...
before anything violent happened. But if this person, for example...
Sorry, I had to... Oh my god.
Had taken action, Sean's video very well could have been what pushed them over the edge. Sean really doesn't seem interested in paying attention to other people's words.
Look, I know YouTube is allowing this, but like I don't want to push my luck with Twitch.
If this person or someone like
I'm obviously not endorsing this any of these viewpoints. I'm rather pushing back on them. So
them had taken action, Sean's video could have been what pushed them over the edge. Sean has distorted this claim into me saying that he tried to get her killed. This is just kind of ridiculous, right? My words make no comment on his intent. The idea that his video could put...
Hey, we got a shout out. We got a shout out. Thank you, Noah Sampson. Thank you for the shout out. That was very nice of you.
Push someone into violence doesn't mean that he made it with that goal. I don't believe he did.
Noah's so nice.
I said as much in my video. As far as my actual claim, I'm pretty sure I'm correct. I absolutely believe that his videos could have pushed someone over the edge into violence. This person in the doxing thread clearly hated Illy. Their post was riddled with statements wishing death and
God, can we get away from that statement?
What my argument actually is. Another thing I want to address here is the way that Sean represents my characterization of his video's content. Sean describes his own video as just a little bit of criticism. He claims that all he did was tell Illy, I don't like your video, and colluding with your followers to mass flag my channel is messed up. In this tweet here, he is presenting this diluted description of his video as if it were my own. He positions it as my rationale for the also mischaracterized arguments he attributed to me just before. This is sort of discombobulating though, right? The entire video I made was an argument against this idea, an argument that what he did was not a mere case of criticism, but one of open malice. So why is he putting these words in my mouth? Well, because he needs to be the victim. If all he'd said was
yeah, exactly. But like I was saying, he's weaponizing, you know, his his audience sense of his well-being to go after her.
Statements, and if I'd responded to them by accusing him of attempted murder, then yeah, he would be the victim. But that's not what happened. Neither of those claims are true. So to maintain his victim status, he has to distort reality. He has to go to school, study hard, and then get a PhD in strange. Dr. Strange. Is this upsetting?
What?
Should I leave? Moving on to the second tweet thread, which is from the next day. This one begins with a screenshot of YouTube's message to Sean that his second appeal had been rejected.
What a shock. YouTube has yet again decided to change.
Okay, I'm kind of curious about this. Like, so, right, he appealed it twice. YouTube seems to have rejected it twice.
Change its rules for someone who doesn't have the approved politics and uphold a strike on a video that did not violate its guidelines. The specific wording on the rule they accused me of breaking was use of racial slurs and making fun of intrinsic traits. I did not use any racial slurs and I did not poke fun at any intrinsic traits. Intrinsic traits are things that you cannot change, such as your race.
Oh, I get what he's saying. So in his mind, maybe obesity or like being fat is not like, since you can change it. Okay, is that where he's going?
Certain facial features. I never comment negatively on people's intrinsic traits because that's messed up. But hey, YouTube, if this is the new standard and Noah Sampson...
Wait, what did you say about Ethan is online?
Intrinsic traits are things that you cannot change, such as your race or certain facial features. I never comment negatively.
Fucked up as someone like Ethan online making fun of a person for balding is same as me saying those clothes don't look good on you is ridiculous. You can change your clothes, but if you see, he's making an assumption on what got the video pulled.
On people's intrinsic traits because that's messed up. But hey, YouTube, if this is the new standard and Noah Sampson seems to think mass flagging is okay because he never denounced it, which is something that every reactor did when they saw the video, even the ones who hate me. Noah spent several minutes caping for mass flagging and saying it's not that bad. That being said, YouTube, I have 3 videos for you to strike where Noah made fun of my voice. One of which, the entire bit of his video was making fun of the way I talk.
Sean claims that I said that mass flagging isn't that bad. He also concludes that I must think mass flagging is okay because I never denounced it. This isn't true.
Now he's gonna go after people, like, now he's gonna be like, yeah, I guess calling people incel is like, all right, that look, if you're an incel, you think that that's an intrinsic trait, right?
I never commented one way or another about the morality of mass flagging. I didn't say it was good or bad. And just because I didn't denounce it doesn't mean that I endorse it. My critiques of the mass flagging allegations did not concern morality. They were about ethics. A bunch of people, Sean included, called what she did an attempted deplatforming. I argued that this was false because while flagging can lead to deplatforming, that doesn't make these terms interchangeable. The fact that they were wrongfully conflated here was perhaps the biggest contributor to the hate campaign that led to Illy's doxing. On YouTube,
Wait, let's see this again.
That this was false because while flagging can lead to deplatforming, that doesn't make these terms interchangeable. The fact that they were wrongfully conflated here.
Yeah, very much a Ship of Theseus type argument. Okay, so issued a warning, appealed the warning, lost the appeal, receiving a strike. Oh, wait, what? Wait, he was only issued a warning and he got a strike because he appealed the warning? YouTube is kind of strange, and I do think that this dynamic is you know, this actually happened to me once where I was issued a warning. I had a video taken down. I didn't do anything wrong in the video, so I appealed it, and it's a very I don't know what circumstances it is that this can happen, right? But yeah, I don't like that they, like, you know, turn a warning into a strike based on you appealing it, right? I think that, like, if you appeal a warning and they reject it, like, I don't know, what are they trying to get you to, like, not appeal? Like, that's weird. That's weird, right? But yeah, so he got the strike after appealing the warning. He lost the so they would have just taken down the video then. That was YouTube's initial decision. Take down the video. That's cyberbullying. He appeals it. He loses the appeal, receives a strike, appeals the strike, losing the appeal, making the strike final.
Was perhaps the biggest contributor to the hate campaign that led to Illy's doxing. On YouTube, wrongfully calling for someone's deplatforming is a serious transgression, with serious consequences, as we saw. A bunch of people, Sean included, insinuated that Illy's call for mass flagging was a unique threat to Sean's video being removed. I argued that it wasn't, because from everything I could find, the act of mass flagging does not affect the actual review process.
Now, this is what YouTube says, right? But I'm not...
Self, as in how...
I mean, this is their official line, right? That they're not doing... They're not gonna the official line is they're not gonna take down a video based on, like, there's a bunch of reports, right? That, you know, and that's how it should be. I'm not sure if this is really how YouTube operates, but, like, you know, one report should be maybe enough to merit a review by a human being. If that is confirmed that, you know, the person's in violation of community standards, it seems pretty open and shut, but
YouTube reviewers decide to rule. A bunch of people, Sean included, claimed that Illy was sending her millions of subscribers to flag his video. I argued that this was false because her flagging post was not made on YouTube, where those millions of subscribers are, but on Tumblr to 0.1% of her audience in a post that had an engagement rate of 0.01% of that audience. None of these arguments...
So in other words, like, yeah, there's no mass flagging that's going to come from that Tumblr post. That's just impossible.
Contain a moral claim about whether or not mass flagging is good or bad. They are critiques of the misinformation being spread about it and the exaggerations about the figures that were cited. Now, since my video's release, I've seen a bunch of counter-arguments presented about this section specifically, about deplatforming, and some of them do have merit. I'm not going to be addressing them in this video because they are irrelevant to Sean's claims here, but I plan on doing that in my next video. As for those lines about intrinsic traits, I'm glad Sean brought up the thing about his voice. I see this a lot, both Sean and his fans arguing that the comments making fun of his voice are making fun of an intrinsic characteristic, and thus, by YouTube's guidelines, this is bullying and technically a reportable offense. But this is kind of a sneaky little trick here. Sean's video voice is not an intrinsic characteristic because it's not his actual voice. His actual voice is pretty normal, and he knows that and has admitted as much. Here is him using his normal voice to describe how it is different from his reading voice.
Like, I can't do my reading voice. In fact, I've been trying to change it to my regular voice, but it's difficult. Like, I don't know how I get into that mode. I just have to be...
That's so weird. That's so weird, right? I feel like that's his normal voice. I don't know. Why did he put on that affect to begin with?
Be very, very, like, I really hate recording, so I just have to be in the mode where I really don't like what I'm doing, and then that's how I get the higher pitch voice, because your voice will pitch up when you're more tense.
Notice in that clip his claim that he is trying to change his reading voice.
Oh, okay, so he's saying it's like accidental.
regular voice.
If you can change it, then it's not immutable, man. So to me, it seems like comments about his reading voice fall more under the category of a stylistic critique, criticism to improve the form of his videos. Kind of like when people say that they can't watch my videos because I look like I'm wearing a Joe Dirt Halloween costume and it's distracting. I could fix that for them. I could shave my mullet and my mustache. I'm not going to because I look great, but this is ultimately a critique of form, not of an immutable characteristic. Same goes with Sean's video voice, in my opinion. On this same point about his voice, sorry, I know this is just like stupid, but it's a weird lie that I saw a bunch of people repeating, so may as well. Sean claims that I made a video where the entire bit was making fun of how he talks. This is not true. I made a video about a text post that Sean had put on his community tab, and because he didn't make a video about it, it was just text, I had Andrewism read the post because I wanted to have audio and I like Andrewism's voiceover voice a lot. My decision to do this was a product of something that Sean himself suggested. TLDR, people I disagree with are wrong. Also, if you don't want to read it, then use text-to-speech. Full screen a stock image, and it will be just like watching a video of mine. He's got a sense of humor here, which I think that's good. But instead of doing text-to-speech, I had a better idea. I'm gonna soothe the audience's ear wounds suffered in the last video by having someone with a smooth, calming voice read Think Before You Sleep's voice lines. Andrewism is the one. He will be doing that today. Hi, Andrewism. Great bit, honestly. So I had a friend with a nice voice read some lines because they needed to be read. It seems a little bit dishonest to characterize that as an entire video making fun of his voice. But again, even if it was, by Sean's own admission, his reading voice is not immutable. Therefore, by his own logic, critiquing it is totally fine to do. The last point I want to address today is a claim from Sean that I said he was responsible for the doxing. He made this claim on the live stream.
Yeah, he's basically saying that. I mean, he said it straight up in the video.
Yeah, I agree, Jules. Just that, like, the way that they're talking about it, right, is, obviously Think Before You Sleep has a very different appraisal.
Multiple times that I'm responsible for it, so I don't think even
more of a bootstraps mentality.
Backtracked and gaslighted on it and said, oh no, I don't actually believe that. Well, you still put it in the video multiple times, so you obviously do.
So Sean's claim that I said straight up in the video multiple times that he is responsible is false. I never used the word responsible in my video. You might hear say, well, come on, Noah, he's obviously saying that you implied it with statements like Sean's videos caused the doxing. How can his videos cause the doxing without him also being responsible for it? And I think that's a valid question, so let's explore it. When people ask, is Sean responsible for these people's actions? That question can be answered in two different ways, from a moral perspective and then from an ethical perspective. When people online ask this question, they're usually asking it at the ethical level, as in not just is he responsible, but also should he be held responsible by YouTube? Should he face consequences, channel strike or deplatforming? That's ethics, right? It concerns the agreed upon rules of being a creator on YouTube. During that stream, we've been looking at Tom Dark. I guess we just call him Turkey, or we could call him Tom. He sent me a message that I think served
You can call him Turkey
as a good example
as a treat
of how this works.
My biggest question would be if you think that TBYS should be held responsible for the actions of a third-party site that doxed Illy. I agree his video about it was kind of silly, but from my perspective, it's not really his fault. Some people took it too far, especially considering you never support the kind of behavior from what I've seen. From what I saw, your video was somewhat vague with the wording, or maybe I just find it dumb. You would truly blame him for what they did, but yeah, looking for a more elaboration if you have any.
In response to those questions, I asked a clarifying question, which was, held responsible in what sense? Tom then responded with, well, from your perspective, is he responsible, and what should YouTube do about it? So there, notice that when I asked him for a single definition of responsibility, he answered it with two different questions. Is he responsible, and what should YouTube do about it? The latter question is an ethical one, right? Because it concerns platform consequences. If I say yes to that first question, that I do think he's responsible, but no to the second, that I don't think he should be held responsible by YouTube, that sounds nonsensical. He's responsible, but shouldn't be held responsible? What are you saying, man? The fuck are you saying, you fucking idiot? It's not, though, if we're on the same page about what these questions mean. My issue with this framing is that blame and responsibility are treated as a binary. Either you are or you aren't. I think situations like these are gray areas that are worth exploring. Obviously, he didn't ask anyone to dox her, but I do think that with his videos, he created the conditions under which something like that was very likely to happen. My decision to make no claims as to what YouTube should do about it was intentional. I didn't comment on the validity of her report, let alone ask for the video's removal, because my opinion on those things is irrelevant to my critiques. I just addressed the circumstances around it and why I think a lot of the claims made about the situation were false. Not only false, but super inflammatory, like his claims that her videos will end up killing fat people or endangering her child audience. Is it not worth it to examine why the people on the third-party site all shared motivations that were pulled directly from his videos? If my arguments about how he conjured those narratives are correct, then wouldn't that put at least some responsibility on him for this chain of events, given that the things he, in my opinion, fabricated were their main motivations? Tom then summarizes my messages to Sean.
So he's basically saying he believes you fabricated stuff about her, therefore they did this, therefore you are partially responsible, is basically what he's saying.
So he adds that qualifying word of partially, which is a more accurate summary of my claims, because it includes the caveat that I'm not saying that Sean is responsible in a definitive sense, one that would necessitate some kind of punishment. When he responds, though, Sean ignores that qualifier.
Yeah, he's basically saying that. I mean, he said it straight up in the video multiple times that I'm responsible for it, so I don't think, even if you backtracked and gaslighted on it and said, oh no, I don't actually believe that, well, you still put it in the video multiple times, so you obviously do.
This is exactly why I did not use that word, responsible. Because while yes, I do think Sean is responsible, absolutely. If I'd said so, if I'd used that word,
oh my God, chat,
immediately taken that as me saying he should be deplatformed, even though I never claimed that he broke the rules, never called for his deplatforming, never argued for his video's removal, and never even commented one way or another on the validity validity of Illy's report. Despite that, though, we can see that he's already, doing that.
Said it straight up in the video multiple times that I'm responsible for it.
And based on the claims he's made here, he's definitely going to do it in the video, which is precisely why I decided to make this one. I'm here to try to do some discourse, not put out other people's dumpster fires for them. And I can
Wait, who made the comment about Jewish people, Jay?
I smell it and I see the smoke. I want the smoke, okay, but not the stinky doo-doo dumpster smoke. No, thank you. Thank you, but no.
Wait, so ghosts can fart, but they can't shit? Is that true, Joe Sheroli?
Even no.
I think this is a dangerous road to walk down where creators are held responsible for the actions of their audience, because there could easily be a case in the near future where Noah paints a narrative about someone, whether he's correct or not, and then somebody doxes them, and then he is now held responsible.
If I lied to make a narrative about someone and that ended up with them getting doxed, then I could absolutely be responsible for that. Could I be held responsible, though?
Jay, I think he calls himself apolitical.
By YouTube? Channel
Turkey
struck or
Tom.
deplatformed? Well, that depends on whether or not I broke the rules. If I did, then yes. If not, then no. But that shouldn't then erase any and all forms of responsibility that I have for those consequences just because I didn't break the rules. But that's how it happens. That's how people treat it. In Sean's case, I think he acted in a deeply freakish manner and caused the doxing. But since he did so, apparently without breaking the rules, then on the responsibility binary, he is at 0. And 0 means that he's a beautiful, perfect, sweet angel that has done no wrong ever. And given everything I showed in the prior video, that doesn't seem like the most accurate characterization of his role in the story, which is why the binary sucks. Many such cases. Sean has in prior videos spoken about the importance of being open to engaging with alternate perspectives.
When you're watching this stuff, you cannot watch it as if you're only watching it to crap on every point the person makes. You need to watch this stuff and interpret their ideas as if you were the—
It is so wild to me that his speaking voice, right, that he does, like, we saw him in that green screen video, that his speaking voice seems like more of what you'd want your voice to sound like in a video. Like, I don't know, like maybe this resonates, right? Maybe there's something about this voice that like works for his audience, and this actually helped him. But when you think of a standard, what somebody goes for as a YouTube voice, it's more along the lines of what his natural speaking voice is, and less along the lines of what his video voice is. So it's kind of wild to me that that he talks like this, considering that that's not how he talks. And it just seems like like there's a lot of people that are gonna make fun of you for, especially considering the content and like who it appeals to, right? It makes it a very easy layup for people to call his channel an incel channel.
person trying to explain them. Because if you're just sitting there taking the worst interpretations of everything they say, then you aren't helping yourself. You'll learn nothing by doing that, because your closed-mindedness will prevent their ideas from causing you to critically think about your own ideas, which is the whole point of engaging with opposition. We all have ideas that are wrong, and the only way to find the right ones is to listen to people who will challenge what we believe.
I agree with everything he said there. However, given how he has already decided to publicly mutilate my video's criticism beyond recognition to make some truly wild, unsubstantiated claims,
basically accusing me of attempted murder,
I'm a bit skeptical that he will stick to his supposed principles here. But now that my critiques are out there, we can await his response in peace, excitedly and gleefully, with keen eyes, ready to look out for the sneaky tactics we saw on display today. The topic—
eyes unclouded with hate—
is apparently my journalistic integrity, whatever that is. So look forward to that. I'll have a response to the wider commentary community.
Here's what I'm wondering is what was the appraisal? Like who won in this situation? Who won in the, what is the prevailing opinion about the Noah Samson versus Think Before You Sleep? Right? I mean, it sounds like he came out of the Illymation drama with a lot of extra views and maybe even a lot of extra subs from it. But I wonder what the consensus is about, like, the back and forth between him and Noah. Because it kind of feels like he got bodied, but I don't know. This is just me coming from my perspective. That's just my take on it. Your mileage may vary.
Soon. I'm actually weirdly hopeful that might yield some positive discourse. I don't know, who knows. Apologies about the shirtless 9-year-old version of me from the last video. That was perhaps the most polarizing artistic decision ever made by anyone in history, but ultimately it had to be abandoned, just so you can all watch my videos without having to turn your screen's brightness down to 0 so people don't think you're some type of perp.
He's just gonna ignore nuance in order to push a narrative. Noah can explain it perfectly, but this guy will always reframe it.
I'll be back on camera soon enough, though. But in the meantime, you get the purple guy. Anyway,
you get the purple guy.
Thanks for watching. Also,
I feel, isn't he like more of a lavender sort of guy?
Everyone who supported.
It's not even lavender. It's mauve. He's a mauve. Is he a mauve guy? Chat. What color is that? Is that mauve? I feel like it's mauve. Am I wrong? Pink? Yeah. I could accept pink. But it's like a particular type of pink. I don't know.
At least GoFundMe. The goal was reached within the first 2 days.
Yeah, mauve,
cool.
right?
Check out my Patreon if you want to know
I
that
think.
stuff. And yeah, bye.
Oh my god, no, not the music, not the music, not the music is my kryptonite, chat. The music is always what gets me demonetized. Speaking of which, I gotta make sure to end this video before 6 hours, but what do people think? Grayish pink, yeah. What do people think as far as like, did Noah come out on top on this? It seems like it to me, but I'm not sure what the what does the commentary community have to say about this? What does this mean in terms of Tipster's legacy? Like, how does this implicate Tipster? Just kidding. Sorry for the memes. Sorry for the memes, chat. But yeah, I like his music. I like his music too. I'm just afraid of it possibly being licensed or copyrighted in some way. I thought it was magenta. Really? Isn't magenta like bright? Magenta's like the color of my character in Fallout New Vegas. I think, right? The color of my character's hair. Noah's in the right. Yeah, I thought so too, but like I don't know how these things get parsed by the broader YouTube audience. I could be wrong. But regardless, chat, that is neither here nor there. I've got to get off stream here because it is hot. I don't even understand because like it doesn't seem like it's that hot outside, but somehow my room is hot. I always feel Noah's pretty correct in his takes. I'm not from Planet Crayola. Well, some of us get the 16 box and some of us get the 8 box, right? Some of us get the 64 box of crayons. Will there be New Vegas? I hope so. I don't know, chat. It's really hot, so I gotta like somehow cool down my room, and I'm gonna try to do that, and I'll see if I can get on here for some New Vegas. Where are we in New Vegas? We finished Fly Me to the Moon. We got Boone. Do we do like one other thing too, maybe? It's hot here too. Yeah, I'll try to get on again tonight with some more New Vegas, and I think I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. Now, either tomorrow or Saturday. I haven't decided yet. It's gonna be the premium streamium. Maybe looking more like, I don't know. Started to get some super sleep from the heat. Wait, super sleep? You get super sleep from the heat? I have trouble sleeping in the heat. Boulder City or Helios 1. Oh yeah, the other thing that we got to do is oh god, what's it called? Timothy, do you know south of Nipton? Like you got to rescue the hostages. What is that called? We were off to Boulder City. Yeah, but we maybe a short little jaunt down to Nipton where we killed all the Legion. Where we killed all the Legion. April was the hottest ever. It's been 5 hottest months in a row. Damn. I get sleepy in the heat. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I mean, that's definitely better than not being able to sleep in the heat, I think. But I guess it makes it hard to get things done. Potentially. But either way, chat, I'll try to come back tonight for some more Fallout New Vegas. We're getting the quest, but it should be pretty easily, especially with Boone. Yeah, I should have done the quest right after Nipton. That's when you would usually do it, but I want to take Hidden Valley is by Nipton. Maybe it was Hidden Valley. We actually did go to Hidden Valley, but I was afraid I was getting drowned in Ranch, so I left. I get drowsy, but I can't sleep for... Oh, it's that kind of sleep. Okay. I need to play New Vegas myself, damn it. Yeah, I just found a H-Bomber Guy video from 3 years ago. H-Bomber Guy did a video talking about New Vegas, and it was pretty good. Pretty good stuff. I just missed that one. I thought I'd seen all the H-Bomber Guy videos, but apparently not. Anyway, hope your room cools down. I do too. And hopefully I'll be back tonight with some more gameplay. And I don't know, I do have to take care of some stuff. I could take tomorrow off. What else do we have? Lonerbox. We need to cover Lonerbox. Apparently Lonerbox is doing some sweeping again. The last time we visited, we checked in with Lonerbox. Lonerbox was sweeping for Vosh. Not excusing, not siding with Vosh or saying good things about Vosh, right? He's a Destiny orbiter, so that wouldn't make sense. But essentially excusing the what was in the folders, right? So, unintentionally for whatever reason, doing some sweeping for Vosh. Now he's doing sweeping for Destiny. He's not saying that Destiny was right in his ridiculous takes on cookies and rockets, but he's saying that the other guy, Badar, was wrong too. So everybody's wrong. Nobody knows what they're talking about. We can just call it a wash. He's trying to turn what was a what should expose Destiny as a charlatan, as a pseudo intellect, right? what should you know, essentially be all the evidence you need on like who Destiny really is and how serious he is about anything. Turn it into it's a draw. They were both wrong, I guess. No, that's not how I see it, Lonerbox. So yeah, we'll take a look at his apologia, I guess you could call it, for his Clout Daddy Destiny. See what that's all about. H-Bomb video inspired me to replay New Vegas and finish it. Yeah, like I feel like it's the kind of game that you can do multiple playthroughs, right? Especially considering you can back multiple factions. So anyway, chat, I better get off of here before I start melting. That's no good. And hopefully I'll see you again tonight. Look out for the premium streamium. I'll let you know when that's coming. It should be tomorrow or Saturday, I think. And got a lot to cover. Catch up with the premium streamium. Anyway, much love, everybody, and I will see you later. Meow meow.